be the place of Krishna, Lord Krishna. So the Meeras and all the gopis used to sing any songs composed in Vrindavani, so that is why the name. So it seems there is a story that Krishna came to Mathura after listening to this beautiful rag.
Good morning, everybody. So what I would like to say is there is a way to listen to every music. So when we open up our heart, so there are like 10 most important points which I want to tell. Because when she says what kind of feeling are you getting, it is very difficult to answer unless we are in tune with the music. A lot of times we are very distracted. I'll quickly go over it. Sorry to interrupt. Because I thought it's very important to prepare them to listen to this beautiful music. So these are quick guidelines, right? Come to a quiet for a minute, speak to your body, tell any tense areas to relax. Speak to your feelings, tell them to be calm. Speak to your mind, let go of racing thoughts, realize the divine presence in whom you are listening. You might want to use an affirmation or a verse to center yourself, such as be still, know that I am God. Keep this exercise short and simple. Be grateful for the music you are about to experience. Say thank you, be expectant. Surrender to the music. Try to open yourself to the music you hear. Release all the tension into the music. Feel the music pulling you out of all negativity and tension. Wherever there is a block in yourself, visualize an opening. Breathe deeply, taking in the music, let go completely. Feel the music embracing and filling you. Release all the need to dominate or control the situation. Open to the healing, revitalizing currents of melody that are entering into you. Go inside the sound. Give yourself to the music. Enjoy the music wherever it takes you. Let surprises happen. Be filled with joy and praise. Move into mystery. Do not play music for too long one time. When the music is over, take time to absorb the music. Sit quietly for a few minutes after it has finished. When appropriate, combine the experiencing music with other activities such as keeping a diary, sketching, dancing or moving, or doing chores such as housework, cooking, or working in the shop. Even before you hear the first note, it matters greatly where you hear the music. It is the setting is beautiful. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. are the evidences which I was telling before, that Journal of Clinical Oncology, one of the most highest impact factor journals and the most reputed journals in the field of oncology, had published a project. So this project is about female breast cancer patients and how them who received recorded and live music versus the breast cancer patients who did not receive music, how the anesthesia requirement was for them. And the results show that those who received music needed only very less anesthesia requirement because they were relaxed. Now, American Society of Clinical Oncology, so that is one of the biggest platforms for oncologists, cancer researchers, etc. So they recently published an article saying that there was a meta-analysis of 50, meta-analysis is nothing but a review, but a review about 52 clinical trials which had 3,721 patients, and that said there was beneficial effect in their quality of life. It reduced pain and fatigue and anxiety, etc. So these are the evidence. Now, so we know that music causes happiness neurologically and in hormonal life. So how neurologically? There are labs that study only about the influence, the impact of music on human brain. So the pathways of pain, anxiety and depression are the same as that of music. And now these things are understudied. These things are like an evolving branch of science and research. So it is still needed to be studied, but it is going on. So there are evidences saying why it is, music has an influence in reducing pain, anxiety and depression. And hormonal wise, it produces happy hormones, right? Music produces happy hormones and it produces stress hormones, which is cortisol. Now that leads to health, strong immunity, and that leads to healing. So as growing up as a child, right, in Kerala we used to have youth festivals. So be it like dance and music and drama. Every time when I play an instrument, we are tone deaf. But when I play the sad tone, so you could understand perceiving classical music and that getting that emotions from seed from the music does not need knowledge or training in classical music. So why Indian classical music, right? So it is one of the most complex combinations of musical grammars compared to any other musical schools. And there are presence of ragas and talas. Talas is nothing but rhythms, but we have like around 35 rhythms in Indian classical music. And ragas. So ragas are nothing but a pattern of notes. And any composition, be it Bollywood, any song, the music director will compose it in a particular raga to evoke a feeling. So that is why when you listen to Arjit Singh, you feel sad, and a Sufi song, you feel peaceful. So it's all because of the ragas. Right. Now, this is an interesting picture I have come across. How many of you here practice yoga? Please raise your hands. So you'll be knowing what chakras are, right? So these 7 chakras in the axial skeleton in yoga, when you activate this. So that is the same thing in music. We do have 7 notes in Indian classical music, which is sa, re, ga, ma, pa, da, ni. These 7 notes. And all the compositions, be it any song, all of it, like Bollywood, be it classical, anything, it is a permutation and combination of these 7 notes. So, this illustrates when you listen or play an instrument or sing a song, you are actually meditating. Now, last 18 years I have been trained in music. I have been playing at temples in front of elitist classical music known and trained society. But it was when, as a final year medical student, I went to Harvard and Cornell and Stanford. I was interested in oncology, so I was rotating in all these places in cancer clinics. So when, like at 7:30, when I used to enter the lobby, everything. So that opened my eyes. I mean, what was I doing all this while, right? So that is the time when in 2019 at Stanford, I gave a recital, small recital, Veena recital to people, and all of them were non-Indians, and they were so welcoming this fresh music and so fascinated by it. There was a Hollywood actress who had attended the event with her family, and she stayed back after the concert and played the instrument, and she said, "Thank you for introducing me to such an amazing playing tune." And 2 months later, I'm receiving a text from her, "Tara, I'm buying this instrument." So I was fascinated by the whole idea, so that is why I went on to advocate about this instrument in music therapy. Now, why this instrument, right? Why am I hyping about Saraswati Veena or Kachati? So, it is the national instrument of India, and it's the queen of all musical instruments in India. So, who's this? This is Sir C.V. Raman, who's a Nobel-winning physicist, and he found something. So, in 1921, the first ever published research article on the Veena's acoustics was published by Sir C.V. Raman. So this is like a complex physics, but at the end, the results are, the bridge of the Veena is cunningly constructed that the Helmholtz law, the position at which the string is plucked cannot be a note, is violated. And what is the importance of it? It produces innumerable harmonics, making the Veena sound closest in harmonic content to the human voice. So that is why it's so pleasing to the human brain. Now this is an interesting picture I have found. In 1936, there were 2 books published in Kannada language, and they mentioned this picture. So the human anatomy, human body, if you imagine a human body, like here, if you imagine a human body in the fetal position, that the knees to the chest, right? And the head is compared to the primary vestigial. This is the primary vestigial. And the back of the human, right? The back, the 24 vertebrae. There are 24 pre-sacral vertebrae in a human being, and Veena has 24, exact 24 frets. And the spinal cord of the human being is compared to the strings, and the back, right? The sacrum and coccyx, we say in medicine, sacrum and coccyx is compared to the dragon head, if you look at the curve exactly. So that is the significance. And now why this is significant is because the energy produced by the Vainika or the player from the Kundalini, that energy is transferred to the instrument, and thereby that energy through the vibrations of the strings is translated to the audience. So that is the significance of this instrument. Thank you so much.
One question, sir.
Sorry?
One question.
Yeah.
Why with Veena only? Why not sitar and other string instrument?
Why it is just Veena? Why not guitar?
Why not guitar? Why not sitar and other string instruments?
For music therapy,
Yeah.
so I haven't explored the acoustic of guitar and sitar, and I haven't found any study on the acoustics of those instruments, and I haven't found any relationship of that with human brain and harmonics, etc. Or I don't know it yet.
Because nobody has tried it, that doesn't mean that sitar doesn't have the same effects on the body that your Veena has.
Sure.
Because the same raga, same instrument, same taal, same words, same everything, same everything. So it should have been same effect whether you are playing a sitar, or raga Shikranjani, or Malgongs, or anything. From sitar or Veena, I think it doesn't make any difference.
Right. Once the acoustics is explored, then we can comment on whether it's equal, whether the effect of the instrument is equal to the human brain, or less, or large. We can say only after the scientific evidence. But we do have evidence for this.
But there is no parallel trials have been done as yet, so I think that it should have been the same.
Sorry, sir?
Because the parallel trials have not been conducted, so in my opinion, the effects could have been the same.
Yeah.
Whether you play, it should be in a harmonical music.
Yes.
harmonical cards, otherwise you will sing.
Yes. Yes.
Strings should be made in the same manner.
Yeah.
Thank you. Shall, can you come on the stage, please? Please, guys, give a round of applause to Tara. We made something for you. Thank you so much, Tara. What a great performance, guys. Can you have a round of applause for Tara again? So now we are getting into the conference, we're getting into Zoom. I would request Dr. A.P.S. Chawla, Swamiji, Dr. Sharad, Dr. Ravi Malhotra and Marissa to come on the stage to light the lamp, please. We'd also like to call Mr. Srita Lama on the stage to be participating in the lighting of the lamp. And we'd also like to introduce Chris to come up to the stage for the lighting of the lamp. Dr. Mark Carpen, if you also can join us on the stage. Tara, please join us on the stage. Pradhan Song, please join us on the stage.
Hello. Yes, look at the side.
दीपो हरपुनोद्भान्तं संविद्दीपनमोऽस्तुते ॐ चन्द्रमा मनसो जातश्चक्षोः सूर्यो अजायत श्रोत्राद्वायुश्च प्राणश्च मुखादग्निरजायत
Sorry, group picture. आजू बैक पे थोड़ा ऊपर हो जाओ। हाँ जी।
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Thank you so much, everyone. Good morning, my name is Pankaj, and as we are entering the conference today, we have a huge lineup of speakers with exciting topics, exciting conversations to have with you all. A few announcements just before we begin. This conference does not have an FAQ round, so we request that we have given you notepads, and if you be kind enough to just write your questions and pass it on to us, and we should be able to address that with the speaker depending on the time availability and the questions. If not, we will try to facilitate as much as possible after the talk has been given to have one-on-one session with you guys to answer all your queries. Thank you. So with this, we would like to introduce Mr. Sundar Lambaji here. He's an IPS officer in Indian Police Services, officer of 2013 batch. Present assignment is executive assistant to staff officer to GDP Punjab. Addition to this is looking after the charge of SP crime Ludhiana as well. Can we please have Mr. Sundar Lambaji on the stage for his welcome address? In the last 2 to 3 months when we have been working on this conference, Mr. Sundar Lambaji's efforts has been tremendous. Has given us an extended help from contacts, from every help possible. So we really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much, sir.
Very good morning to everyone. All the highly respected dignitaries, invitees, and the most respectable audience. I, Surendra Lamba, welcome you all in Punjab, the land of celebration, the land of colors, the land of culture, the land of rivers. Punjab itself is a symbol of faith, courage, a joy, very well renowned in the world. So I heartily welcome you all on behalf of the team of International Cancer Care Conference. As a policeman, I get opportunity to interact with many people on daily basis, and the trend of the word cancer, making it a scary name, as a nightmare in someone's life, is increasing day by day. When I first interacted with Sharad, and when we go through our discussion, then the concept of the integrated therapy, like we have already gone through the session of music and its effect. So the thing is, like in allopathy and in the treatment and in everything, the cancer prevention, cancer care, and the improvement of the patient cannot be very much effective without all the alternative therapies, medicine, and support. So when Sarath explained me the way that these complementary therapies of music, Ayurveda, meditation, aroma, sound therapy, and all that can help the overall support system of the patient going through that trauma, the stress, as the doctor was already explaining to us through the music, so that when the patient overcomes the stress and the other things which are like hampering him to recover that trauma of cancer, then I think we can contribute more in cancer prevention and cancer care. So in today's session, through various experts renowned in their respective ways, we will be going through many sessions, and we will be learning about these complementary support therapies for cancer prevention. So I welcome you all again, and I am very thankful to Sharad and his team for inviting me, for providing me opportunity to be a part of this conference and the team. I'm very thankful to all the participants who are here, who are joining us in Ludhiana today, and hope we'll have a great, fruitful day today. So, all the best. Thank you.
Sir, you can just Sharad, Chris, can I ask you to please come on the stage with Mr. Lama? This small Christmas appreciation for everyone that you have to us. I think you like this.
Next we have on stage Dr. Ravi Mehrotra. He is a Senior Principal Investigator and CEO of India Cancer Research Consortium. His expertise lies in research in areas like smokeless tobacco, cancer prevention and early detection through the ECO model. He has a FRC PAN from the Royal College of Pathology. I now welcome Dr. Ravi on stage.
Morning. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much for being part of this particular meeting. This is also. And thank you, Tara, for the lovely beginning, some melodious music, and also explaining it in medical terms. I'm a physician working for the Indian Council of Medical Research.
Can you add a little bit?
Okay? Yeah. Great. Yeah. Thank you so much. It's so much better. So I work for the Indian Council of Medical Research, and I've just taken over as one of the employees of the Indian Cancer Research Consortium. In my earlier avatar, I used to be looking after the National Institute of Cancer Prevention and Research. So what has been talked about in our earlier speakers, talking about prevention, as I say, is better than cure. In India, before I even talk about what I have planned to talk, our age pyramid is changing very fast. We still are the youngest nation in the world practically of its size. More than 65% of our population in this country is less than 35 years of age. I'm not sure how many of you know that statistics. So we are a very young country. But at the same time, the number of people in the middle ages and the elderly is increasing very fast. So the pyramid is changing, and we are getting slightly roundish in the middle as well. As you know, age is one of the single most important causes of cancer. More than 65 to 70% occur after the age of 65. That is something that cannot be prevented. But there are a variety of things which you can do as an individual to prevent cancer. And part of my job, I talk to a lot of people, lay people, physicians, and patients. Whenever I say that I am a preventive oncologist, people always wonder, how can you prevent cancer? Cancer is something which comes, you cannot do much about it. However, in this country at least, and in many other parts of the world, 60% of all cancers are, or nearly 60%, are entirely preventable. There's so many smart people here. Can anybody give me one cause of how you can prevent cancer? Not even. Anybody else?
Plastics.
Sorry?
Plastics.
Plastic. That's the current flavor of the year. Well, we don't really know it causes directly cancer, but yes, it is something highly avoidable for the environment. I agree. Yes, madam.
Avoid stress.
Stress. I think it's important, no doubt about it. Although we would love to have more studies on that. But something that is, so obvious.
Tobacco.
I think that probably you should get a prize. Tobacco, of course, is nearly 40% of all cancer deaths in the country are due to tobacco. I don't know how many people know it. As a matter of fact, the state we are staying we are right now, Punjab, as compared to practically any other state in the country, there is a natural experiment that is being done. Sikhs in general do not have tobacco, even now. And the prevalence of oral cancer and lung cancer to a certain extent is relatively much less here in Punjab as compared to the nearby states in North India. That itself is a proof. I don't have to do any scientific study. I don't have to get research funding, don't have to get principal investigators and so on and so forth. So tobacco is the single most. Anything else? Pesticides. I know here in Punjab, there is no real proof for that, but does cause a lot of harmful effects. Junk food, again, causes obesity. Obesity is known to be related to
polluted groundwater.
Sorry?
Polluted groundwater.
Again, environment, yes. But we don't really know about that. The two things that we know about, number one is tobacco, number two is infections. Cervical cancer in ladies occurs due to human papilloma virus. I'll talk about that in a little more. Obesity, of course, and lifestyle. I think all the stuff that we talked about, whether it is pollution, plastics, environment, water, obesity, all of them are related to lifestyle. So I'll be focusing on lifestyle, which all of us are on a day-to-day basis involved in. Okay, these are the statistics. I know many of us don't like statistics, but if it happens to one of us, of course it's important. Cervical cancer I just mentioned, one of the few cancers, we know the cause. There is a vaccine for it. It can be diagnosed easily and treated early if treated detected early. One woman every 8 minutes. By the time I just came in here, but 8 minutes have gone by, one woman already died in this country. More than a quarter of all deaths, cervical cancer deaths in the world happen here. It is so prevalent. Every 2 women diagnosed with breast cancer, as you know, breast cancer is the one that is increasing the fastest, 50%, that is one will die. Right? As compared to 1/4 or 1/5 in other developed world. Mortality of tobacco, I talked about, 3,500 individuals per day, both smoke and smokeless tobacco. This is the number of deaths. But these statistics, those figures do not really affect us, do they? Because it doesn't happen to people like us. Unfortunate fact of life is, it does happen to people like us. It happens in our family, happens in our neighborhood, happens in our community. Can anybody, how many of you have had people dying of cancer or having cancer in your family, in your neighborhood? Please raise your hands. Nearly every person, whether it is our relatives, our friends, our colleagues, everybody. So big C is something all of us have to face sooner or later. I was talking in a classroom full of 20-year-olds just last week, and I asked the same question. At 20, death is somewhere very far away. Cancer is something we don't talk about. But 99% of the people said yes, they've had somebody else. So as ages increase, infections will increase. Tobacco, unfortunately, is still a pretty big factor. It is something that you cannot escape. And the fact that all of you are here this fine morning, Sunday morning, you can do other things, right? You have decided to come here and you're talking about various aspects of cancer. The fact is, that is proof that it is important for you to be here. And you are scared. So this is a figure which I found very interesting. It's one of the papers in Lancet I happen to be a part of. The figure above talks about India prevalence of cancer in 1990 and then in 2017. As you can see, Punjab unfortunately happens to be the dark red, so is Kerala, and so is some part of the northeast. How it has changed in the last 27 years? Most of it was light blue or yellow, and the thing has changed. So everywhere around the country. However, there are still areas of disparity between the various states. The more developed the state is, by and large, the better facilities for diagnosis, and unfortunately, all the other things we talked about is also higher. So, and some data, of course, is missing. Like for Rajasthan, we don't have adequate data. Some parts of the northeast, but by and large, this is from about the National Cancer Research Program and the GloboCan 2018. As you can get. And this was the paper that part of it is the AF16 we talked about. The big 8, I'm sure all of you know all about most of these things. Tobacco, weight, exercising, no alcohol, healthy and varied diet, sun exposure, screening, and avoiding chronic infections. We all know about it, but what do we actually do? I found this cartoon to be very, very interesting. The 2 windows in a hospital, one talks about chemotherapy and toxic pills and surgery for cancer, or for any disease for that matter, and the other one talks about the reality, which is a lifestyle change. So if you don't take anything back from this few minutes that all of us spent together, that is what we're talking about. Lifestyle, lifestyle, lifestyle. It is much more difficult to do it than to talk about. I can sit here and talk for hours and you will say, of course, what you're saying is correct. Because that is the fact of life. Right from childhood, we've known that these are something we should avoid. How many of us actually avoid it? And you might like increase, add on stress and various other behavioral patterns as well. So let's talk about how we, when we were working in the government, how we came up with a framework, how it evolved, and what are we doing right now for cancer care as far as my system of medicine is concerned. This is a meeting I was fortunate to organize way back in 2013 in September in Delhi. And we got some of the topmost brains in the world and in the country who are working in oncology to get together. I put them in a room about this size for 2 days and asked them to brainstorm. And I will not allow you to leave until you come with a framework. For nearly 30 years before that, they've been trying in various fora, so many books were written, so many meetings, but nothing actually ever came out in the real sense of the word. And what are the government recommendations? What we as a country should do as compared to the US and many other countries where they have set guidelines. So that resulted in somebody help me. Need to get back. Yeah, I want to get back to whatever. You might as well actually finish, right? I just want to go to the 6 or 7 slide. Press the wrong button. Okay, so while they're doing this, so when we put them in a room and they came up with a set of recommendations that this is what we would like to do. And the 3 common cancers in the country are oral, breast, and cervix. Can you go ahead? Okay? Okay. So we wrote it down, and that was again published in the Lancet Oncology as the recommendations of a common framework for strategies for control of cancer. That is, avoiding cancer in the first instance, diagnosing it early, and then what are the treatment options as far as my system of medicine is concerned. So, but then we got a paper, a lot of people got the recommendations, got praised, okay, we've done that, then really nothing much happened. Thank you so much. This was the meeting that I talked about, and this was the paper you're seeing on your right side, and then nothing much happened. Way back, this is 2015 now. 16 had gone by, nothing really was happening. Fortunately, I was able to get through to the Prime Minister of the country, and he came up with this statement: we have 3-month deadline for cancer screening framework. Unfortunately, the same people who probably didn't even want to pick up my phone or didn't reply to my mails, I've got 6 phone calls within a matter of 1 hour after this press report came out. Please, can you help us get this thing the Prime Minister wants? And this picture that you're seeing basically had the Minister of Health at that time in Tirupati, all the holy places in the country, releasing the framework, which is the Blue Book. Now this is the Bible as far as management. This is available on the internet on various sites as well. However, this is just a framework. It is not something that is written in stone. It is a living document. We would love to modify it a little bit, because for the first time in this country, for the last so many years, we had some guidelines. So I will briefly take you to the guidelines. I will not bother about going into details, because that is not my aim today. I just want to talk about what is the extent of the problem, what are we doing about it, and what are the problems that we are facing, the roadblocks, and how all of us can work together to sort this issue out to the best of our ability. That's my job today. So this is the objectives: having a population-based downsizing of the common cancers, organizing a weekly examination at the sub-center and primary health center level, timely follow-up, and making sure that we actually have any person who's screened positive is referred and gets adequate treatment. Because it is not only criminal, it is immoral, unethical to find something and then not do anything about it. It is better not to find it than not follow it up to the best of your ability. So these are the 3 common cancers. At the moment, we've taken a common age of 30 to 65, which is also part of the non-communicable disease screening, that is for blood pressure and diabetes. So we just stuck on to the common age, although we know that most cancers happen after the age of 45. In oral cancer, unfortunately, it still happens at a younger age. Cervical cancer, but breast cancer is usually after 40 to 45. We would love to do it more frequently, but the minimum time is every 5 years. And these are the various very, very simple technologies that are used. No high-flown mammography, no very, very expensive technology. But for the moment, this is what we are recommending. Again, subject to change. Again, I will not take you through all this, starting from the PHC all the way to district hospital, the medical college. This is the algorithm that has been developed. Who's supposed to do what facilities are supposed to be there, and is it actually, what are the problems that we face? I'll very briefly talk about it. Talk about oral, as I mentioned, just visual examination with the ordinary light, with the trained personnel. For cervical, again, examination with acetic acid every 5 years. Breast is the clinical breast examination just using a hand, but the person has to be trained and retrained. And if something is found, then you go for a spine needle aspiration or a core biopsy, followed by ultrasound. A mammography would be suggested, but not for screening, but for people who have a strong family history, because for this country, at the moment, it is just not feasible. At the same time, as far as the government is concerned, the false positives that may come across are also much higher. So for India, we are not recommending mammography for general screening. So this is a map which is of 2016, talks about again the breast cancer cases. As you can see, the center of the country, the west of the country, and the south seem to have the maximum problems here. And breast cancer is the one that is increasing by leaps and bounds. It used to be about 17 to 18% of all cancers, now it's about 22 to 25%. And we all know that happens in all developing economies. As you go up the development index, cervical cancer comes down and breast cancer goes up. But the number of our people, the sheer 1.3 billion people that we are, the numbers are huge. So that's why one has to be careful. What are the strategies that can be used to detect breast cancer? I'm going to talk a little more about breast cancer than any others, because that is the one which is going to be a major problem. Self-examination, helpful, but just to make the lady aware of her normal test. Clinical breast examination is what we're suggesting at the population level. It has its own set of problems, but it works. Mammography, as I mentioned, where there is a family history or to confirm, which is known as a diagnostic mammography, not a screening mammography, for the general population. Some individual wants to go ahead and have it up to the age of 40, we don't say no, but I'm talking about the masses. Who are the various stakeholders, starting from the public healthcare system to patient advocacy group, oncologists, breast care patients, and NGOs. And I'm very happy that many of you guys are here today, and I would love you to be more proactive as far as this is concerned. What are the issues and challenges? Health-seeking practices. I am perfectly hale and hearty working in my farm about 10 miles away from Ludhiana. Why should I bother to go for a screening? There's nothing wrong with me. My mother-in-law won't like it. My father-in-law will say that, why are you wasting time? I'd rather look after my kids, right? That is the kind of practical issues we come across. Access to healthcare. I don't have a cancer hospital. I don't have a physician I can see for miles altogether. Availability of trained workforce. The person got transferred who got trained, and nobody else is coming in. And awareness of health, of course, that is the primary reason. That's why sometimes meetings like this, where we have a mixed crowd, are useful, because all of you can act as ambassador outside when you go back to your normal day-to-day life, and what is the importance. As far as the WHO is concerned, again, talking about awareness and access, clinical evaluation, and access to treatment. Recently, the Cancer Atlas of the world was released, and the topic of the day is access is progress. If you do not have access to your physician, you do not have access to a diagnostic facility. Unfortunately, if you don't have access to treatment, you know the problem is there, but you cannot get a treatment. Just because you can't afford it, just because the chemotherapist is not there, the radiation machine is not working, so on and so forth. These are the practical issues that you come across. So there are various ways, and this is available in the public domain in 2017. This was issued. Looking at cancer early diagnosis. I will not go through all the details at this present moment. So, in summary, when you talk about awareness and access, clinical evaluation and staging, as well as treatment, these are the various steps all of us have to go through. And there are problems everywhere, although things are improving. Delhi, where I stay, has about 40 cancer centers. They've got 8 or 10 PET machines. But if you go even 100 miles from there, you find there's just nothing around. So all these setups in Bangalore and Chennai and Mumbai, there are hundreds of them. But India doesn't live only in these metros, right? We live in places like Ludhiana, or we go on to Firozpur, or to Jalandhar. Things are definitely better in this part, but most of the cancer care facilities are focused in the south. It's a practical fact of life. Either private or government. So I will not take you through all the details, because they are not relevant at this moment. So the way the WHO is talking about, the way the government of India is talking about, is having a comprehensive non-communicable disease strategy. Combine it with hypertension, diabetes, and common cancers. What are the best buys? Best buys are effective interventions with cost effective for less than $100 US per disability care, like what is known as dailies. Managing cancer, best buy, as I mentioned. Vaccination against human papillomavirus for all girl children between 9 and 13. Used to be 3 doses, now it is 2 doses. The current recommendation that is coming in as of 2019 is 1 dose of HPV vaccine. Punjab has actually been very super efficient. That was the second state in the country to introduce HPV vaccine from the government in 2 districts. So I'll talk about that very briefly later. Screening for cervical cancer, for VIA, PAP, or HPV testing. This is on a different track, talking about where all this information is available. In my previous position, we had a website called cancerindia.org, and this is some of the pictures that you're seeing, looking at risk factors, a TED talk I've given, warning signs, what are the various myths, what is your risk of cancer, and what you can do. Available in Hindi and English at the present moment. We would love to see it translated in Gurmukhi as well at some point in time. So these are the rays of hope before I end this part of my talk. Talking about global smokeless tobacco, I was responsible for the WHO hub And there is a decrease in the various global tobacco adult surveys, GAS 1 and GAS 2. Actual number is huge, goes to many, many lakhs of smoking. Smokeless also it is less. We are on track with the WHO target for 2030. We are doing better and best in this whole region. But we all know that the number of people who are taking tobacco, whether it is smokeless or smoking, is still high in the country. I'm not talking about Punjab, I'm not talking about Ludhiana, I'm talking about as a country. And being the single most preventable cause, a lot of progress has been made, but we are nowhere where we should. And our friend Surendra, thank you so much for guiding this as far as the police force is concerned. As you know, Punjab has got this very strong legislation and it needs to be implemented. I can talk for hours on end, but if it is not implemented, it has no meaning. So we would love to have your inputs at some point of time and what is the police force in Punjab doing. I will not go into the other areas of alcohol and drugs, which again, unfortunately, is a problem in this part of the country, like in many other parts. But this is something we can do something so easily about. Getting the youngsters, and I see a few youngsters here at the back of the room at least, that is where we go. The India Against Cancer, to get the young people involved. We are a cricket-loving nation, right? Are we a cricket-loving nation?
Yes.
It is our national sport.
Yes.
And the motto is, catch them young. That's why having this meeting started by young Tara and so many youngsters sitting here, they are our hope for tomorrow. And if they are aware, they will spread the light in accordingly. So these kind of meetings are really very, very useful for that purpose, if nothing else. This is the first girl, you see the HPV vaccination in Bathinda, by the way, not very far from here. She was the first girl to receive the vaccination in Punjab. And we had success in Delhi. And now the best part is Sikkim. Sikkim is a small state in the northeast of India, which covered 97% of entire population by the government giving HPV vaccination. They have saved at least 25,500 individuals from getting cancer 10, 20, 30 years from now. So there are 3 states, Delhi, Punjab and Sikkim, which are doing a wonderful job, and I really wish the entire country would be catching up with it. I can talk about that at some other point of time. This is a very brief promo for my organization, which is the India Cancer Research Consortium. This is what we do. And we just started communication research, repurposing drugs, immunology, palliative care. These are all very, very important issues as far as India is concerned. So this is a consortium. We have all the various stakeholders. And this is the kind of common platform we are providing for trans-institutional studies. This is the organization structure. And this is something for some of you who are researchers, both in the alternative medicine and in the allopathic state, you might be interested. This is a call which is open for another 9 days. You just want a concept proposal. Sum of 1.5 crores per institution is available right now. For those of you who are interested or who can pass this information on, is available on our website as well. These are the various areas. And we're looking for trans-organizational research efforts as well, trans-institutional. So, talking about prevention and diagnostic therapeutics, and there were music therapy or you have the yoga therapy, and I've been to many, many centers in the country which are doing yoga therapy for breast cancer patients. I've attended many of the individual organizations where, let's say from my Ayurvedic field or Ayur field have been there, starting from Pune to Delhi to Bombay, everywhere I've been. But we really need some concrete evidence to show what are the claims are. And we were talking earlier with the organizers of this meeting how the effort is on in California and in India, in Hyderabad, to actually have a database. That is something I tried in my previous position to come up with a Center for Integrative Oncology with my friends from the Indian Institute of, All India Institute of Ayurveda. We're still getting there, but that is something that's very close to our heart. So we're using our ancient knowledge to see what is the present situation. So this is how you can apply. This is a website. For those of you who want, you can get the address later on. So I would look forward to getting funding calls, and I happen to be the CEO. I'm not the deciding factor here, but there is a various thematic chairmen that do it. And these are the various thematic areas. Now this is my last slide. Thank you so much for your very kind attention. And as you can see, in addition to thank you and gracias, I'm sure you've seen that slide earlier, talking about awareness, HPV, vaccines, prevention. That is really I mean, otherwise we are like a dog chasing its own tail. We never reach there if we want treatment for everybody. Unfortunately, it's still not there. But if you can prevent it, obviously there are so many. I don't think you need to be a genius to realize that that is where the money lies. At the present moment, we spend about 1 to 2% of all our resources in prevention and 98% in treatment, whether it is allopathic or whatever treatment. Ideal scenario would be to working together, increase the prevention to 10%, 90% is still back to treat, unfortunately. And as a group of people who are talking about various specialities, we at the Government of India with the ICMR, we are open to suggestions, but please give us something which has concrete evidence, or at least some preliminary work has been done. You are nearly there, but you want the government to help you, and various other stakeholders are coming together in this consortium, whether it is NGOs, whether it's international bodies, folks from the Cancer Research UK, from the National Institute of Health in the US. They all want to do this, but they all want something to be foolproof as much as possible. Thank you so much, very, very kind. Thank you.
Can we please have Reena speak?
Really honored to introduce our next speaker on stage. Simple but graceful, naive but austere, full of energy and spiritual grace, a sober and transparent personality with intense love and affection for children, most intimately congenial with people of all ages, deeply regardful of elders, such is the gracious image of revered Swami Samvit Swarupji Maharaj. He acquired excellence in scholastic attainments, reaching to his master's degree in mechanical engineering and became a lecturer in MBM Engineering College, Jodhpur. The path to self-realization and salvation was, however, beckoning him, and renouncing the lecturership, he sought and received Diksha of Paramahansa Sannyas from the most revered Swami Ishwarananda Giriji Maharaj and made his entry into Sannyas Ashram, straight from the Brahmacharya Ashram. He led an ascetic life for 24 years under the tutelage of Gurudev, studying Vedanta and performing sadhana, meditation and penance at Arbudachal Sant Sarovar. We welcome Swamiji on stage.
Connector change kar ek minute ji. ला दो जी ला दो ओके
सर्वलोकानां दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः। श्रद्धा गर्भगृहान्तस्थां श्रुतिमूर्ध्निलसत्पदां संवित्स्वरूपिणीं वन्दे स्वात्मरूपां परां शिवां। या देवी सर्वभूतेषु मातृरूपेण संस्थिता। नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः। नमो विराट स्वरूपिणे नमः सूत्रात्ममूर्तये नमो व्याकृतरूपिणे नमः श्री ब्रह्ममूर्तये नमः श्री ब्रह्ममूर्तये। ओम तत्सत् परब्रह्मणे नमः। आज के इस अत्यंत ही अनमोल अद्भुत महनीय महत्वपूर्ण पावन और प्रेरणास्पद अवसर पर माँ भारती के चरणों में कोटिशः वंदन करता हूँ। युगों युगों से प्रवाहित हमारी संस्कृति और उसकी पावन गोद में इस पवित्र नदी शतद्रु सतलज के तट पर यह योगियों की, मनीषियों की, महापुरुषों की, वीरों की धरती, यहाँ की लोक चेतना को, लोक संस्कृति को बारंबार वंदन करता हूँ। निर्वाण का यह वात्सल्यमय सभागार, निर्माण का यह वात्सल्यमय सभागार आज विशेष भाव से भरा हुआ है। मानो हमारे तन को, मन को सब प्रकार के कैंसर से मुक्त करने के लिए कटिबद्ध है। मैं थोड़ी सी फ्रीडम लेना चाहूंगा, क्षमा मांगते हुए। ICCC सी को मैं SEE कर देता हूं। ICCC, I see the gross, I see the subtle, I see the causal, but if I don't see myself, nor do I see him who is continuously gazing at us from beginningless times without any wink. If you neglect this, if we neglect this, the cancer will spread everywhere. The subject chosen for this seminar, for this conference is an integrative approach for cancer prevention and supportive care to improve patients' quality of life. And in this, I have been given the subject, spirituality and holistic approach for cancer. Now define what is cancer. My doctor told me abnormal growth of any cell of the body is a potential cancer until and unless proved otherwise. Now this is definition. Starting from a cell, a rebellion growth, taking the energy from its root, from its mother, and it is expanding without harmony, disturbing the harmony of the organ, the main body. And the causes are multiple causes, idiopathic causes, all types of causes, but if you ignore the law of the life, some causes are there before the birth. So the past life and this life. So the deeds which are sinful, which we did in our past life and which we did in this life and we are doing, we get the resultant of two forces. One is the force of the past life, what we call the prarabdha, and the other is the present, what we do is the kriyaman karma. Now these are the causes which are seen and which are unseen. N number of causes are there. We must list all the causes. And the holistic approach for cancer, prevention, detection, treatment, and qualifying the life, increasing the level of the life, quality of the life, all we may consider. But if we ignore the basis, the total holistic, complete vision of the life, which encompasses every dimension of the life, from micro and macro, gross, subtle and causal, sentient, insentient. Let us take up that. That is the main thing, and that is the spirituality. If we take the spirituality in its total meaning, now what is the spirit? How do we define the soul? If you consider that soul is nothing but a gross body, you may call that soul means our senses of perception and action. You may call the bioenergy, the prana units, that is the soul. You may call that our intellect, which is continuously fluctuating, that is the soul. Or you may call the reflected consciousness in our inner organ of perception, what we call the chidabhas, that is the soul. Your definition of spirituality will change. But according to the Advaita philosophy, which is propounded in our Vedas and the Upanishad in Bhagavad Gita, which has been experienced by the great saints, and if you take up that definition, that is the material cause and the efficient cause of this entire cosmos, that is pure consciousness. It is not bound by time, space, or causation. And that ultimate cause is not different from the Brahman. So the Atma and Brahman, they are one and nothing else. But from the time immemorial, beginning times, that Ajnana is there. So we are embodied in this body. Okay. And that's why we have to take up the correct philosophy of the life. When we take the wrong philosophy of life, and we have been hearing over here, lifestyle. But I question, what is life? What is the ground of the life? What is the ground of this entire cosmos? So Ramakrishna Paramahansa said, Panch Bhuter Bhander Brahma Pare Kander. Panch Bhutmo ke phande mein pad karke Brahma Krandan kar raha hai. Isliye we must try to understand what is the Advaita Darshana. We are in the grip of the wrong philosophy of the life. And that's why we are just wandering here and there. I will give you one example. You must have heard the name of the Charaka Maharshi, the father of medicine. And you must have heard the name of the Shushruta, the father of surgery. Charaka Maharshi एक तालाब के किनारे औषधियों से बात करते हुए बीमारियों का चिंतन करते हुए घूम रहे थे. वो ऋषि थे. हमेशा एक हार्मनी के अंदर, एक रेजोनेंस के अंदर रहते थे. वोल्यूशन, इमोशन, कॉग्निशन इंटीग्रेटेड था उनका. बॉडी, सेंसेस, माइंड, one unit, but always in resonance with the environment. So we were thinking about the diseases and about the medicinal plants. And then suddenly एक पक्षी बोला, जिसको आप अंग्रेजी में सैंड पाइपर कहते हैं, हिंदी में टिटहरी कहते हैं, टिटटिप कहते हैं संस्कृत में, कुर्री कहते हैं उसको. वह तालाब के किनारे अंडे देता है. अब मेरी बात को थोड़ा ध्यान से सुनिएगा, और से हमारे सारी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व होना शुरू हो जाएंगे. हम थिंग्स को थिंग्स की तरह लेते हैं, सेग्रीगेटेड घटनाओं को घटनाओं की तरह लेते हैं. एक वाइड कैनवास के ऊपर प्रोजेक्ट करके नहीं देखते हैं. सो वह जब पक्षी बोला, और पक्षी कैसे बोला, मानो तो महानाद अभी ताराजी के द्वारा, वीणा के द्वारा प्रस्तुत किया जा रहा था. जो बादलों में है, जो सागर में है, जो सरिता में है, जो झरनों में है, जो बालक की किलकारी में है, जो इलेक्ट्रॉन्स, प्रोटॉन्स, न्यूट्रॉन्स सब पार्टिकल्स में है, जो फर्मियंस में है, जो हिग्स बोसॉन में है, जो न्यूरॉन्स के अंदर है, वही नाद में विराट था. वह पक्षी के द्वारा बोला. और कैसे बोला? जानते हैं आप, तो यहाँ पर इसको संधि विच्छेद करें, कह अरुक, इसका अर्थ होता है कौन बीमार नहीं है, रुक मन बीमारी, कौन बीमार नहीं है, कह अरुक कौरो कौरो कौरो। और उसी समय जो एक हार्मनी में, एक रेजोनेंस में थे वो ऋषि, उन्होंने तुरंत उसका उत्तर दिया, ऋतभु, पक्षी बोल रहा था, उत्तर दे रहे हैं हितभु मितभु ऋतभु। जो हित भोजन करता है वह बीमार नहीं है। हर ऑर्गेनिज्म का एक क्रॉस सटल कॉजल, उसकी एक हार्मनी होती है। जो भोजन लिया जाता है वो उसको तुष्टि पुष्ट क्षुधा निवृत्ति करने वाला होना चाहिए, उसका हित होना चाहिए, हित करने वाला होना चाहिए। मितभु, ओवर ईटिंग नहीं होनी चाहिए, लिमिटेड होना चाहिए, कुछ पानी के लिए जगह, कुछ हवा के लिए जगह, ओवर ईटिंग नहीं। और हृत भोजन होना चाहिए। अब यहाँ पर भोजन का अर्थ केवल जो मुंह से लेते नहीं है, शब्द, स्पर्श, रूप, रस, गंध, सटल, मेंटल, इमोशनल, whatever is entering in this control volume means organism, that is the भोजन। आहार means आकृत इति आहार, वो हित होना चाहिए, मित होना चाहिए, वो हृत होना चाहिए। नौ हृत शब्द है संस्कृत का रिदम, सारा ब्रह्मांड रिदम में नाच रहा है। संस्कृत मदर लैंग्वेज ऑफ ऑल दी लैंग्वेजेस, उसमें मातृ शब्द मदर बन गया, पितृ शब्द फादर बन गया, भ्रातृ शब्द ब्रदर बन गया, वैसे ही रिदम शब्द रिदम बन गया। एंटायर कॉस्मोस इज डांसिंग इन ए रिदम, इलेक्ट्रॉन्स, प्रोटॉन्स, सब पार्टिकल्स, गैलेक्सीज, सारे प्राणी, बादल गरजते तो रिदम में, पानी बरसता तो रिदम में, शेर गरज करके झपटता है अपने शिकार हरिण पर तो रिदम में, हरिण डर करके भागता है तो रिदम में, फूल खिलते हैं तो रिदम में, फूल झरते हैं तो रिदम में, सब कुछ ब्रह्मांडिक रिदम में। मनुष्य आउट ऑफ रिदम है और यह उसकी महिमा है। वो रिदमिक है अपने एक्शंस में, इमोशंस में, अपने थॉट्स के अंदर, अपने लिविंग स्टाइल के अंदर, वो रिदमिक है। वो रिदम में कैसे आए, इसके लिए हमको ऋषियों ने जीवन का दर्शन दिया। और मानसिक दृष्टि के अंतर्गत ऋषि प्रकट होते हैं, मैथुनिक दृष्टि बाद में होती है। हमारे प्रमाण खो गए हैं, इसलिए श्रुति, युक्ति और अनुभूति तीनों प्रमाणों को लेकर हम आगे बढ़ते हैं किसी बात का चिंतन करने के लिए। नासा के वैज्ञानिकों ने कहा कि सूर्य की रश्मियों के अंदर कुछ ऐसे ध्वनियां हैं, ऑडिबल नहीं है, उन्होंने कंडेंस किया और उन्होंने पाया कि इसके अंदर ओंकार नाद गूंज रहा है। और उन्होंने बड़े आदर से कहा कि जिसको हिंदू सब कुछ मानते हैं वह ओंकार नाद सूर्य की किरणों में, ऐसे करोड़ों सूर्य हैं पर सारे सूर्यों के मूल में एक हिरण्य गर्भ है। हिरण्य गर्भ समग्र भूत से जानता पते का आसित। इसलिए इस प्रमाणों को लेकर कहते हैं मनुष्य रित में कैसा है, उसके उसको दृष्टि को ठीक करना पड़ेगा। उसकी दृष्टि ईश्वर के प्रति क्या है, जगत के प्रति क्या है, जगत की वेदिकता के प्रति क्या है, नारी के प्रति उसकी दृष्टि क्या है, घटनाओं के प्रति, मृत्यु के प्रति उसकी दृष्टि क्या है। कैंसर के बाद के अंदर सुसाइड करते हैं, क्यों करते हैं, गलत दर्शन। IIT की एडमिशन के लिए कोचिंग क्लासेस में जाते हैं, सुसाइड करते हैं, क्यों करते हैं, गलत दर्शन। इसलिए हमको इस दर्शन को ठीक करना होगा। इसमें conceptual clarity, unfortunately, is utterly lacking. Emotional purity, and that's not there. Raga Dvesha is there, and the dexterity with equanimity, volition, emotion, and cognition, individual level पर and cosmic eye के साथ ये एक आकार हो जाए, इसके लिए दर्शन चाहिए। अन्यथा ये cancerous growth of things and thingness, cancerous, now this cancer has gone, cancerous growth of things and thingness, cancerous growth of आसुरी संपत्ति, शरीर को काम, क्रोध, लोभ, मद, मोह, मात्सर्य, भगवत गीता के 16वें अध्याय में पास है दंभ, दर्प, अहंकार, a false and fictitious notion of separating and lesser is there. We accept it, we use it, and we transcend it to be one with cosmic life, and that is the ultimate goal of the life, the nirvana, in which we are in the loving lap of nirvana. We are sitting here and trying to think and connect our minds and connect our mind in turn with the cosmic mind, cosmic intent, cosmic eye. So we are so responsible. We are doing this conference. इसलिए अमृतस्य पुत्रः, हम अमृत के पुत्र हैं। हम इस रिदम के अंदर कैसे आए, इसके लिए वोल्यूशन, इमोशन, कॉग्निशन इन एवरी वॉक ऑफ लाइफ, वो चाहे साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी हो, चाहे कला हो, चाहे वो आपके साहित्य हो, चाहे वो खाना पीना, उठना बैठना, चलना फिरना, वंशवर्धन करना। कैन यू इमेजिन, भारतीय वैसे ही गर्भाधान करता है जैसे ईश्वर अपनी शक्ति में गर्भाधान करता है। भगवत गीता में कहा मम योनिर्महत् ब्रह्म तस्मिन् गर्भं ददाम्यहं संभव सर्वभूतानां ततो भवति भारत। इसलिए बंधु दृष्टि को ठीक करना. Observe the sheeness in every form of life, in a fish, in a bird, in a snake, in a rat, in a cow, in human beings. Observe when it is infant, when it grows, when it is meeting, when it is mating, when it is issuing forth, when it is suckling the child. Project it on the cosmic screen and go beyond the big bang. Will be face to face with the primordial triangle of creation. And that's why we say, Yatra Nagastu Pujyante Ramante Tatra Devataha, Yatra Sadu Pujyante Abhara Tatra Sarvakya. आज विज्ञान की सारी शाखाएं मिल करके यूनिफाइड फोर्स फील्ड क्या है उसके बारे में चिंतन कर रहे हैं. ग्रेविटेशनल फोर्स, इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक फोर्स, वीक न्यूक्लियर फोर्स, स्ट्रॉन्ग न्यूक्लियर फोर्स, बायो फोर्स, मेंटल फोर्स, साइकिल फोर्स. बट अल्टीमेट कहते हैं सबको जोड़ करके रखने वाला जो एक फोर्स है, इट मस्ट बी द फोर्स ऑफ द कर्मा अबाउट व्हिच द हिंदूज टॉक. एंड दिस इज द रिथ व्हिच हैज बिकम द रिदम इन English language. So we must now be rhythmic. We could come in the rhythm. Then this cancer ये बहुत छोटा सा है, मामूली समस्या है. दर्शन ठीक हो, भावना ठीक हो, क्रिया ठीक हो, और ये विकास के नाम पर भी आप ब्रेकिंग द कॉस्मिक ऑर्डर, कॉस्मिक लाइफ, दिस इज कॉस्मिक लॉ, इट्स वेरी रॉन्ग. इसको ठीक करना पड़ेगा. इसलिए अकॉर्डिंग टू कॉस्मिक लॉ, कॉस्मिक इंटेंट, कॉस्मिक पैटर्न, रिदम हमको आविष्कार करनी चाहिए. अन्यथा विल बी पनिश, क्योंकि इस सारी ब्रह्म की शक्ति है वो हमको दंड देगी. यह एक पवित्र कार्य कर रहे हैं. मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि इस अवसर पर चरक आएंगे, सुश्रुत आएंगे, धन्वंतरी आएंगे, और सारी पैथीज के जो आज के विद्वान आएंगे जिन्होंने नई नई पैथी को शुरू किया. मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि ये जो आपकी कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रही है, ये जो आपकी सेमिनार सिंपोजियम हो रहा है, इसमें कुछ नया किया जाएगा सारे विश्व को. इसके लिए मैं प्रभु से प्रार्थना करता हूँ. ओम तत्सत परब्रह्म.
कर दिए से आउट का कनेक्टर ऑफ कर दिए इधरों. खाली नहीं, खाली ठीक है.
Can we please invite Sunita from Gurukul to please participate from
जब वो नीचे जाओगे कनेक्टर चेंज कर दिए. कनेक्ट चेंज कर दिए, नीचे जाओगे.
For our next speaker, who has over 30 years of experience in traditional health science as well as public health and healthcare field, her initiatives in the field of Ayurveda in US have brought to your attention at White House, the Department of Health and Human Services, as well as Consulate General of India, NYC. With this, I would like to invite Dr. Pratibha Shah, CEO and consultant at My Ayurveda LLC. Dr. Pratibha, can you please join us on the stage, please? Guys, can you have a huge round of applause for Dr. Pratibha Shah?
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. How's everyone doing?
Thank you.
I'm very honored to come right after Swamiji. Swamiji has given such an amazing and profound talk. And I'm really grateful to have people like Dr. Tara and Dr. Mehrotra who gave a wonderful talk in the morning session. Some of what I'm going to talk today also has a little bit overlap with what has been said, but I'm going to of course expand on what my topic is for today morning. I'm going to talk about preventive and supportive cancer care with Ayurveda. I think the word prevention has been mentioned in the morning, but I really would like to highlight what is primary prevention. And I would have loved Dr. Mehrotra to be here. I don't see him, but I hope someone can bring Dr. Mehrotra as well, so that I can talk to him from here as well about what is primary prevention. Before I go into the body of my presentation, I'm going to start with something that I'm calling thought stimulation. Because I know this is a scientific conference and we are going to be talking about, as we have talked about, data, numbers, and what we call evidence. But it is also important to occasionally stimulate thought. Do you all agree? Do you all agree that we need thought stimulation, right? Can we have a little more energetic response? I really want to make sure everyone is awake, not in a morning food coma or sleep, deprived state. So, hello everyone. Can you say hello back? Yes. Yay. All right. Thank you. Okay. So, I'm going to start with a little bit of thought stimulation. And then I'm going to talk about the why, what, and how of cancer. And my specific focus would be on chemotherapy, the pre, during, and post support through Ayurveda. And before that, I'm going to, of course, talk about cancer through the lens of Ayurveda. So let's begin with the thought stimulation. Healing is an art. How many of you agree? Healing is a science. How many of you agree? How about healing is a science and an art? All agree? Yep. Okay, very good. So let's hold that thought for a minute. Now, this slide alone can be the topic of discussion for days. It's very profound. It's very profound. Healing takes time, healing takes practice, healing takes love. So, Swamiji mentioned Higgs boson, God's own particle. Love is God's own herb, medicine. And we don't talk about it enough. Sometime back, Sarath and I were talking about it. And in a minute, we will see why this is also very important. So, Swamiji has taken us to the one extreme of perception, self-introspection, analysis, and science is on the other extreme, where we are talking particularly about numbers and data. In some ways, science has made us more restricted. Right, Swamiji? Science has made us a little more restricted. Nothing against science, but science should be one of the tools that we have in our kit. It should not be the only tool. What we understand as science. Ayurveda is also a science, but it is a science that's defined differently. Right? Anybody from Ayurveda, you all agree? Science as we understand in Ayurveda is a little different from what we understand with the modern definition of science. So for this talk, I'm going to request you to keep your mind open to possibilities, okay? As I was just saying, that this is a slide we can talk about for days, because this takes us out of linear thinking. Where we are boxed right now, and unfortunately, Ayurveda is also going in this direction, that we are following the diagnosis and prescription model. You all agree? How many of you are restricted to that model? So I have a background in Ayurveda, MD in Ayurveda, and then 13 years I was in Ayush, and then I moved to US, and I got my master's in public health from U School of Public Health. So I'm going to be sort of integrating the population-based approach and the individualistic approach that for which Ayurveda is known. So you will see me fitting both sides. But again, I want you to absorb this slide, maybe even remember it, introspect on it, dive into it, and see if you can expand your horizon little more than becoming the modern medicine-based model. Again, no, nothing against it, but we should not, we have so much more. Why do we restrict ourselves to just diagnosis and prescription? That is not the model that we have learned. That's not the model that our seers have propagated. And at some point, even modern medicine was talked about in terms of embracing uncertainty and probability. How many of you have heard of William Osler? Dr. William Osler. What is he known for?
I will not answer.
He is one of the founders of Johns Hopkins Institute of Medicine in the United States and much more. So very well-known physician. And what does he say? Medicine is a science of uncertainty and an art of probability. So there are people in the other side as well who are talking about embracing uncertainty. Uncertainty, intuition, probability is not a bad thing. So we need to come out of it. We have embraced the restricted model. I want to give this message to the world of Ayurveda that we should not be following blindly, restrictively, what is a linear path and not utilizing the potential of all the broad thinking that our science enables us. And you can see some of the examples here. Statins. What is the Daily Mirror saying? It works for only 50% of people. Where is the evidence now? If it's working, so I can be a weatherman and I can say it might rain today or it might not rain today. What am I saying? I'm saying nothing. Correct? We all know that. So look at this data and then look at this. This is from the British Liver Trust. I don't know if you can read this. These slides are blurred for some reason. Even a little more than 1 or 2 Tylenols can cause liver damage. So initially, and we are all aware of this pattern, initially chemical drugs come out with FDA approval, and then after a few years, you're discovering how much side effects they have, and sometimes fatal and non-reversible. So this is uncertainty, right? And then we have the Heart Association. We are talking about how, a couple of decades back, saturated fat used to be a villain. We all know that, right? Everybody, even in India, stopped having whole milk and ghee. Is that true or not? Many people did. I know, at least in the US, everybody, even Indians, 1% came, you open their refrigerator, it's all fat-free, 1% skim, etc. Totally modified. And now this is the latest message from the American Heart Association, and they are saying that they are strongly recommending replacing I think I had the wrong slide here. I'm so sorry. You can ignore that, but I had data from or a message, public health messaging from the latest message from American Heart Institute, where they are, you all know that, anybody from America knows that saturated fat, coconut oil, for example, not ghee, they have not yet reached ghee, but at least they are embracing coconut oil, and they're giving a lot of public health messaging about its benefits. And this is a slide that is from the Lancet. Caroline Bellery, she's analyzing William Oscar's quote about uncertainty and probability, and she's saying uncertainty is liberating rather than constraining. Uncertainty should be embraced because of the opportunity it provides for alternative possibilities, so non-linear. Uncertainty is inherent in healthcare. We all should realize that. What is happening in the mice or the fruit flies, you will not always find in human beings. So it cannot be blindly extrapolated, whatever you're finding in animal studies. Human beings are complex by nature. So we have to keep that complexity in mind. And we have to go the non-linear way to really get the full potential from, for example, the Ayurvedic approach or the other whole systems approach. So both are important, objective as well as subjective. Both are important. We have talked about some data. Unless those studies were done, Dr. Mehrotra pointed out, unless those studies were done, we would never know those numbers. Numbers are important, but they are not the only tool in the kit. That is also very important to remember. So we have to think outside of the numbers as well and embrace the complexity of the human being. Doctors need sound training in science as well as art of medicine to be competent at reducing uncertainty and comfortable in addressing it. Most of the times when you are talking to Western doctors, Western medicine experts, they are very uncomfortable about uncertainty. in agreement that the minute you talk about uncertainty, they become very uncomfortable. They need hard and fast evidence. But that's not how human beings behave. And unless we recognize that, we are limiting ourselves in our understanding of human health, human disease. Now, this is an important slide, and I think most Ayurvedic people in the audience know this shloka. Samadosha samadnishya samadhatu malapriyaha. What is the second line?
Prasanna Chitta.
Prasanna
Atmendriya Mana.
Swastham
Abhidhyate.
Ityabhidhyate. Okay. This is the second line, right? So this is the definition of perfect health. Now, none of us are here. But the important thing is that health is not a destination. You all agree? Health is a journey. When you're on a highway, you go off of your lane, but then if you realize and you come back, you're smart. If you don't realize that you have left your lane, what will happen?
End up in the wrong place.
Accident, right? 100% accident will happen. So, we always need to be around this definition of health. And WHO also in 1940 finally embraced emotional and social and mental well-being as part of health, not just mere absence of disease. So this is an important part. Now, the sad part is, the point is not good. Sad part is, even in Ayurveda, we are all restricted to the top line. I'm sorry to say. Please raise your hand if you're talking about the second line to your client. I see only 2 hands. So you see where, okay, 3 hands. You see where I'm going, it's 4 hands. But still, a very small percentage, right? We have forgotten the second line. We become blind followers of line number 1 because we are following the Western model. So these are some important thought stimulation that I wanted to achieve today. Now I'll be entering my main topic, what is cancer. I think we all know, it's a very easy definition to understand. It's abnormal cell growth originating at an organ or a tissue with possible metastasis and ultimately resulting in organ failure or death. Possible, right? And there are more than 200 types of cancer. Most cancers are named for the organ or type of cell where they start. Colon cancer, melanoma in melanocytes. And common carcinogens, tobacco smoke, carcinogens in food, radiation, unhealthy food and lifestyle choices. Most common cancers, cervical breast, anal, kidney, bladder. This is for the world picture, not just India. And this is a world map, and you can see cancer is mostly shown more in North America, more high number of incidents. But again, pictures, data sometimes can be misleading. We have to remember in countries like India, there is underreporting, underdiagnosing. So the numbers that you see depicted on the map, the picture, is not 100%. You have to keep room for that. And I think Dr. Mehrotra talked about people in 65 years plus age having more incidence of cancer. And I want to remind all of you, in Ayurveda, Jara is called Vyadhi. Jara is called Vyadhi, right? Jara itself is a Vyadhi. So, geriatric problems, you have to think that a lot of incidence of cancer happens in 65 to 50 plus over the age of 50. And in India, we can definitely have to consider underreporting. And in India, I think Kerala is one of the states with the highest incidence of cancer. Again, there probably reporting is better. Diagnosis is better because it's a very educated state. So why do we need to discuss cancer? The burden of cancer is growing and it's one of the most significant public health challenges in the 21st century. India alone has around 2.25 million cases with over 1 lakh new cases being registered every day. In 2018, the disease led to nearly 7 lakh deaths. Around 40% of cancers could be prevented. 40% of cancer could be prevented. And Ayurveda is the mother of prevention. And I want to talk a little bit about prevention, that there is something called primary prevention, there's something called secondary prevention. I think what Dr. Mehrotra talked about is secondary prevention, because primary prevention would be where cancer doesn't happen. That's my personal perception about it. I could be wrong. But primary prevention is something we don't talk about anymore. Do you all agree? We only talk about screening. Screening is when the disease has already happened. How can it be prevention? You're catching it early. Fair enough. But it is secondary prevention. So we have to remember that, and we have to focus on primary prevention, which is something, again, Ayurveda provides a lot of knowledge and tools for primary prevention. Dinacharya, Ritucharya, age transitions, how to live healthy as you age, Jara, Chikitsa. So there are so many tools in Ayurveda for primary prevention. Now, what causes cancer? So I have just pooled them in some broad categories: nature, genes, of course, environment, and nurture. So nurture is diet, lifestyle, how do we grow up, and in diet you can see industrialization, genetic modification, processing, refining. These are some of the ills of 21st century. Lifestyle, we are becoming more disconnected and more materialistic. What that means is we are becoming unsmart, we are more outwardly thinking and less inwardly thinking. So outwardly means we are more image driven, and we kind of are entrapped in societal norms. You know, our weekends need to be full, we need to be partying, sleep is gone. When you are eating out, partying very frequently, you don't know what you're putting in your body. You have no control on it. You're going towards more rajasic activities, what we call alcohol, other things that are not conducive for the body. So what happens is that a majority of your experiences become unhealthy. And that is the reality of the 21st century. We are all more outwardly driven rather than inwardly driven, and therefore we are not listening to the signals of the body. When the body is signaling, we are not listening, and we end up missing the chance of primary prevention there, right? Even screening or secondary prevention. And big thing is stress, especially in the US. In India, we don't recognize it yet, but there is a lot of stress even in India, even in the youngsters, and this should be recognized. That's why I put it in red. Unfortunately, I can't talk a lot about it today because of time constraint. Now, what is chemotherapy? Any chemical intervention is called chemotherapy. It could be an antibiotic, but traditionally it is a word that is used for cancer therapy, and the short form chemo is typically used. So there are more than 100 types of chemotherapies. Why chemo has side effects? Chemo has side effects because so cancer cells are rapidly dividing cells in the body. But there are also normal cells in the body that are dividing rapidly. So red blood cells, hair follicles, lining of the digestive tract, reproductive tract, etc. So when you give chemo, it does not distinguish between normal and abnormal. So the normal cells also get affected, and therefore, yes? What? Okay, anemia, fatigue, hair loss. So these are some of the things that you can expect with normal cells that divide rapidly to be damaged. Okay? Most side effects go away rapidly, but some can linger lifelong depending on organ damage, and also sometimes secondary cancer can be caused due to chemo. How can Ayurveda help? It can improve the efficacy of standard of care treatment, help target specific tissues, slow down progression of cancer, improve prognosis, reduce chemo dose, minimize side effects, reduce duration of side effects, improve and enhance quality of life, prolong remission, prevent recurrence, and prevent occurrence. All of these. This is just an academic slide. These are some of the possible causes of cancer as per Ayurveda. And you see in most of the diseases actually, bhaya, shoka, chinta, all the mental causes are major. And lots of diseases, if not treated, can lead to cancer. So this is very important. It's actually, only Ayurveda has focused on this part. And we treated suboptimal ojas stages prana, weak or suboptimal sattva sara sambhana. So these are just teasers. So Ayurveda concepts can be applied to understanding cancer better. Now, how do you do pre-chemo support? Pre-chemo support systemic prep. You can see, I don't have time to go through this, but systemic prep and then local prep. If somebody has oral cancer, you can start them pre-chemo or pre-radiation on Kavala Gandusha. Does it make sense?
Yes.
It will make the area more sturdy, robust to tolerate the chemo and radiation better, right? And similarly, other things can be used. So depending on where the problem is, if it's on the skin, like a melanoma, there is a pre-chemo support that you can do. And Rochana, Deepara, Pachana, herbs can be given. You can see some examples. Mental prep, very important. Only Ayurveda, sort of provides that. Of course, there are some counseling done even in modern medicine institutes, but it's not recognized as much as it should be. Caregiver prep, very important, especially in the US. No one is available. You have to prep the caregiver. Logistics and location prep. And these are some of the rasayana herbs that can be given. And systemic tonics. For example, if somebody is being treated for brain cancer, pre-chemo Brahmi administration is like in the Grit form, very, very useful, very protective. You can imagine how it can go very well with chemo. And during chemo, you can support verbally and herbally. Please remember this. During chemo, support verbally and herbally. Again, this is just a teaser. And this is during chemo again, radio sensitizers. This is very important, very specific. I'll just take one more minute. And you can see that Trifila, which is so common, along with gamma radiation led to radio sensitization and also protection. You can see the second bullet. It protects normal cells. And then Brahma Rasayan, Ashwagandha Rasayan protected mice from cyclophosphamide induced leukopenia. So there are lots of studies. If you go on PubMed, you can find, even other search engines you can find. Indupalpam Vritam, Maharshi Amritalash, which is a proprietary medicine, and Rasayana Avreka, they were very useful in protective effect. So post-chemo outline, all of the above, and recuperation and recovery, rejuvenation, revitalization, Nidana Parivarjana. We all don't care about them. We are also going after cure in the Ayurveda world. The causative factors. Not enough is being focused on what causes cancer. Everybody is running behind the cure. That's an important point I want to make. That's it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello. Can we have Rajiv on the stage, please?
All right. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. It was a wonderful first break session. So we are going out for a break. Now, I want to promise something to you guys. I have something very, very special for everyone present here. How many of you believe in luck? Okay, 1, 2. Okay, slowly I can see the hand up. I know hard work pays, but how many of you really trust in luck? Okay, great. So I think you guys can get lucky if you guys come back from a break in 10 minutes. I'll tell you what it is. Thank you so much.
15-minute break as Bedford is super excited about the surprises. See you in 15 minutes.
हाँ जी कनेक्टर ऑफ किया जो बिला घर का जो कॉफ़ी टी का है ना थोड़ा ऊपर से थोड़ा जूम करके ब्यूटीफुल कलर लेना है इसको क्राउड दिखना चाहिए हाँ जी कर दो जी कनेक्टर इधरला बैटरी की बैटरी डाउन होना चाहिए कनेक्टर चलेगा कि बैटरी भेज दो जी पहले हाँ जी हाँ जी
प्रिवेंट कैसे कर सकते हैं, क्या खाना है, क्या पीना है, एंड एक्सरसाइज, अवॉइडिंग abusing of alcohol. So the first theme of this conference is talking about what are the causes of cancer. Cancer, किस वजह से cancer आता है? That's the first theme. Second theme is some people they cannot avoid cancer. अगर we are suffering with cancer, हम क्या कर सकते हैं? Right? There are a lot of therapies are already there, radiation therapy, chemotherapy, both hospitals are there. Is that enough? Can that save a person? और क्या करना है? In addition to chemo and radiotherapy, क्या क्या कर सकते हैं? For instance, क्या खाना है? कीमोथेरेपी जब कीमोथेरेपी लेते हो क्या खाना है? Right? Similarly, counseling. When a person is suffering from cancer, lot of time they have anxiety. वो सो नहीं पाते हैं क्योंकि it is between a situation of life and death. Constantly वो सोचते हैं क्या होगा मुझे, right? So that will also create lot of anxiety. They cannot sleep. So जब लोग सो नहीं पाते हैं तो other alternative therapies क्या क्या है? Similarly, for example, aromatherapy, a gentle massage can be given to them so that they can get a good sleep. Similarly, there are a lot of side effects. Cancer therapy, there are a lot of side effects of cancer therapy. appetite नहीं रहता है, खा नहीं पा सकते हैं. Similarly, diarrhea होता है. They can't go to bathroom, constipation. Similarly, पूरे tongue से लेके the whole digestive system they have sores. पूरा coating होना चाहिए उसको mucositis right? There are a lot of herbal therapy, herbal remedies, Ayurvedic remedies for improving the side effects, right? So this whole this conference is about understanding integrative therapies. In addition to radiotherapy और surgery, इसके अलावा बहुत सारी थेरेपी है to improve the quality of life, improve patients' success rate. आज Dr. Pratibha, she was talking about a lot of Ayurvedic herbs. For example, one of the causes of cancer is inflammation. Guduchi giloy. Giloy is a very very good herb for reducing inflammation. Daily देखते हैं यहाँ पे भी बहुत ज़्यादा है यहाँ पे giloy grow करते हैं, पर कोई they don't use it during cancer therapy. So giloy can reduce inflammation. And अगर inflammation कम हो गया, cancer cooling are very high. Like that, हमारा मकसद ये है कि in addition to chemo, radiotherapy, surgery, क्या क्या available therapies है which are effective वो patient के overall health improve कर सकते हैं. Patient का anxiety levels can decrease. Overall, it can improve quality of life. They also talked about stress. आज के दिन everybody has stress, but कोई नहीं बताते stress को कैसे कम करें.
करेक्टर चेंज कर दियो जी. करेक्टर चेंज कर दियो जी. हौली हौली आ जाओ. एक मिनट एंगल ले लो फिर कनेक्टर ऑन कर दियो हाँ जी कनेक्टर ऑन कर दियो
Advise him to get CBC done every year. So
once a month or once a month surgery is
congrats. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Naveen.
लाइव चल रही है दस सकते हैं किस वास्ते हो गया
I would like to tell you about the organization.
कनेक्टर ऑन करो हम थोड़ा स्पीक
Do I need to speak a little louder?
Yes.
Okay. So it's about the organization Roko Cancer. Our organization is into awareness and screening, and I would like to show you some glimpses of the organization. We have these buses, okay, and we conduct camps pan-India. It's a pan-India organization. We have covered almost 22 states, and we started with awareness and screening. Now we have made it a complete management program. We go to every remote area, जितना भी interiors में जितना underprivileged लोग होते हैं, we go there and serve them, and that these services are given for free, absolutely free. Thank you. But आप ये brochure अपने पास रखिएगा, it's for you. Okay, after all this.
दस सकते हो किस वास्ते है लाइव चल रहा है
Cancer team is a medicine.
थोड़ा लाउडली
Cancer team is a medicine which has been approved by Ministry of Ayush, and we are providing this medicine to the mass public in order to treat cancer, give a palliative treatment for cancer, and especially for the later stages, because in early stages we are recommending patients to go for surgery, but in later stages we are recommending that they can take cancer team, and even along with surgery, after surgery, they can take cancer team along with chemotherapy and radiotherapy. So we are here to discuss about cancer team and about it.
But it's a priority कि everyone लाइफ में वो जो किस्मत है
There are products that is meant for chemotherapy, problems. You have the mouth ulcer, ulceration. With that you can reduce the ulceration and remove also that treatment can go on without any difficulty. That prevents you from eating, drinking during chemotherapy. So that is the product we have. But see Dr. Kanta, Cancer Institute, Chennai, she has recommended and she has made some remarks on that.
They can take it.
They actually do photos.
सर लाइव चल रहा है अगर कुछ बताना हो तो बता सकते हो
It's on Facebook Live, so if you want to talk.
YouTube.
That's okay. Right now, About the product.
About the
Yes.
product or about your company?
We are from Pondicherry. We are making Ayurvedic products which are 100% natural, chemical free, only using Ayurvedic herbs and vegetable oils, etc. We have developed a product for chemotherapy and radiation-induced oral mucositis. That this helps to prevent oral mucositis and also to really give relief from that problem when people are using it. So usually there are a lot of problems when applying the chemotherapy. You get a lot of ulcers and as well as eruptions in the mouth. But with this you can prevent that problem and also go through the chemotherapy treatment without any problem, without problem of eating and drinking, etc.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
हाँ जी, कनेक्टर चेंज करो जी। कनेक्टर चेंज कर दो, मेरे वाला ऑफ कर दो कनेक्टर। मेरे वाला कनेक्टर ऑफ कर दो जी। ਜਿਹਨੇ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਸਟਾਲ ਲਾਇਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਇੰਟਰਵਿਊ ਲੈ ਲਈ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਕਿਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਲਾਇਆ ਹੋਇਆ, ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਆਏ ਆ ਤੁਸੀਂ? ਆਪਾਂ ਵੀ ਅੰਗਰੇਜ਼ੀ ਝਾੜ ਲਈ ਥੋੜੀ ਬਹੁਤੀ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਲਾ ਕੇ
with brown sugar. Yes, thank
सबसे जरूरी चीज़ है
नाम की वहाँ पर होगा या कोई भी नाम कोई भी
हाँ मैंने कहा वो वैसे कोई भी किसी की लड़का नाम जैसे वो 5-7 नामों में से थोड़ा थोड़ा भी ठीक है। अच्छा वो नाम दे
नाम बहुत
तो आना जाना नहीं पड़ेगा। गुड मॉर्निंग जी, क्या हाल है सर? बहुत बढ़िया। हाँ हाँ सर, मैं समझ जाना 8 बजे निकलेंगे चंडीगढ़ से, और अब आप देखो वहाँ से 4 बजे
And why is that? It's because only out of your data has an important understanding of the causes of suffering, the causes of disease, and how to live life in a manner that will help individuals to prevent. I'm here as part of this conference being sponsored by Higher Way. Thank you.
My Sharif there, who is
Last
want to talk about all the
तकरीबन 60% कैंसर जो है वो प्रिवेंट कर सकते हैं, उनको आप बच सकते हैं। 40% मेल्स में जो कैंसर से डेथ होती है वो टबैको की वजह से होती है, चाहे वो पीने वाला सिगरेट या बीड़ी हो या चबाने वाला टबैको, पान गुटखा और क्या बोलते हैं पान मसाला, इसकी वजह से होती है। 20% होती है इन्फेक्शन की वजह से। सर्वाइकल कैंसर होता है, एक वायरस होता है ह्यूमन पैपिलोमा वायरस HPV। हमें मालूम है वो एक कैंसर हमें मालूम है क्यों होता है, हमें ये भी मालूम है कि उसका इलाज कैसे होता है, हमें ये भी मालूम है कि उसके अगेंस्ट वैक्सीन, जैसे पोलियो वैक्सीन होती है तो कैंसर वैक्सीन होती है, लोगों को इस बारे में इल्म नहीं है। हर बच्चे को, हर लड़की को लगाना चाहिए 9 से लेकर 13 साल की एक डोज। उसके बाद में उसका डायग्नोसिस जल्दी होगी तो उसका इलाज भी अच्छा होता है, और लोगों को पता नहीं है। फिर जैसे और चीज़ें खाने की, टबैको तो हो ही गया, साथ में अपना अल्कोहल है, सुपारी है, इसकी वजह से कैंसर होता है, लोगों को नहीं मालूम है। 14 से ज़्यादा कैंसर होते हैं अल्कोहल से। मोटापा, आपके पंजाब में देखिए खूब मोटे मोटे लोग, मोटापे की वजह से कम 15 कैंसर होते हैं। अगर हम लोग अपना वजन कायदे से रखेंगे, वर्जिश करेंगे, खाना कायदे से खाएंगे तो ऑटोमेटिक कैंसर होगा। तो बजाय इसके पीछे पड़ने वो कैंसर रजिस्ट्री आ गई है, बट प्रॉब्लम ये है अभी भी मात्रा बढ़ती जा रही है। एक सबसे बड़ा वजह जो है बढ़ने का उम्र है, जब लोगों की उम्र बढ़ेगी तो कैंसर बढ़ेगा, वो हम लोग बचा नहीं सकते। फिर ऐसी चीज़ें जैसे अपना टबैको हुआ, अरेका नट हुआ, अल्कोहल, इससे बच सकते हैं। लड़कियों को वैक्सीन दे सकते हैं, आगे जाके अगले 20, 30, 40 साल में उनको कैंसर होगा। इतनी चीज़ें अगर हम लोग ध्यान रखेंगे तो मेरी समझ से कोई वजह नहीं है कि आगे वाली पीढ़ी में कैंसर कम से कम होगा, और अगर होगा तो जल्दी पकड़ा जाएगा।
स्वामी जी आ रहे हैं, स्वामी जी से भी एक रिव्यू ले लीजिए। हाँ, स्वामी जी आ रहे हैं।
क्या बोलना है आयुर्वेद के बारे में, आप कैंसर के बारे में एक जस्ट जानकारी नहीं, आप तो इस प्रोग्राम के बारे में जो हम कर रहे हैं उसके बारे में समझिए आपको।
इतना ज़रूरी है आज के दिन में हमारे लोगों के लिए, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से बीमारियां बढ़ती जा रही हैं, खासकर कैंसर से पीड़ित कितना लगता है, क्योंकि आयुर्वेद हमारे ऋषि मुनियों
आयुर्वेद में जो कुछ इस लक्ष्य को लेकर आयुर्वेद अगर आयुर्वेद को नहीं करेंगे, मनुष्य जो है उनको प्रार्थना करके बहुत गहराई में जाकर के वापस क्योंकि ये विश्व है आयुर्वेद विश्व के और अपने कमियाँ आ गई हैं, दुख आ गई है, उसको साइंस क्योंकि आयुर्वेद चिकित्सा में जो कुछ उसके अंदर ज्ञान की अन्य शाखाएं वो भी शामिल हैं, मंत्र की चिकित्सा वो भी शामिल है, बाकी अन्य बहुत सारे आयुर्वेद मात्र स्थान पर ये सारी चीज़ को लेकर के
क्या लगता है कि जैसे रामायण में कहा दिखाया गया और कहा गया था, हमारे शास्त्रों में भी लिखा गया कि संजीवनी गाय को हनुमान और उन्होंने मूर्छित लक्ष्मण जी को जीवित कर दिया था। क्या आज के दौर में भी ऐसी जड़ी बूटियाँ या आयुर्वेद में ऐसा इलाज है कि हम लोग अपने जो कैंसर से पीड़ित लोग हैं उनको बचा सकते हैं, 100% बचा सकते हैं?
तो उसका उपासक संयम सतर्क विरोध रहित निष्क्रिय होने का इसलिए हम चीजें नहीं रहे दावा नहीं कर सकते कि आयुर्वेद के बगैर इलाज करने वाले लोग मौजूद हैं। ऐसे लोगों को आयुर्वेद प्रकट कर सकता है जो शत
जरूरी है।
मेरा नाम आज स्पेशली भारत के अलावा पूरे अगर दुनिया की बात की जाए कैंसर बहुत बड़ी समस्या है। क्या लगता है आपको कि इलाज ज़्यादा जरूरी है, सबसे पहले इसके लिए अवेयर रहना या जागरूक होना बहुत जरूरी है?
दोनों चीज़ें बराबरी से ज़रूरी है। जब हम ज़्यादातर इलाज के लिए लोग ज़्यादा फंडिंग देते हैं, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ हमें जागरूकता भी लानी है कि कैंसर क्या होता है, किन चीज़ों से होता है, उसका पता कैसे चलता है। जब तक दोनों चीज़ों पे साथ साथ काम नहीं करेंगे, कैंसर के मरीज बनते रहेंगे और लोगों के परिवार परेशान होते रहेंगे, कुछ लोग गुजर भी जाते हैं, तो इकोनॉमिकल बर्डन भी आता है। तो दोनों चीज़ों पे साथ साथ काम होना बहुत ज़रूरी है। और इस समय बजट जो है जागरूकता और प्रिवेंशन के लिए काफ़ी कम है, तो ये एक अच्छी चीज़ नहीं है, क्योंकि इसकी वजह से कैंसर के मरीज बढ़ते चले जा रहे हैं और एक्चुअल में खर्चा और भी ज़्यादा हो जाता है, बिकॉज ट्रीटमेंट है या प्रोडक्टिविटी कम हो जाती है, ऑफिस नहीं जा पाते हैं, घर का लालन पालन नहीं हो पाता है, तो इसके इम्प्लीकेशंस एक्चुअली बहुत ज़्यादा है। तो जो बजट एलोकेशन है इसमें चेंज आना चाहिए। तो दोनों चीज़ें मेरे ख्याल से बराबरी से होनी चाहिए, बट जागरूकता पे और ज़्यादा काम होना चाहिए, बहुत कम काम होना चाहिए।
आयुर्वेदा का मैम कितना बड़ा रोल है, क्योंकि आपने भी बोला कीमोथेरेपी के दौरान भी कुछ ऐसी जड़ी बूटियाँ जो हैं वो हम ले सकते हैं जिससे 100% इलाज तो नहीं होता, पर हम उसको रोक जरूर सकते हैं या कम जरूर कर सकते हैं।
बिल्कुल, ये आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा और बहुत दुख की बात है कि विदेश आयुर्वेद का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं और जो कंट्री है आयुर्वेद के ओरिजिन की, वो आयुर्वेद का इस्तेमाल नहीं कर रही है। बहुत ही दुख की बात है, क्योंकि इससे कैंसर की उत्पत्ति को भी रोका जा सकता है। कैंसर होने के बाद उसके जो रिजल्ट मिलते हैं कीमोथेरेपी रेडिएशन से, उसमें बेटर रिजल्ट मिल सकते हैं, साइड इफ़ेक्ट्स कम हो सकते हैं, क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ मच बेटर हो सकती है। ये सारी चीज़ें आयुर्वेद को अगर हम इंटीग्रेट करें मॉडर्न मेडिसिन अप्रोच से, तो जो रोगी है उसका बहुत लाभ है। तो रोगी के भले के लिए इस चीज़ पे ध्यान देना बेहद ज़रूरी है। कुछ ध्यान दिया जा रहा है, शुरुआत हो चुकी है, लेकिन इसको बढ़ाना बहुत ज़रूरी है।
थैंक यू सर।
हाँ जी, ऑफ करो जी कनेक्टर। करता हूँ ऑफ कनेक्टर।
So one guy is for getting people inside.
So we are moving on to the next session, and to set the agenda, to also let you know what this conference means to us and why are we doing this on year, and what makes us get up in the morning and talk about this and make sure that we put up a great show with great audience, with great speaker, great content. This is something that we'll be discussing more in the next session as well. Here's a small speech that I have prepared for, to let you guys understand our intentions and We appreciate the moments of immense hope learned from lessons during the testing times. However, things are different when health enters the picture. Can we have the phone and everything off, please? One of the concerns is cancer, and I think we all are here to discuss this today. It is usually believed that it is one of the biggest challenges to be fought by a patient in his or her life. Let us not fool ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, into believing that the disease only affects the patient. When a member of a family gets diagnosed, it hits the entire family, a home, and everyone fights it together. Do you all believe in this? Yes. I'm imploring you to reason with me that while it be unimaginably difficult to take rigorous amount of chemotherapy, radiations with a little or no hope, it's equally difficult to watch our loved ones suffer and feel helpless. It's difficult to handle the stress of managing the logistics of the treatment, all this while still keeping the hopes alive that things will change for better and then coping up with the loss after all. Our conference today is a humble attempt to address every aspect of this disease. Today, awareness isn't about just the type of cancer, the diagnosis, the treatment protocols, the subsequence, the recovery, but it's also about what feeds cancer and what kills it. We don't only want to address physiological elements here. We also want to work on psychological, preventive, lifestyle cancer survivors, and the treatment protocols to be followed during post of the recovery. We intend to deliver you wholesome understanding of disease, what can be done to avoid it from touching us and our loved ones. It is our goal to help you understand the fine nuances of the treatment and educate you about disease as much as possible today. The only way to beat cancer is via knowledge. Everyone knows that. What we are trying to do is, by spreading knowledge, we can execute that. It is easy, the struggle, it isn't easy to, the struggle is very real, but we are glad that you have placed your faith in us and you are here today and give us a chance to help you understand how integrated medicine and care can uproot the disease and guarantee a lifetime health and wellness. I would like to close this by saying that I hope by the end of the day you will leave having understanding something about cancer care and join hands with us in creating a ripple effect. That's what the most important is. We want this to spread out a little bit more larger than this room. By sharing information with others and ultimately a message that can go out which says imperative of each person to understand that cancer is just a word. It's not a sentence. Thank you so much. With that, we would like to proceed with our next session, and can we have the next speaker on the stage, please?
Our next speaker is the head of Department of Surgical Oncology at Manipal Hospitals, Delhi. He has experience of over 12,000 cancer surgeries and has successfully performed various complex oncological procedures, including robotic surgeries. He has special interest in gastrointestinal and gynecology oncology, apart from robotic surgery and other cancers. We now welcome on stage Dr. Vedant Kabra, Head of Department Surgical Oncology, Manipal Hospital.
Every time a speaker comes, I would want you to just cheer them up because they are taking a lot of effort to come down to Ludhiana and giving these talks. So just keep your hands as high as possible and just clap when the speaker comes again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Aditi. So we move from preventive oncology to therapeutic oncology. First session was devoted largely to prevention, and rightly said by our previous speakers, and as we all know, prevention is always better than cure. And let me at the outset put a disclaimer that I am definitely a firm believer in a holistic approach, and probably that is why I was contacted to come over here. But if done in a proper manner and practiced in a proper manner. That's my hospital in Delhi where I work. And these are certain issues that I will touch upon. A brief history about how cancer has developed as far as modern medicine is concerned, as we say, or allopathy is concerned. How we give multidisciplinary care right now, and what are the unmet needs that our patients feel and even we as physicians feel. If you see history of over 170 years, there have been a lot of milestones, 400 milestones. Obviously much more in the later part of these 170 years, but way back in mid-1800s, in fact 1846, when anesthesia was first used, and it made surgery painless as well as safer. And the first time, probably the surgery which was used for cancer and which is recorded in literature was 1882, where a breast cancer patient was operated and reported. I'm sure the surgery happened even before, but this is the first report that we got. As we move on to the next century, 20th century, the first time radiation was used only in 1903, which is 11 years after the surgery started. And if you move on, National Cancer Institute, which is considered one of the largest bodies in the world, in US, it was established even much later. Same year, actually, breast conservation surgery was practiced for the first time. However, it came into practice and vogue much later, almost 40 years later. So it went into oblivion after being practiced in 1937. Pap smear, we have been talking about it since morning, was made popular, and it was shown that pap smear does cause early detection of cervical cancer or pre-cancer changes in 1943. Hormonal therapy, another pillar of modern oncology, started in 1941 when testicular removal was first used for treating prostate cancer. Moving ahead, chemotherapy, which again we talked so much about, we have been talking about since morning, came the last of all the treatments of cancer, and in 1949, nitrogen mustard was used to treat lymphoma. If you come to later half of the 20th century, smoking was first time positively linked to cancer, and then efforts to smoking cessation began, especially from the Western countries. And we are still struggling to convince people that smoking causes cancer. And finally, as I said, in 1970s, we saw breast conservation surgery coming into practice in a much bigger way, which with much more scientific evidence proving that it is equivalent to mastectomy as far as overall survival is concerned. And now we have over 25 years, in fact more than 3 decades of good data, large randomized trials, which have shown that breast conservation surgery is equivalent to mastectomy in terms of survival. In fact, in terms of quality of life, it is much better, and for obvious reasons. 86 for the first time actually saw WHO giving global guidelines for pain management. Much later, cancer, the most dreaded symptom for cancer patient is pain. And that is what we hear from our patients, doctor, I don't want to die with pain. I don't want to have pain. I want to die before I have a lot of pain. Thankfully, we have good medicines as well as procedures available to control pain. But if you see, it came really much later in the history of cancer treatment. 1990s saw radiation getting further refined, because initially it was just given in 2 planes, but then 3D planning started, more precise radiation, lesser side effects. We were able to deliver higher dosage and achieving higher tumor kill as well. 97, so we were talking about curative surgeries, therapeutic surgeries. The era of prophylactic surgery came, and as we all probably know, there are certain genes which put us at a very high risk of developing cancer. Many of you might be aware of Angelina Jolie, which actually made this procedure very famous. She has that abnormal gene, and she underwent bilateral mastectomy and later on even bilateral oophorectomy to prevent her from developing those cancers. And she would probably be protected more than 90% from breast cancer and more than 80% from ovarian cancer after doing this procedure, where her chances of developing during her lifetime was almost 80 to 90% if she would not have done the procedure. However, this is not the only thing. If a person does not choose to go for it, you can always go for more intensive screening to detect it a little early, and obviously lifestyle changes to mitigate the effects of that faulty gene. Then came the immunotherapy around 97, but in much bigger way in last 4 to 5 years, 6 years. 21st century, again I am highlighting only 3-4 developments, but there are much more. Cancer Genome Atlas project was started after the Human Genome Project mapped the whole genome, and then we know much more about genetics of cancer. For the first time, a vaccine was introduced in 2006, and we have heard from Dr. Malhotra about it, which is likely to bring down the incidence of cervical cancer to a great extent. Immunotherapy, as I said, was widely accepted, and then for the first time, we had approval of gene therapy, so that body's genes can be modified, put into a cell, and then that cell can be injected back into the body, which takes care of the immune system with probably lesser side effects. But the pace of development, as I said, is much higher in recent years or decades because of the progress science has made, because of the hastening pace of research, as well as there are certain research methodologies which allow us to finish those trials in a shorter period of time. As you see, there are many pillars, and surgery has been there from ancient times, but well recorded was much later. And the last one is immunotherapy. So, since we have so many things to do, we need to join hands. You can't practice oncology in isolation. A radiotherapist cannot just keep on giving radiotherapy and not talk to the surgeon or to the medical oncologist. We have to be together in this cause, and that is why multidisciplinary approach. And how UK NHS defines it is a group of people of different healthcare disciplines which meets together at a given time, whether they meet physically or they are doing a teleconferencing, to discuss a given patient, and each of those experts are able to contribute independently for the diagnostic as well as treatment decisions about the patient. So here, different disciplines, I think we should include different disciplines of medicine also, not only different disciplines of oncology. And that is how they all belong to different areas, but they bring their own pieces of jigsaw puzzle and give a proper framework of treatment plan to our patients. Why do we need MDT? Because cancer care is very complex. It is not only cancer-related issues, it is non-cancer related issues also. Stress associated with it. Not only for the patient, but for the caregivers. It also involves multiple specialties, and by multiple specialties I don't mean only oncology. There are probably, this is one of the few areas in medicine which requires involvement of all specialties, from pediatric to geriatric. Every specialist may be needed at some point in time for the care of such patients. And more importantly, one treatment may have bearing on the other treatment. For example, a lady who wants a breast reconstruction after removal of breast. There are various options. One of them is implant. But if there is an implant reconstruction done, we have to be very careful, and we have to be talking to our radiation oncologist what kind of implants to use, whether we need to use implants or not. If a lady has already received radiation, largely surgeons would shy away from doing implants, although there are some studies which are showing that they can be done. Similarly, there is a targeted therapy or a chemotherapeutic agent called Avastin, which if given within 6 weeks of surgery, means before surgery, can lead to higher chances of bleeding during surgery. So the medical oncologist needs to be aware that this patient is going to go for surgery after some time and needs to omit this part of chemotherapy in the last cycle. Because typically we operate around 3 weeks after the last cycle, and we need a 6-week window. Similarly, patients who have larger tumor in breast are probably not suitable for breast conservation, going for chemotherapy, And sometimes we see that the tumor has disappeared completely. Now what to remove? One may say, why to remove? But studies have shown that almost 40% of these patients will be harboring microscopic disease, and so surgery should be done. That is why, again, the medical oncologist and the surgeon, as well as a radiologist, come into play, because they put a clip there, right in the center of the tumor. Even if it disappears, we know this is the clip, and we have to remove a little tissue around the clip, so that we are sure that the central part of the tumor, which is probably the last one to survive, remains, is removed completely. The other reason is, as you go along the cancer treatment, I'm not sure if these small fonts are visible, especially at the back, but I'll just take you through that. When you start the treatment, if you see the middle point, there is a lot of urgency because there are acute symptoms. There are certain other issues. But as you go along the journey, as the cancer is treated, there are other issues which crop up. The meaning of life, Swamiji was talking about that. What does life mean for us? The quality of life. So that's why cancer diagnosis, staging, treatment, monitoring is one part. There are patients' needs which are acute for treatment, chronic again for treatment, side effects, and psychosocial and existential needs. And finally, comorbidities. A person suffering from cardiac problem, severe respiratory problem, severe cardiac problem may actually die of those diseases rather than cancer. And sometimes we don't even treat them because we know that it is very early stage cancer and patients likely to outlive this cancer anyway. Cancer is going to outlive the patient. What are the benefits? It definitely improves communication between the healthcare providers. Better coordination, as I have given certain examples, how to plan your therapy, which one to be done and when to stop. And definitely improves decision making because there are more than one minds at work. Very interesting. It has been shown that it maximizes the recruitment to clinical trials. Because if there is MDT, there are multiple people who are deciding on that patient's treatment, they would also be aware of certain trials which are going on and they can suggest that this patient can go on to this trial. And it has been proven by studies that if a proper MDT is in place, the recruitment of trial going on locally or even regionally or globally is much higher from that particular hospital. And trials are one of the ways by which we advance, we know more and we know about better treatments. For patients, it leads to improved health outcomes, whether in terms of survival or in other terms. Enhanced patient satisfaction, because patient also knows that, see, my treatment is not being done just by one person. There are many people involved and they are discussing at various levels, right in the beginning, at any other development during the course of treatment, or even at side effects. And then for the healthcare givers and healthcare organizations, the benefits are you can efficiently utilize your resources. And there is enhanced job satisfaction. Obviously, when you see that you are working in a good team, you are providing better care to the patient, your patients are getting better, faster, as well as living longer, there is a big element of job satisfaction. But what are the requirements of MDT? There are personnel who are required and there are certain procedures which need to be followed for multidisciplinary treatment. And this circle here shows few of the spokes in the wheel actually who are required, like oncologists, radiation, surgical, medical, radiologists, nuclear medicine experts, pathologists, nurse coordinator, very important part but often forgotten, psychologists, especially a psycho-oncologist, and many others as per the need. There are procedures that are needed to be followed to have effective MDT. And there has to be a team leader or coordinator. This is a typical MDT which happens in our hospital twice a week. But there are certain barriers. What are they? Sorry. Very common in our country. We don't have insufficient facilities or even manpower. Not all hospitals will have all the specialists available. Even within oncology, what to talk of outside oncology. So this is an administrative issue which we need to tackle. There are time constraints for each of those specialists to take out time. Every week or twice a week, 2 hours is not possible always. And in modern world with inflated egos, there are poor interprofessional relationships, at times one-upmanship which comes into the way. So we have to, in the interest of our patients, we have to give it away and work for them. Non-participation, especially by non-oncologists. So cancer treatment, especially cancer surgery, is done by not only cancer surgeons but by other surgeons also, and they are somehow reluctant to participate in MDT and bring their patients for discussion. And finally, even after you have done the discussion, you have to implement it. And studies have shown that ranging from 1 to 15-20%, those recommendations are not being implemented by the very people who have decided on that. So for a patient's journey, apart from that, there are many other things required. Once you are diagnosed, there is a nurse, a GP, then an oncologist, pathologist, radiologist, they come into play. There are therapies going on, and then there are survivorship issues. At times there is disease progression. And there comes the role of psychosocial and palliative care, which begins at the time of diagnosis. You don't expose them to palliative care when they have terminal disease only. It has to start right at the diagnosis. Because palliative care does not always mean terminal care. Palliative care also means taking care of many other things. Taking care of caregivers and other needs of, other non-oncological needs of the patients. A typical MDT would work like that. You enter the system, you are seen by your primary person, there is a diagnosis, there is treatment, and then there are problems happening after treatment, recurrences, and you are again going into the community with your GP. How much time can I take? 3 minutes? Okay, thank you. I think I will be able to finish. Not yet 15 minutes, right? It is. So, going beyond cancer MDT, as I said, we have to, within a hospital, oncology is one part, but there are many other parts. A patient gets lost between the pharmacy, between the billing areas, between the radio diagnosis. So even outside cancer MDT, we have to structure the hospital in such a way that it functions as a multidisciplinary cohesive unit, so that patients have a seamless experience. And as I said, community participation and GP participation, because once you have treated, if you can communicate with the GP, they can take care of a lot of issues and avoid your resources being utilized there. Are MDTs effective? We have talked so much about it. Are they actually effective? We need to study that, and we have seen that management changes happen to the tune of 2 to 50%. Why such a wide variation? Because some MDTs would discuss all the patients, and then the management changes would happen only in few patients. While other MDTs would discuss only complex cases, and then the management change rate is much higher, to the tune of 50%. Sometimes we decide as an MDT to give more treatment. Where there was hopelessness right in the beginning, we said, no, this treatment can be given to this patient and has led to better survival. Better quality of life and patient satisfaction definitely is there. It is cost effective also, because you are using the right treatment and not over-treating, because there is a evidence-based recommendation. And there is a perception within the MDT team also that we are being more effective by doing a collective decision making rather than making decisions alone. But there are certain challenges. At times, in spite of all the wisdom which is there, you don't reach to a decision. Inadequate clinical information is presented, so you can't decide. A person who is presenting has to present in a proper format and complete information. Then, studies have clearly shown that nurses take a backseat. Doctors, for whatever right or wrong reasons, take a front seat, and nurses can actually give us a lot of good input about the patient's needs. And also, there have been instances when patients' wishes were not even considered. A patient says, no, I don't want a breast conservation, but they are insisting on breast conservation. Or patient says, I want breast conservation, but the surgeon says, no. You remove the breast, that is better. When actually she is suitable for it. So my take-home message is that cancer care complexity is increasing day by day with advent of more and more therapies and more confusing therapies. Non-cancer issues also need attention. The disciplines, multiple disciplines coming together has a definite potential, and they have been shown to improve survival and quality of life as well as efficient utilization of resources. But we need a continuous commitment and support to to overcome the challenges which are there against MDT practice. But in future we need to have a better understanding of MDT, whether the processes are followed or not, and suggest ways to improve MDT working. This is one paper from Delhi on survivorship issues, which is the need of the hour. Because once we have treated, many times we just forget what is happening. But apart from cancer treatment, if you talk to your patients after a year or two, then they will start coming up with small problems that they are having. Just last year. And our goal should be treatment for all, and treatment should start from adequate registry which should be collected, and so that we know where to put our resources, and should end with a good, supportive and palliative care. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for
I put up this slide also for a reason. This is the sunrise in Goa. Goa is usually known for a sunset, but if you want to find something good, you can find it anywhere. And same is true for cancer.
Thank you so much for that. Can you have Dr. Pratibha Shah on the stage, please? You can also press the page. Dr. Pratibha Shah has an announcement to make.
Thank you, Pankaj. I want to first of all congratulate Dr. Kabra. He actually spoke almost everything that would have loved to hear from someone from the other side. I want to just take 10 seconds to make an important announcement which I missed when I was speaking. I practice in Boston to people who don't know me, and I run a non-profit there called Council for Ayurveda Research. We've talked about the other side and multidisciplinary interaction as well as projects. So I just want to mention that Council for Ayurveda Research in the United States, and I'm very happy to share with you that we now have an Indian chapter. It's called Ayurvidya Anusandhan Abhiyan Foundation. Very long name, but that is what got approved. Unfortunately, we kept trying for shorter names. AAAF is all we need to remember. Please look up Council for Ayurveda Research. Right now we have a joint website. The reason I wanted to make this announcement is that we will be working as a Section 8 NGO. Along with the government, we have Ayush blessings as well. We are going to be doing an MOU with them as well. We've already done some MOUs with some institutes, but we are going to be providing capacity, support, liaison, thought leadership in transdisciplinary and interdisciplinary, quite a mouthful, projects, and also Ayurveda-centric projects which have so far not been undertaken on a national level. And we have a cream of cream Ayurveda experts from India and from US on board. So please look us up and please feel free to ask me for any questions. We have other card members here. Thank you so much.
Share this information on our social media as well, so you guys can please feel free to go to our social media and take this. For our next speaker, Ayurveda Acharya is one of the pioneers of Ayurveda in West and considered to be the preeminent practitioners and teacher of Ayurveda in the United States. He is one of the few Westerners ever recognized in both the United States and India as an authority on the subject of Ayurveda medicine and was awarded All India Award of Best Ayurvedic Physician. With that, I would like to call upon Dr. Mark Harpin, President and Founder of California College of Ayurveda. Please give a huge round of applause. It's traveled a long way to be here, and we really appreciate it.
Can you hear me okay? Yes? Okay. Namaskar. Sabe bhavantu sukhiya, sabe sandrinaya, sabe katunani pashanti makashe tikuta bhave. Asatamma satamaya tamasama chuti kalaya, vidyo maam vitam kalaya,
Om Pranam Namajapate Pranasya Purmadaya Puramevada Shistate Om Shanti 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 Om Guru Shri Shivananda Maharaj Ki Jai, Shri Vishnudevananda Maharaj Ki Jai. Om Shiva. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm so honored to be here and to share time with all of you. I'm truly honored on so many levels. To be here in India, I recognize, is such an honor. To stand before you. To stand before you where Ayurvedic medicine had its birth. And I recognize very humbly that for me to be here is something of a modern phenomenon for the Westerners to be so attracted to this knowledge of medicine. And yet it is so important, and that is why it has spread all over the world. I would like to thank my teachers who have shared that knowledge with me. My teachers such as Vamadeva Shastra, Dr. David Frawley, who is a Vedic scholar. My teacher, Dr. Subhash Ranadev from Pune. These two individuals have supported the development of Ayurveda all over the world. And in 1995, when the California College of Ayurveda began, it began with their blessings and it began with their support. And it was an honor for me then, and it's an honor for me now to continue to share that knowledge. My spiritual community is the Shivananda Yoga community. And through their community too, I have come to deepen my love for yoga and the spirituality that is inherent within the science of Ayurveda. The science of Ayurveda inevitably leads you to the study of yoga. Study of yoga inevitably leads you to the study of Ayurvedic medicine. But my first training was as a doctor of chiropractic. And that was my first foundation. And from there, I fell in love with Ayurvedic medicine because Ayurvedic medicine truly understands the cause of suffering and understands the pathway to remove that suffering. And if we just do what our teachers of Ayurveda for thousands of years have taught, so much suffering will be alleviated. If we do what our teachers of yoga have shared for thousands of years, the knowledge of Ayurveda, the knowledge of suffering will be alleviated. Ayurveda is the healing side of yoga. Yoga is the spiritual side of Ayurveda. They are really inseparable in my own mind and my own heart, and I think in the hearts of most people. These two knowledges together integrate to take care of body, mind, and consciousness. And today's lecture about integrative oncology is to bring together even more, to bring together the science of the West and the science of Ayurveda and the science of yoga. Because when we bring the best of all of this together, then we get the best results. And that's really, I think, the goal for all of us. This is a personal journey for me. My father died of pancreatic cancer. My mother had lung cancer. I say she had lung cancer because I'm going to share with you what she did. So many of my patients do. Because even with stage 3B lung cancer, she went into complete remission and has been in remission now for 5 years. She's doing wonderfully. It's healthier today than before she got cancer. Because today, she follows Ayurveda in her life and in her lifestyle. Completely transforming her lifestyle and her body and her mind. And just 6 weeks ago, I underwent surgery for thyroid cancer. Thyroid cancer affected me as well, a doctor of Ayurveda, a doctor of chiropractic, one who is developing integrative medicine protocols. Because we're all affected by our karma, because we're all affected by our environment. And so this is a personal journey now for me to talk to you about cancer. I spoke at Harvard University 2 years ago gave much of the same information, except that I haven't had cancer. And now that I have had cancer, I have a deeper appreciation for those who have been diagnosed with cancer, for families that have struggled with cancer, for the fear, the shaking that happens under your feet when you find out that you've had a diagnosis of cancer, and now you say, now what? And so now what? That's really what this lecture is about. There are many cancers that Ayurveda can help and the body can cure. But when we bring the best of both worlds together, we get the best results. I chose with the thyroid cancer that I had to have surgery. Surgery has been an important part of Ayurvedic medicine as well. If you can safely take it out, it makes sense to remove it. You don't have to be heroes and say, I'm not going to have surgery. If it can be safely removed, why not? And then utilize Ayurvedic medicine in order to maximize the potential of the body to heal itself, to keep that cancer away. When we hear about cancer, we hear about 5-year survival rates, we hear about 10-year survival rates, 70%, 90%, depending upon the stage of the cancer. But whether you have a 70% chance of living 5 years or a 90% chance of living 5 years, you're thinking to yourself, it's still only 5 years. Or it's 10-year survival rate. But you want to be in the statistic that survives. You don't. Sadly, all of us who are Ayurvedic planet, we will eventually fail in our ability to stay alive. We will. Each and every one of us must come to peace with the idea that our time on this planet is transient. And when we do that, then we become inspired to live each moment from the heart. Each moment as beautifully as we can. Because this is a sacred moment, a sacred experience. And we want to live as harmoniously as possible, and the more we do, the better our bodies function, and the better our minds function, with inner peace, with optimal health. Like the speakers before me, I prepared much too much to talk to you about. The bells will go off and they will ask me to leave the stage in a few moments. That can't be avoided. So I'm going to go through a few slides very quickly, except not quickly enough because this is not working. Can we get this to work? Oh, there we go. That's the end. There we go. Maybe. I don't know. Okay. You've been given statistics, and I'm not going to go through these because of time. I do want to mention a couple of key points on some of these slides, and that is that if you can avoid red meat, just stop it right now if you are eating that in your diet at all. It is being associated with colon cancer and other cancers that hasn't been mentioned yet. The research is very, very clear, particularly processed meats of any kind with nitrates and chemicals in it. Just, if you want to avoid cancer, just stop. Lung cancer and cigarette smoking has been mentioned already. This slide, I think, shows very beautifully the time between when you begin to smoke and when you will get cancer. There is about a 30-year lag time. You can see how smoking levels rose. This is not easy to see here, but there's another line right here that follows it 30 years later, and you will get lung cancer. So if you want to avoid so much cancer, then you want to avoid cigarette smoking. Ayurveda has had knowledge of the treatment and the management of cancer for thousands of years. The terms that are used in Ayurveda, Goma, Granthi, Arbud, and Dwi Arbud, These are the classical terminology for cancer. Dwi-arbud means, the arbud is like a serpent that spreads through the body and divides. And so Dwi-2, and so it divides into more and more tumors as time goes on. And this is the classical description of metastatic cancer. So the ancient teachers of Ayurveda understood about cancer in the various parts of the body. They understood that if it wasn't treated properly, it would spread and multiply or metastasize in the body. And the classical teachings were how to avoid that from happening. And that included everything from the proper medicines to surgery to lifestyle. All of this was very important. Now, when we look at the etiology of cancer, much has been talked about in the West about cigarette smoking and toxicology. We also have to recognize the word karma. And karma is the end result of our actions. There is our past life karma. There is our present life karma that we are putting into motion. Some of that karma we will be able to avoid if we change our lifestyle, but we still have to reconcile with the karma from our past lives. That will create challenges for us in this time so that we have the opportunity to grow and to learn and to evolve. And what are we growing toward? We're growing toward greater harmony, greater peacefulness, and really the capacity to love. That's really what we are growing toward, each and every one of us. We all have obstacles in the way between where we stand today and loving all of creation. And it is those obstacles that are the cause of suffering. And each of us have different obstacles that stand in the way of loving all of creation. We love all of creation when we recognize the divine in all of creation. So we have obstacles to realizing this, to realizing, to self-realization, to realization of the divinity in all of creation. Can we go back 2 slides, please? We also have some traditional considerations that are mentioned in Charaka Samhita, in Bhagavad, in the classical texts, such as the suppression of natural urges, grief, illness, and even drinking cold water while hungry. Why would these things be so important to cancer? Why would these be so important to cancer? It is because when we live out of harmony, when we suppress our urges, when we are experiencing the consequences of attachment, which include grief, our immune system is suppressed. We are unable to tolerate the toxins in our environment, what we call in Ayurveda, ojas. That which stabilizes our immunity becomes depleted, and then we are susceptible to diseases, including cancer. So the result is low ojas, and that causes decreased host resistance. Decreased host resistance. Vata dosha is responsible for irregular growth, Pitta dosha for the metabolism of cancer cells, and Kapha dosha for the growth rate of the tumor itself. Cancer is a tridoshic or a sanipataka condition. This means that all 3 doshas are involved, and it makes it more complex, and why it's important to see a physician that understands this. Now, because of time, I'm going to quickly go through this, but when you're thinking about medicines for cancer, we have to treat internally. Sometimes we can use pastes externally as well. Panchakarma purifies the body, and yes, surgical removal was a part of classical treatments as well in Ayurvedic medicine. So if we look at the role of the Ayurvedic practitioner in an integrative environment, we have to do drug enhancement therapies. Drug enhancement therapies mean what can we do to bring together the chemotherapeutic drugs and the herbal drugs. And so we will look at that. We want to maximize the body's immune system through proper diet, herbs, lifestyle, harmonious relationship, living through our senses, and yoga nidra, which is so very important for giving the body a deep, deep rest. But even more importantly, when you really understand what yoga nidra is, it is a way of creating the reality that you want to experience. It is a way of activating the potential within the body for healing to take place. We want to also reduce the effects of chemotherapy, and Ayurveda can help with that immensely. So let's talk about drug enhancement therapy briefly, because I know we only have brief. Take an herb like dandelion. It's a weed that grows in the West in the United States. Here they've been studying it. This tracks the research from 2004 to 2019, just simple dandelion roots. Now in 2004 they began to identify the pathways through which an herb like dandelion would help in the treatment of liver cancer. 2008 they tracked it that it was beneficial to breast and prostate cancer. We use it a lot in breast cancer. We use it a lot in liver cancer in the United States. In 2010, they recognized that it was beneficial in treatment of leukemia. 2018, in chronic myelomonocytic leukemia, and in 2019, extracts were used in order to treat prostate cancer. So we're seeing that these herbs have very profound benefits in terms of treating cancer, and the research is happening now to determine the pathways through which that takes place, as well as showing that it does take place. Curcumin is so important, turmeric here is so important. We use it in the West in our clinic a lot. 2011, they showed that curcumin, when given with alongside tamoxifen, had better results than tamoxifen alone or curcumin alone. Give the two together and they work the best. This is such a beautiful example of integrative chemotherapy right here. 2014, more comments about that. Again, more about how it works inhibiting NFKP, nuclear factor kappa beta, that is so important in mitigating cancer. 2019, they were able to show how it affects autography, which is where you destroy the cancer cells and clean up the mess. Curcumin helps with that. So turmeric is so very important. We use it in very high doses in our cancer patients in our clinic. We also see triphala, a very common herb that is used for so many. We think of it as a digestive herb, but it's so much more than that. 1997 study showed its benefits in the treatment of pancreatic cancer for the first time. This was groundbreaking because pancreatic cancer kills so rapidly. I talked about my dad, from diagnosis to death, 3 months in 2006. 2008, they did more work basically repeating that study, but also taking a look at the pathway through which triphala would help in the management of pancreatic cancer. 2012, they identified that it helped to prevent angiogenesis. Angiogenesis is where the blood vessels form in order to feed the cancer cells. If you can prevent angiogenesis, then you are going to prevent how rapidly the tumor grows, as well as its likelihood of spreading. 2018, they found it to be beneficial in the management of gastric cancers as well, stomach cancers. So it's so very important to bring these together. Another study in 2018 showed how it worked in ovarian cancer and in endometrial cancer, and the various pathways that you see here, ERK and MAPK. These are transcription factors that affect the communication from the surface of the cell to the genetics down within the cell, and also the movement from DNA to RNA and the proteins that are going to communicate how that cell is going to function. So the research is out there that shows not only that it works, but how it works. And this is so important when you are treating cancer in an integrated management. You should have the confidence because the research does back up the integrated model. Google is so important, and Kanchanjunga Googaloo is utilized so often in the West as well as in Ayurvedic medicine. So famous for reducing the size of tumors, reducing the size of glands. So the research backs this up as well. You can see how the research has progressed, showing multiple myeloma, breast cancers, and other bone-destroying tissues. Google is so important for the bone itself. So important for bone cancer. Many cancers spread to the bone and destroy the bones. These Google formulations are very beneficial in protecting the bones. So we have wonderful research going all the way on down here, showing how it inhibits cell division, showing how it works and how it works. And we see it also with ashwagandha. My mom, I told you about my mom having cancer. She took ashwagandha in very high doses, about 10 grams per day, as a part of her cancer treatment for lung cancer. along with kanchan or guggulu, and along with very high doses of turmeric, in addition to her chemotherapy and her radiation treatments, who went into complete remission with stage 3B. She's not the only one. This is part of the protocol that we do at the California College of Ayurveda at our center when we're working with cancer patients. Rasayana drugs are being utilized to mitigate the effects of chemotherapy. When patients get chemotherapy, they feel terrible afterward. Chemotherapy is non-discriminating. It kills all the cells of your body. The idea is that it will kill the cancer cells maybe before it kills you. That's the idea with some of the strong chemotherapies. All right, because it's not always targeted. Newer drugs are a little bit more targeted. But when we give them with the Rasayana drugs, it's as though it adds intelligence to the chemotherapy drugs. And the chemotherapy drugs now are going to attack the cancer cells while the healthy cells are protected. So patients feel better when they take the Rasayana drugs in addition to the chemotherapy drugs. So in the integrative approach at the California College of Ayurveda, what we do is our patients are receiving medical evaluations from oncologists. We do encourage them to get the Western information. Of course, there are some patients who do not want to follow a Western protocol at all. We will certainly respect that and do just a pure Ayurvedic program with them. And that does happen maybe 30% of the time. 70% of the time it is an integrated model. So we are working alongside their physicians, in communication with their physicians, so that we can track the cancers. Because in America, the Ayurvedic doctors do not run the PET scans, do not run the CTs, do not have the ability to monitor so closely what is happening. We do the Ayurvedic evaluations. We're going to put them on a 6-point plan. The first point is proper diet. Look, food is medicine. Inside those foods contain the same molecules that are going to repair the cellular, the genetic damage inside of the nucleus of the cell. We talk about molecular medicines. Molecular medicines are medicines that try to go inside and create, repair the damaged genes. So when the genes get damaged, cells grow out of control. If you can repair those genes, then either the cell will stop growing, or many times the cell will actually intelligently kill itself. It'll realize that it is a threat to the entire system, and the cell is designed to actually destroy itself, apoptosis. So when you repair the genetic damage, the cell will kill itself. And so inside fruits and vegetables are those same molecules that will do that. And this is why when we talk about prevention, the diet has to be filled with fresh fruits and vegetables. It's so important, especially those green vegetables. So it's extremely important. Toward that, and juices. We do raw vegetable juices in addition to the Ayurvedic diet. I know raw juices are not always the best for Vata dosha. But when you take them in addition, to the medicines, you can control Vata dosha, and think of this as the chemotherapeutic value of these juices. So we will juice together beets, carrots, celery, sometimes asparagus, spinach, and ginger, a little bit of apple. Such an incredible, look, when you take somebody who's eating terribly and you give them this juice that is so filled with prana, so filled with life energy, it wakens up the cell, it makes them intelligent again. They wake up, they go, oh my gosh, what am I doing? I'm destroying this body. And then they sacrifice themselves, apoptosis. They repair the genetic damage that has been done. Psychospiritual counseling is done by Ayurvedic doctors and Ayurvedic counselors in the United States. Psychospiritual counseling means that we are helping them to create peace in their lives. This is really the beautiful integration of Ayurveda and yoga. We see that more in the United States than we do in India today. I think it's important to bring that into and back into the practice of Ayurvedic medicine here in India as well, to bring the yoga back in and integrate these sciences together. Psychospiritual counseling is so important for each person. The protocol, kanchan or guggulu, almost all of our cancer patients are taking it in high doses. Turmeric, and then the specific herb. We want to know what medicine is specific for that cancer. So for instance, with lung cancer, we will use ashwagandha. With liver or breast cancer, we will use dandelion. So every cancer has its own unique herbal formula or herb that will work. So we take the high-dose turmeric, high-dose kanchan or boogaloo, and the specific herbal formula for that cancer to get the best results. And of course, herbs that will protect against chemotherapy. Stress reduction and panchakarma, these are the real keys. So this is the plan for 90% of our patients at our center. It is an integrated model for working the best of Ayurvedic medicine and the best of Western medicine. It doesn't mean one practitioner is doing it all. We're working as a team, and that's going to be very, very important. I want to thank you very much for the honor of being here. Thank you. The honor of being here is truly a humble gratitude to all of you who have planted these seeds in the United States, planted these seeds around the world. They have been cultivated, they are growing. I want you to know that we are caring for them with the greatest respect for this knowledge. And I thank you from my heart, and truly with tears in my eyes.
Can we have Pawan on the stage to facilitate Dr. Hafan?
For our next speaker, I would like to invite Dr. Mandeep S. Malhotra. He brings over 15 years of experience across some of the best hospitals in North India. He was one of the largest experiencing oncopathic breast conservation surgery. He performed the first ever breast cancer risk reducing surgery in North India. With that, can we have Dr. Mandeep S., Director of Surgical Oncology, the Breast Center, C.K. Birla Hospital for Women, Gurgaon.
So, a very good afternoon and Sat Sri Akal ji. As I, throughout the morning lectures, Dr. Malhotra, Dr. Shah, and also I agree with Dr. Kabra, my senior, and the great esteemed physician, I was that yes, the future lies with the integrated approach of medicine. And as rightly said, that it has to be done properly. It is not that Western is exclusive and Ayurveda is exclusive. If both Western and the conventional, I would not say Western, but yes, as rightly portrayed, surgery is a part of Ayurveda, but surgeons here are also part of Ayurveda. So, it's a collaboration and inclusive medicine which will work forward, and that is how, as very rightly pointed out, primordial prevention, that lifestyle changes, certain Ayurvedic implementations in life that can prevent us from getting cancer. Then, secondary prevention, like if we are able to detect a cancer early, that is the best thing to happen. Early detection will lead to much better survival, de-escalation of cytotoxic treatment, and if we integrated the early detection and the conventional treatment with Ayurveda, we might have, like what in early detection we are right now claiming 80-85%, we might bring to 95-90%. Obviously, we cannot claim 100% everything at once. This is something beyond the human capacity. And just a brief about myself. It doesn't work yet. Yeah. So as clinicians, we also understand that our primary role is to treat head and neck cancers, treat breast cancers, I reconstruct breast, I reconstruct faces. So, but just apart from my basic treatment, I do have a social responsibility towards my society, that if I can do something to prevent or detect early, that is my primary role. So my clinical attachments are with Fortis Hospital for Sanford and CKB Hospital for Women, but I have other social attachments which I proudly claim with Roku Cancer, with the National Association of Blind, and a Balapitam Cancer Care, which we run a low-cost cancer program. As a part of this is kind of shift back to the morning session, that we are going back towards the secondary prevention, that how early detection can happen. So, as breast physicians rightly said that if I treat 2 patients, one of them will die in spite of all my efforts. This does impact us. So we also used to start thinking of what we can do, that my instinct says that everybody I touch should get cured, but this never happens. That is what we thought of getting an Indianized approach towards early detection of breast cancer, and what more we can do to get the cancer detected early. Across the ladies sitting here, I just want to ask one thing. How many of you actually do self-breast? Can somebody raise hands? 1, 2. So this is the awareness population I get. I have physicians out here, and this is the number of self-breast which an aware population is doing. So this is the core problem it starts. So breast cancer is in rise. The important part, which I want to highlight, is in India, in spite of having rise in breast cancer in the modern 21st century, we have rise in mortality due to breast cancer. The Indian data says that it is 1 in 22. And as Dr. Ravi rightly pointed out, the 1.3 billion population, 1 in 22 becomes a very, very huge number. And the important problems, again, of rising death toll is lack of awareness, limited early detection, advanced stage of presentation, and lack of treatment facilities. So coming to the breast cancer part first. And this is the rise of breast cancer over the last years. As I would say, as a part of integrated medicine, the lowest line is of the rural Bashi cancer history. So you can see that the more close to the environment we are, the less rise of cancer has happened. But there is, yes, the rise of cancer has happened there also. But in the more metro population, the rise of cancer is much, much progressive and aggressive. This is something, a very important slide which I want all of you to focus. The peak age of breast cancer in India is 45 to 49. We are not a country where breast cancer happens at 60, 65, 55. We are a country in which the breast cancer happens at 45. And in Northeast, that is Dibrugarh and Guwahati, the breast cancer is as low as 35. So the challenges are that the breast cancer is on rise. Majority of population is present to us. 50% of the times the population will present to us are at stage 3, 20-25% we diagnose at stage 4, only 20-25% of population which we as clinicians see across India are 25 at stage 1. And also with low age of incidence, the lower age of incidence means the aggressive the cancer is. An aggressive cancer means more triple negative variety, and also there is an inherent demographic shape of Indian female with breast. It has more denser breasts. Indian females don't tend to grow older as American females. So when an Indian female is at 45, 50% of Indian females have denser breasts, so they are not actually suitable for mammography. So the answer for this problem is obviously early detection. As we can see, the countries who have applied early detection, the cancer survival rate has increased. These are the data regarding the standard screening protocols of using mammography. This is a study from the site is a study from SGPJ, which suggests that again self-breast examination is one of the ways forward. And Dr. Dinshaw's study from Patterson Memorial again correlates that it is a clinical breast examination which plays a much important role in early detection of breast cancer as in standard conventional mammography. This is our analysis. The problem is that when we ask women to do self-test, they are not confident. They feel that whether I am actually able to detect it, whether I am actually doing the right thing, and then they leave it. Secondly, when I talk about clinical breast hardly our clinicians, especially our general physicians, gynecologists are actually trained to do clinical breast. Then there are lack of resources when they do it, and also the patients factors are not very keen that they go and get themselves examined every year. Coming to the mammography again, even in cities like Ludhiana, Chandigarh, Delhi, hardly standard screening protocols of mammography are being followed. And again, it is an expensive and a resource-intense problem. So we were thinking on these lines when we explored this option. As you all know, a visually impaired female. If somebody is visually impaired, the tactile sense becomes better. And these visually impaired females, when they examine breast, they are able to detect cancer at a much earlier stage. This is a team technique which was discovered by Dr. Frank Hoffman and pioneered in Germany, and now we are trying to bring this scheme in India. So medically tactile examiner means that they first record a history. In that history they would talk everything about when was the puberty, what is the menarche, how many children, any hormone exposure, even what kind of diet you take. Then they would do a structured clinical breast examination which will take around 20 minutes, and then they will tell the findings to the clinician, and also they would ask the patient to get their scheduled breast screening. So this is something which we feel that they are a pivot point for standard breast screening, because the screening has to go all along. It's a lifelong process. So the woman has to go back, get themselves examined again, and this is not a single one that you go and screen once and redetect cancers. The cancer will develop in a lifetime. So the woman has to come into that habit of self-breast. She goes back to her clinician, gets herself checked, and those who are eligible for mammograms should get their mammograms done. This is what we analyzed from them. As I first said, only 2% of the Indian women are actually into any kind of breast screening. 45 to 55 years, when we analyze Indian women, we find that ACRC means that women are actually of high density of breast. So even if I subject them to standard screening mammographies, I think it will be difficult for us to detect cancers early. And then when we started examining from these ladies, they were able to detect changes in 30% of the time. And when we correlated these changes which the blind women or visually impaired females were able to detect, we found that majority of times what they were finding, they were over-finding, it was behind them, lumps, but 3.5% of the times they were able to detect cancers, which were proven on radiology and finding of histopathology. A 3.5% on a standard or a prevalence kind of evaluation means that we are at a very high risk of getting breast cancers. A lot of females who are harboring breast cancer, we are not able to detect it, and if we are able to detect these females at an earlier stage, we will definitely be able to save much more lives. And also, this is something which I want to share. I borrowed it from Dr. Frank's slide. And if a woman is doing a routine self-breast examination, she will be able to detect a lump of 25 millimeters. 25 millimeters means stage 2. So that is how important a routine self-breast examination for a normal aware woman is. And what is routine self-breast examination? I find hardly any woman, what they do, it's just seeing yourself and feeling yourself. Majority of women have not even seen their breast. They don't know how this nipple looks like. They don't know how the skin looks like. If they just start seeing their breast, they would understand any discharge from the nipple, any retraction, any scar, any skin change. And then once you start feeling it, feeling means just being conscious of the breast. Every woman has different breasts. Some has soft, some it has lumpy, some has fur. But once a woman starts palpating her, by the fourth or fifth time, she'll be able to understand that this is how my normal breast feels, and if something new develops, she'll be able to pick it up. If a woman does a routine standard cell-based examination, she will be detecting a cancer at stage 2. If she gets us a routinely screened by clinicians like standard gynecologists, female physicians, or oncologists like us, we will be able to detect a lump at 2 to 1 centimeters at 20 to 10 millimeters. But if they get screened by a visually impaired female who is trained, I am not saying that they do undergo intense 6 months training, then internships with institutes like Tata and now AIMS is also taken up, they are able to detect a lump at 8 to 6 millimeters. So if God takes one thing, if God gives back something, and this is something which can be explored, 20 million blind women are there in India. As a vocational element for all those blind women, because this is for the first time. Normally, how we deal with disabilities? We deal with disabilities is that we want to bring them at par. हम गाड़ी चला सकते हैं तो वो भी गाड़ी चलाए, हम लैपटॉप चला सकते हैं तो वो भी लैपटॉप चलाए. First time है, what I cannot do, they can. So this is a basic analysis. The sensitivity, as we all know, in a screening process, the sensitivity should be very high. A very high sensitivity, they have a negative predictive value, they don't miss. Obviously, I miss cancers, radiology will miss cancers, so will they also miss cancer, but they will miss less. That's the only thing. And this is the screening protocol which we want to propose, that every woman should do a self-test. It should be integrated with the medical tactile examinations. And at 40-45, we should understand that who is the woman who is eligible for mammogram. If she is eligible or she is high risk, she should definitely undergo radiology. If she is not eligible or she is not high risk, she can choose away from radiology and take the step of standard self-breast, clinical breast with medical breast. She will be able to detect a cancer at stage 1. At least we do that. And coming to the oral part of it, this is something very small. As we all have thought and known that oral cancer is actually rising, yes. How many people are detected? 1.3 lakh actually die of oral cancer in India. That is the more important part. Majority of patients in India, oral cancer they present at stage 4A. That is either skin is involved or bone is involved. And if you look at the SEER database, the 4A means less than 40% survival. Still in India, we are at stage 4A, we are achieving more than 50-60% survival. We should actually pat the facts that we are still doing a very, very commendable job. But the important part of oral cancers is that as a smoke, a tobacco-related cancer, it gives the first signal. That is where we can debate about tobacco, lifestyle, everything, but all tobacco-related cancers, 90% of the times give the first signal. They can present with a red colored patch, they can present with a white colored patch, their mouth opening becomes difficult. So that is the first signals. If we are able to catch hold of them at that point of time, I am not debating tobacco खाना चाहिए नहीं खाना चाहिए, that's a separate thing altogether. But अगर हम उसको उस stage पे भी पकड़ लेते हैं, it is stage 0, stage 1, stage 2, we are achieving 60-70% survival. Single modality treatment, short surgery, start, take it off, leave it, ask for abstinence, add Ayurveda to that, prevent recurrence, and that is how I think the way forward is. Well, make them aware, catch them early. Once they will have a lesion, they will abstain. Until unless they don't have a lesion, they will not abstain. 6 महीने abstinence करेंगे, 1 साल abstinence करेंगे, उसके बाद नहीं करेंगे. The problem with India is that tobacco is just not there. I will tell you one example I want to share. There was a female who came to me, a poor laborer. She had, the husband had left her, she had 2 daughters, and she had an oral cancer and she was taking smokeless tobacco. So I asked her, why are you taking this smokeless tobacco? He said, because I have to feed my 2 daughters as my contractor gives me so that I can work. If I don't take this, I cannot work. If I cannot work, I will not be able to feed my 2 daughters. So that is how deep-rooted this problem is. Yes, we should definitely ban it, remove it, everything we should do. But the first primary thing that we should do before banning is make people aware that you can detect it early. If you are able to notice these changes, come to us, get yourself treated. Because a treatment of stage 4A oral cancer is like very, very expensive, whereas treatment at these stages is hardly 1/4 or 1/5 of the cost. And this ROCO, we are planning different activities across Delhi for great increase awareness on oral cancers and breast cancer, and we are trying to integrate the concept of visually impaired women with the standard treatment protocols for breast cancer screening. Thank you very much.
Dr. Tara, can you hear me? We have a very exciting activity which is planned right now. We have an amazing book launch in front of you guys, kids. I would like to invite Sunita on the stage who will brief you more about this, and we'll do the book launch from here. Sunita, can you have you on the stage?
Hi everyone. I'm a storyteller, film producer, so you should never give me the mic. It's going to take a long time. We love the mics and we keep talking when we have to tell stories. And one of the stories in that is my own, which is I am a twice cancer survivor, breast cancer and ovarian cancer. Also cancer brought me from America to India. My parents immigrated when I was young. And it allowed me to learn so many things about India. So last year when I met Sharad, when we were doing our first conference, I was so inspired by the journey of Ayurveda and how people that lost their loved ones have come together and wanted to spread the message on alternate ways of healing cancer. I was so inspired by that. I was inspired by Sharad and how he was so motivated to make this happen, and Chris and everybody, Pankaj, and I'm sorry if I'm missing any names here. And in that process, Sarath, I went to visit Sarath and spend some time there, and he suddenly hands over this book to me. And he says, you have to read this book. And I'm like, okay, what is this book? And this book is written by Dr. Narissa. She wrote it like a textbook as a story about the entire journey of Ayurveda, and how it is seen through the eyes of this little Indian girl. I was so endearing. And if you notice anybody and ask them what is Ayurveda, a lot of people don't know. They think it's a lot of oil on the body. They are not so excited about it. They think the medicines taste like very bitter. And I was so all the time kind of discouraged by these reactions. And after going through my cancer, the first cancer I went through chemo and radiation. The second time I had a relapse, I chose Ayurveda. So Ayurveda became a way of life for me, and it made me see the beauty on how it allows you to know about yourself. How you get to go inside yourself, and by me also becomes a journey rather than a question, and you get to know so many layers of yourself. As you go deep and deep, you get to know about your Atma, your nature, your experiences, and you bring this healing into your life, which becomes a lifestyle. So I became passionate about telling this story, and I'm so grateful for Sharad and his wife Lakshmi, who read this book and gave it to me and making this happen. So today I request all of you to be part of this book teaser launch. As of now, we are going to launch about 5 pages of the book. The book is coming up 2 months from now, and we are on a crowdfunding platform, and we request you to take the link and share it with all the people that you know. Whatever little contribution you can give us, it will become the message to the kids of the next generation about the story of Ayurveda, and this is the book of Ayurveda Chronicles. I request Dr. Sharad Attanki to come on the stage along with Chris Elaworthy and Dr. Mark Halpern and Rajiv and Marissa, Dr. Marissa, who's the writer of the book, and if you can take the book and come on the stage, then we can take a moment to. You can come to the center of the stage. That would be great.
Yeah, we remove it and fold the CD cover. So we call it a photo moment.
Yes. Give me the cup.
Just wait, decide.
This is going to start as a book and then it will become an interactive book. Then after that we are planning an animation series through the characters where we are going to learn about our own dynamics of the body, and the book also gives information, so many riddles for the kids to understand themselves about their body. So it's an edutainment book, and the vision of me and Sharath and Ayurveda is to take this to the level of hopefully coming up with the animation movie soon, so that the world can see about Ayurveda and the dynamics of our body and how the 5 elements come together through the doshas. And by keeping our doshas in balance, we can all live a balanced life. Thank you. I now request Marissa, thank you everyone for the book launch, I appreciate that. Yeah, and I request Marissa to say a few words about the book and her journey in making this book happen and read a few lines from the book. That would be great. Thank you.
Namaste everyone. This is kind of remarkable. I'm a little almost moved to speechlessness. It's been such a long time coming. I practice Ayurveda. I teach Ayurveda at the California College of Ayurveda. And when I first found my way to Ayurveda, I was so profoundly moved by these teachings, and it had a huge transformational effect in my life. And at the time I had small children, and all I could think was how much I wanted my children to understand this, and not just mine, but all the children of the world. You know, there's been so much talk today about prevention, and how prevention is even better than a cure. And how better to prevent illness, cancer, all illnesses of a physical nature as well as of a psychological, emotional, and psycho-spiritual nature. How better to prevent it than to start with the kids? It all starts with the kids. Not only does understanding the principles of Ayurveda allow for optimal health and harmony, but ultimately it allows for children, right from the very start of their life, to understand the world that they live in, and how they are a part of that world. They're not separate from it. They're made of the same forces, rhythms, and patterns that exist in the world. And not only themselves, but everybody else. And how empowering that is to seize that information from a young child and be able to understand these principles, these basic principles of Ayurveda, how they apply to themselves and to everyone else around them, and how that allows ultimately for there to be harmony, understanding, acceptance, non-judgment within themselves and looking at others and recognizing that their differences are really based on the laws of nature, that we are all unique. We are all different, and that is what makes this world such a beautiful, rich tapestry, our uniqueness. And instead of judging each other for being different, embracing it within ourselves, loving ourselves just the way we are, loving those that are different from us, and understanding the reasons behind it. So I recognized that some years ago, and recognized that what we need to do is to teach the children that there really weren't tools for that. And so I decided, okay, let's just write a book on Ayurveda, Marisa. Well, for children. And I threw that in the back of a pile of things to do in the back of my mind. And about 3 years ago, I was taking a walk. I was on a hike at a river near where I live, the beautiful Yuba River in Northern California, and I'm walking along, enjoying the beautiful scenery. And all of a sudden, Great Being appeared to me and started talking to me. Great Being introduced himself to me as the divine, and a form of the divine that would be universally well understood and accepted. And Great Being revealed the story to me, and I dashed home and sat down on my computer and just started typing. And for the next 24 hours, the story just came forth, and I was observing this process as if I were watching a movie. Honestly, I was rather entertained by the story. And what I realized that what was happening is that the story of Ayurveda was being told as an adventure story. And that's what this book is. It's an adventure story that teaches children as well as their parents, children of all ages, I should say, about the principles of Ayurveda in a fun, entertaining way. And I've been asked to read a little bit from it. We don't have much time, so we'll just start with the opening page. Come with us on a journey of discovery with young Amala. Amala is the central character in this story. She's a young Indian girl. I honor the roots in the story of Ayurveda. The roots obviously being in this motherland of India that we're so blessed to be in and so happy to be here. And the story, though, also is written in such a way that it can appeal universally to all children and all cultures everywhere, while honoring the roots. One morning, Amala bounces out of bed, eager to play with her baby brother, but discovers that he is ill. It seems to be the same mysterious illness which took her dear mother and is now affecting her entire village. Amala's heart sinks as her resolve strengthens. How much time do we have? Are we really going to read that much? One more page? Okay, one more page. Now just know that this is capturing some of the essence of the story. It's not actually the book itself. This is a teaser version. The book itself obviously has more to it. The village bell chimes, calling all the healthy grown-ups to a much-needed meeting around Grandmother Tree. Hiding behind a boulder, Amala listens carefully, determined to find answers. And these are quotes from villagers. My mother, brother, and uncle are all sick. My wife hasn't been out of bed in a month. Almost every family has lost someone. We must do something, but what? I don't know, but I know who does. Great Being. Stunned, Amala realizes what she must do. If Great Being has the answers, she will go find him. And the story that unfolds is her journey to go in search of Great Being. And as she discovers him, finds her way to Great Being, he sends her then on a journey of discovering the 5 great elements, asking her to recognize them, instructing her on how to recognize them by their qualities, which then manifest into the 3 doshas. And then the journey really begins as they seek to find the answers in the teachings of Ayurveda, ultimately culminating in discovering that. And along the way, allowing children to learn about the basic principles of Ayurveda. So thank you so much. I'm, again, moved beyond belief to have this opportunity to be here with you all today to share this book. When this first came to me, when Great Being started speaking with me a few years ago, I never quite visualized it bringing me here, but here I am, and I'm so grateful to play a role in bringing this wisdom out into the world. So thank you, and thank you all for the amazing work that you're doing in cancer work. It's huge and hugely appreciated. Thank you, Bashar, for hosting us. Thank you. Namaste.
Can you just please join next time? Can you just stay with me on stage? Can you also please come in? Thank you so much for this beautiful book. It looks great. We'll try to match that a little bit and try to give you a small appreciation token which you can take along the side. A quick question, guys. Cricket fans. Cricket fans. I'm done. Okay, so there's something coming up on the screen, and I think you guys would really appreciate, and we are deeply humbled what we just received. Can we have it? And I'll just let you guys see it before I say anything. Can you play the video, please?
Firstly, let me apologize for not being there at the event. It's a great occasion. I wish I was there, but unfortunately, my travel is not able to attend the international. It's really special where everyone gets together and exchange ideas as well as stories and all.
Apologize, guys, we're facing some technical difficulty on the video, but we'll get it live for all the cricket fans. Meanwhile, we are dispersing for lunch now, and we'll join back in another 40 minutes, but Wilfred has an announcement to make before you go.
Yeah, I think I should not keep the surprise. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to place a fish bowl on one of the tables here in the front. We would request you to drop in your names and the chits that you've made with your names and your phone numbers. you'll have to drop it in that fish bowl. Now, I do not want to keep things secret anymore. So we're going to select 3 lucky winners of those chits that we're going to pick. And what we are going to do is those 3 lucky winners will fly with us to Middle East with complete air ticket and accommodation from our end for the next edition of International Cancer Care Conference. So that is the lucky draw, and that's the prize you can win. But one condition, when we call out your names, we will call out the names only at the end of the event. You need to be present here to come forward and claim that prize. So that's going to be, we will ferry you, we will fly you to the Middle East for the next edition of the International Cancer Care Conference. So don't forget to drop in your names with your contact numbers in the fish bowl that will be placed in one of the tables. Over to you, Mohit.
Thank you so much. That is definitely an exciting offer. Can I write like 10 times my name and put it there? So alright, so I will, yeah. Just a quick trick, guys. Multiple names, multiple chances of winning the tickets. This time we might be doing, I think Welfare will let you know where exactly we're doing it next session. We'll disperse for lunch now. We have a 1 hour lunch break, and then we'll meet back again for the session 3, starting from there. Thank you so much.
That's the box. I'm leaving it here.
पॉज कर दिया तुरंत वेट नहीं आता
It's okay. You can write. Hold it. And your phone number. Shell पर
हाँ जी वैसे ही चेक करते हुए
Excuse me everyone, I think I made a small mistake. The lunch is for half an hour and we'll meet back again in 30 minutes. It's right outside the hall and we'll see you guys in 30 minutes back here again. Thank you.
पेशेंट को ठीक कर दो
अंदर और
ऐसा हो नहीं रहा, कई जाने जा रही है इस बीमारी की वजह से। अब हमारा 5-6 इलाजों को मिला के वो हमारा कॉन्फ्रेंस का थीम है इंटीग्रेटेड, 5-6 इलाजों को मिलवा पेशेंट्स की हेल्प करते हैं कि जो आप कीमोथेरेपी रेडिएशन थेरेपी ले रहे हो उसमें आपको ज़्यादा फ़ायदा हो जाए, आपके इलाज में आपकी मदद हो सबसे। अब इस चीज़ को करने के लिए देश विदेश से हमने डेलीगेट्स और स्पीकर बुलाए। हमने US, जर्मनी, कनाडा और नागालैंड, इन सब जगहों से मल्टीपल US से ज़्यादातर लोग आए हैं। मतलब ये थोड़ी सी अलग बात है कि इंडिया में आयुर्वेद और इन सब चीज़ों का जन्म हुआ, लेकिन हमारे इन प्रैक्टिसेस को या इन तरीक़ों को US और बाहर के देश ज़्यादा अपना रहे हैं, हमारे खुद के देश वाले नहीं अपना रहे। तो हमें ये चीज़ हमारे खुद के देश में प्रमोट करनी है कि हमारे पास इतने बेहतरीन इलाज हैं, इन इलाजों को आप अपने जो पेशेंट्स हैं उनके साथ उनको बताइए, इसके बारे में जानकारी दिलाइए। और सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट बात कि इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से ये मैसेज हम देना चाहते हैं कि जो बीमारी है इसको जो इलाज करना है वो तो एक बात हो गई, दूसरी बात हो गई कि आपने ये कैसे मेक श्योर करना है कि बीमारी हो ना। आप प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ केयर जो आजकल सबसे बड़ी चीज़ है वो ये है कि आप ये बीमारी पकड़े ही नहीं, ये बड़ी खतरनाक बीमारी है। तो कैसे क्या आप कर सकते हैं कि आप कैसा खाना खाएं, किस टाइप की एक्सरसाइज करें, किस टाइप का किस टाइप की और चीज़ें आप कर सकें जो कि आप इस वजह से ये बीमारी आपको हो ना। तो ये सारे डॉक्टर जो देश विदेश से आए लोग यही बता रहे हैं कि हमारे देश में बहुत सी चीज़ें, हमारा खाना बहुत अच्छा है, हमारी दवाइयाँ बड़ी अच्छी हैं, हमारी खुद की देश में बहुत सारे अच्छे अच्छे इलाज हैं। और इन इलाजों को अगर हम हमारे मेडिकल इंडस्ट्री में अप्लाई करेंगे तो हम इस खतरनाक बीमारी से बच भी सकते हैं। और अगर किसी में हो गई बीमारी तो उसको हम अच्छी लाइफ दे के अच्छी उसकी जान बचा सकते हैं।
लुधियाना में अगर आपके साथ संपर्क करना हो बाद में तो कैसे करें, या मतलब आपकी संस्था से?
अभी आगे कॉन्फ्रेंस हम अनाउंस करेंगे कि हम लुधियाना में भी हमारा कैसे कॉन्टैक्ट डिटेल आ रहा है। अभी हमारी वेबसाइट वगैरह भी देख सकते हैं ayurved.com पे, ICCC internationalcancercare.com पे भी आप देख सकते हैं कि हमारे लुधियाना में कौन से कनेक्टिंग होंगे। वहाँ से हमने हमारे डॉक्टर्स, हमारे सब प्रैक्टिशनर्स के कॉन्टैक्ट डिटेल दिए हुए हैं और वहाँ से आप इन सबको कॉन्टैक्ट कर सकते हैं। हम पर्सनली आपको गाइड भी कर सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से कैंसर के ऊपर इलाज किया जा सकता है, इन सब तरीक़ों को यूज़ करके। थैंक यू। हाँ इतनी आती थी को ज़्यादा नहीं आती जी। चले आगे
चलिए, तो हमारे डॉक्टर भी हैं,
वो हिंदी बोलते हैं।
थोड़ी देर ही थोड़ी देर भी का फोन लगता हेलो हाँ जी हाँ जी हाँ जी हाँ जी हाँ जी ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਾਅਦ ਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਨਾ ਉਹ ਹਿਲਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਡਰਾਉਣ ਉਹ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਕਰਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਮੈਂ ਚੁੱਕ ਕਰਤਾ ਸੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੋ ਤਿੰਨ ਹੈਗੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਬਾਅਦ 'ਚ ਭੇਜਦਾ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਉਹਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਆਹੋ ਮੈਂ ਉਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦਾ ਉਹ ਡਾਟਾ ਤਾਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਆ ਪਰ ਹਿਲਦਾ ਆ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਹਾਂ ਜੇ ਕਹੇ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਭੇਜ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਹਿਲਦਾ ਪਿਆ ਕਿ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕੱਟ ਵੱਟ ਕੇ ਕਰ ਲਈ ਠੀਕ ਆ ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਆ ਮੁੰਡਾ ਜਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੇਲ ਕਰੂ ਮੈਂ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਮੇਲ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਜੇ ਤੂੰ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਲੈ ਸਕਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਇਸ਼ੂ ਨਹੀਂ
मीडिया पार्टनर
इनने कुछ कोई मूवी नहीं
हाँ मूवी सी बनी है
ओके तो मूवी तो नहीं क्या और विलन से बना तो ओके जी हाँ पिक्चर में फेसबुक से है भी है नाम से तो लगना एक मतलब था चैनल नाम रहे थे पंडित जी कोई मैं बंगाल अच्छा
मैं 12 साल तो दिल्ली थी मैं हजे 10 महीने पहले
मैं शायद देखी हुई जी जी
वो नहीं हो रहा है
Can I request everyone to please take their seats?
एक्चुअली हम राइड पर गए हुए थे और मुझे मंडल दिख गया, कोई प्लान नहीं था, बस ऐसे ही जाते जाते ऐसे जा रहे हैं चूड़ सुने सब ऊंचा पहाड़ है हिमाचल का शिवजी का मंदिर ट्रैक है टेंट वर्क एडवेंचरस भी हो जाता है जी जी हाँ जी
Requesting coordinators outside the auditorium for people to reassemble.
जी
People who are here, should we retry the clapping therapy? It works, I think. Right? I think this time the energy is low. I couldn't hear people last time they were shouting and all that. Let me make it very exciting for you. We're going to have the lucky draw now. Yeah. Let's see who the lucky winner is going to be.
ओके जी
ठीक है मैं हाई लिख के भेज दूँ
जी भैया आपका क्या शुभ नाम है?
मेरा नाम वरिंदर सिंह।
वरिंदर सिंह ठीक।
Can we clap one more time, please? Yeah, people are kind of getting confused why we are clapping for, but we are clapping for this time. I request the coordinators outside to help reassemble the crowd into the auditorium, please. Okay, this time I sincerely request people sitting in the back rows to come forward. Humble request. People sitting in the back row. Am I audible? Yeah.
Abdul.
Are people still having food?
बुला लो सबको अंदर आओ।
They are having gossip.
Would it be unfair if we do the lucky draw without the others coming inside? Because I'm sure I would not want maximum crowd waiting, just a few people.
सब
Requesting volunteers outside to help reassemble the crowd. Deepak, can you just help people get in? Can you ring a bell at least? Yes. Again, I request people using the booth, I request just 2 people to be there inside the booth. The rest can be seated. Hope it's okay because it should not look distracted. I'm so sorry. 2 people per booth is enough. The rest can be seated here. I'm sure even you guys have given your names in the I can see 4 ladies. Stall number 1. Can 2 people be here? You can go back during a networking break. Thank you. All right.
This is the video we couldn't play earlier, but then can we dim the lights please a little bit so that this is more clear, and can you raise the volume? Yeah? Please play that. Start.
Firstly, let me apologize for not being there at the event. It is a great occasion. I wish I was there, but unfortunately, myself, I'm unable to attend. The International Cancer Care Conference is something really special where everyone gets together, exchange ideas as well as stories, and it's important that going forward with technology and treatment and knowledge that everyone possesses, that you start a dialogue and keep moving on. I'm really happy that a lot of people have got together at this year's conference to make a difference. And once again, we check everyone all the very best, and hopefully at the next event, I will be able to bring
So Maila Javadri couldn't make it. He was supposed to be here, and he sent us a very personal note that we could play for him here. And we really appreciate that he sent this to us. Right, so we're moving ahead with the next session now.
Can we finish off that?
Yes, lucky draws. We
need 2 people to come on stage. So
that's going to be Chris and Srini, I guess.
Yeah, Chris and Srini on stage, please, to pick up the chip and one to announce. Srini.
Just shuffle it a little bit.
And the award goes to Ravinder Singh, Saketa.
Okay.
The winner is again Ravinder Singh Saketa.
Okay. So he is our first person to be selected in the lucky draw to travel with us to the Middle East to the next edition of International Cancer Care Conference. Your phone number is there, sir, on that list. We will communicate the further details to you. So he is the lucky winner. So, Bakash, do we do the second one? Yeah. So what up? We'll wait. Okay. So again, he's the judge. So he's going to tell me when I'm going to do the next round. Thank you so much, Srini and Chris. So, did you raise your hand, sir, when I asked if you believe in luck? So, did you raise your hand when I asked if you believe in luck?
Can you come up, please?
Of course I believe in it.
Okay. Did you raise your hand?
Yeah.
Okay. So, he's lucky then. So, anyone else who doesn't believe in luck this time? Okay. I think everybody believes now. See you guys soon. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Ravi. So I'm just keeping in mind, if people have not kept their names inside, you know what you're missing. You can write twice or thrice. I've done that already.
We now move on to our first panel discussion of the day. It is one thing to diagnose, treat, research and talk about cancer, and it is completely another thing to fight it and survive. I welcome you to the first panel discussion of the day, ladies and gentlemen. For this panel, we have cancer survivors and the villagers on stage who have seen the monster, fought it, and managed to keep it ever under six. Research and medication aside, cancer survivors are the only ones who can guide us through their shared experiences on how it is to tackle the disease and its challenging treatments. We intend to delve into their thoughts on physical, emotional and psychological aspects of fighting cancer during diagnosis, treatment and most importantly, post-recovery period. Through this session, we will explore their take on living a healthy lifestyle, diet and mental health. Let me take a moment and introduce our panelists. Ms. Pratya Ubrani, Ayurvedic Health Counselor USA, is our first panelist. She's come all the way from US. She's an MS in Computer Science and has worked as an IT professional for many years. A few years back, she was diagnosed with cancer and went through all possible conventional treatments. However, to her dreadful surprise, cancer relapsed again after 4.5 years. But this time around, she was not ready for any trauma caused by conventional treatments. While searching for options, she spoke with Sharat Adanki, who inspired, motivated and guided her to learn the science of Ayurveda. Now Mrs. Ubrani is an Ayurvedic health counselor who strongly wants to share her knowledge and help others heal physically, emotionally, mentally and spiritually as well. As an Ayurvedic health counselor, she not only helps her clients to improve their lifestyle and diet, suggesting therapies and recommending appropriate herbs, but she also educates her clients about Ayurveda and its role in preventing cancer. Welcome, Pragya.
Pragya took almost 2 years to be here. Last year she was supposed to be in our edition, but finally she made it here, so thank you so much, Pragya, for coming.
Next we have on stage Srita Tati. She is a Telugu filmmaker and producer who produces her movies and a Guru private limited banner. She is also a breast cancer survivor and a founding member of Support Cancer Foundation based in Hyderabad. In her own words, the joy of being a cancer survivor is that you wake up every morning and knowing what a gift life is. She is also the director of media and content for Ayurveda. Welcome, Srita. Big honor to the ladies and gentlemen. Next, we have amongst us Mr. A.P.S. Chawla. He is visionary behind the NKC Trust and Robo Cancer Campaign. After working in civil services, Mr. Chawla started his own business as a market trader in garments under the name Nova Group. According to Mr. Chawla, within many ethnic minorities, family depend on women, and if she can't look after her own health and get treated, not being early diagnosed, the whole family collapses. And that's what he suffered when his wife was diagnosed with breast cancer. We welcome you on stage, Mr. Chawla. And lastly, we have Dr. Steffi Mack, who is a lecturer at St. Xavier's College, Ahmedabad. She's also a corporate trainer, TEDx speaker, and an author. In October 2013, she was diagnosed of acute lymphoblastic leukemia, ALL. She underwent a bone marrow transplant as a part of the treatment. Over the past few years, Steffi has extensively spoken about cancer care and the importance of bone marrow registration. She aims to normalize the conversation around cancer and release it off its taboo. Welcome, Dr. Steffi.
Hi guys. So, okay, can you briefly talk about the kind of cancer that you were diagnosed with and what is the type of treatments that you are on? So we'll begin with you, Pratima.
It was just 2009, after my baby was born, I was diagnosed with stage 4 tonsillar cancer. And it was just 2 months after my younger daughter was born. All the symptoms that were there, I just related it to pregnancy. And then I didn't really, I was kind of like, I ignored them. Because I thought, yeah, I'm pregnant, and then these kind of symptoms, maybe they are related to pregnancy. So it was tonsillar cancer. All the lymph nodes, around 10 lymph nodes were infected by the time I was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. I took, because that time I was so shocked, I didn't even research. I didn't find out any other options. I went to conventional doctors and I took all sorts of treatment like chemotherapy, radiation, and also I got modified neck dissection. So it was pretty traumatic. It took nearly a year for me to recover back. I couldn't get back to normalcy, but yeah, all these treatments made me, doctor said, okay, now there is no cancer. That was 2009.
I was 31 when in 2001 I was diagnosed with breast cancer. It started as stage 2 and I did not take my treatment for 6 months because I was still coming to terms with it. I didn't know what's going on. I wanted to understand what I was having, but unfortunately from second stage it spread to third stage where my lymph nodes came positive. At which point of time I was more or less cornered and was given an ultimatum that I'm going to live only 3 months. So at that point of time I kind of decided to go through lumpectomy. Then they did an internal radiation by putting pipes and giving directly radiation to the area of the diagnosis, which is my left breast. And then after that I did about 6 to 9 cycles of chemo. In addition to that also did external radiation. I was very young. I kind of somehow had the physical and the mental strength, so I became a very good, I don't know, in India we call the bakra, the scapegoat. For the most, I guess the highest form of poison that's being given to my body, and I was ready to take it. And the side effects I lived for the next 14 years were high acidity. I always have pain in my trachea. My ribs got fractured because of the internal radiation. I couldn't breathe properly for about 3 years till they could heal. And on top of that, you also have a lot of memory loss. So people don't realize that you end up having chemo brain, and which I do. I don't remember a lot of my childhood. I don't remember the first part of my going through cancer or many of my experiences of the 20s. Unfortunately, because of some lifestyle choices I made and the fact that I'm also a businesswoman and not an easy business, I had a relapse after 14 years when I was 45, and this time it was ovarian stage 1 cancer, and where I had to go through hysterectomy, and my oncologist requested and asked me and more or less tried to convince me to go through chemo. But I didn't believe that. I felt that I need to find alternatives. And that's when I found Ayurveda. And I am somebody who's treated by Ayurvedic medicine in the last 3.5 years. And the side effect was also hypothyroidism, which I more or less worked with. And because of hysterectomy, the sad part here is after they did the hysterectomy, they did not find cancer anywhere in the uterus. They had a stage 1A cancer in my right ovary, which could have been just treated fine without even performing the hysterectomy. So unfortunately now I live the side effects of not having hormones. My bones are very weak, and Dr. Vicky takes care of me by every year. putting me through Panchakarma and all her wonderful treatments, and which I do very religiously so far we did every year. I think the one is coming up in December, so it really helps my joints and everything to stay supple, and I can live a normal lifestyle. So that's where I am right now.
Well, should I say that among these ladies, I'm the one who has suffered due to breast cancer. My first wife died at an early age, and whole of my family was shattered. Of course, she was the pillar. As you migrate to outside countries, your first priority is to make money. And of course, we both were so busy in that direction that we forgot that there is a cancer type of disease which can happen to us. Anyway, it is a long story. She died of cancer, though she was sick. About 6 months were given to her, but she carried on for 3 years due to, you can say, immunotherapy, radiation. She went through all of that. But that gave me a thought that being an educated person, why didn't we see the first or second stage? Why couldn't I diagnose or approach my life? And that gave me some kind of inner thoughts. And when my children grew up, and they asked me that, Dad, you have a rest, you have done a lot. As you go outside your country, you go through a lot of difficulties, and you can see from my age that I'm the first generation migrant. And then they said, you have a rest. And I told them, and said, the point is that you are asking me to have a rest. I have worked. I cannot have a rest. They said, go and sit in the Spanish villa, enjoy your life, and that is. Then I said, no, that is not what I want to do. Bring me to and that was very crucial for me to decide what to do. And then I started this campaign of Roku cancer. No, Roku cancer idea was given by Sherry Blair, who is the wife of Tony Blair, and I used to be very active in fact. Razzmatazz and everything. And I said, Sherry, I want to do something for the society. And she said, if you want to do so for the society, why don't you go to developing countries? And I was looking at her. I said, my wife died in Vietnam. And you are asking me to go to the developing countries. It is something beyond my imagination. Because at that time, we always used to think it is a disease of Western countries. And then she enlightened me and she said, no, it is a future disease of developing countries as they will develop. There will be more cases of cancer. And if you make awareness and early detection, you will save lives. And today I am sitting here listening to all the speakers and everybody saying it is one of the key points of prevention of disease. And I am happy, I am here, I am sharing my views, and of course, our, you can say, government or other initiatives are being forwarded for awareness and education. And I fully support that because we have seen over 6,500 patients, which of course my director of India will explain to you how we have done that. But I am here not a survivor from the cancer, but you can say I have survived the trauma, the difficulties of a person whose loved one died of cancer. And I do appreciate everybody, and especially the survivors, that they have got a courage, they have got the positivity, and there are a lot of other ways how to survive, and I congratulate them.
So you've taken inspiration and motivation from one of the most challenging times of your life. More power to you and Robo Cancer Campaign. Steffi, can you brief our audience about your cancer type? So I was 24 in October 2013 when I was diagnosed of acute lymphoblastic leukemia, also known as ALL. And it was a high-risk cancer. When I was diagnosed, the cancer blast in my body was about 96%. My blood count had come down to about 3, I believe. And eventually it was seen that there may not be enough rounds of chemotherapy or radiation that could cure me completely. At some stage or another, I may have to look for another option. The primary option that was put before me was a bone marrow transplant. And since I'm the only child and unfortunately my parents weren't a complete match, I looked for a donor outside. I found my donor in Germany. She donated her marrow to me. She saved my life. I eventually decided to write a book on the experiences that I have had fighting cancer, and I did that. But over a period of time, I realized that maybe talking about cancer isn't enough, because what that does is that it educates people about what cancer is and all of that. But I really wanted to get into something that is absolutely action-oriented. So right now I am working excessively into educating people about bone marrow registration, and inspiring them to register as marrow donors. I will speak more on that later on. Thank you. Audience, I need your undivided attention for the next question. Pratya, if you can tell us what's the typical diet, because we know the importance of diet in cancer prevention. What is the typical diet that you follow on a daily basis?
all 3 standard treatments that doctors provide. I was wondering, I was thinking, okay, that is it. Now it is done. But what happened? I was getting weaker and weaker instead of getting stronger. And 2013, when I got the relapse, I decided that I will not take conventional medicine and try out different medicine. And along with that, I had also decided about the diet that I'm gonna follow. So currently I follow plant-based diet. I eat a lot of plants and I don't take dairy, but because I know ghee is really good, I take ghee. And other than ghee, I try to avoid dairy. And then I eat no meat, no sugar, no flours. So like white flour. So that is the standard diet I try to follow. And because plant-based diet is so nutritious and mineral full, I think I'm getting more strength because of that. And it helps me with because it's easy to digest as well. I steam my vegetables, I don't eat raw. I was on a person diet, but not complete person diet. I was taking a lot of juices. But currently this is my diet. It's like no meat, no dairy, no sugar, and I try to avoid flours, the white flours and all. So this is what I follow currently.
The first thing I did after first cancer was I totally removed the whites from my diet. I don't do sugar, I don't do white rice, I don't do white flour, which is called maida in India. I'm lactose intolerant, so luckily I didn't have to do milk, anything to do with cheese. So they were about, and salt, I just don't do salt. So of course the alternative is you do what is like a Himalayan salt, is like a crystal salt, which is not iodized. So that's the first thing I did, is to remove completely the whites. And my family is non-vegetarian, but I became completely vegetarian for a very long time, until I was told my doctor that I need to take some kind of a meat in my diet, so I became a pescatarian. Other than that, the most important thing I avoid is also a lot of spiciness in the food, because that leads to a lot of acidic refluxes, which really affects your trachea, and it burns. So I try to be very sure that it's what a normal person in India eats. I go down quite a bit, less than the spiciness is completely taken out of the food. But whites is something I make it a mission. I completely avoid the whites out of the diet. And I also avoid completely processed food. And oil, the most important thing is I do not take regular sunflower oil. The food is never cooked in that kind of an oil. I follow particularly what we call as, my brother gets it for me from Coimbatore, from a localized field. They kind of call it from they churn the oil like sesame oil is what I do, and ghee I try, but ghee also gives me a very bad what I call as a reflex. It doesn't do very well for me. Another thing I do is also do gomutram. I really believe in it in the long run, especially for the liver. My day begins with hot, like warm water for my stomach, and then I take gomutram, which is a spoon, which I dilute a bit with water. And so this is typically
when you say the oil based on a local company, Coimbatore, do you mean it's cold pressed? The candy method? Is that? Candy method. Yeah, candy method. Okay. I don't really have any food restrictions per se. I consume everything, but then there are a couple of things that I choose not to consume at all. Some by force and some by choice. Again, white bread is something that I don't consume, but it isn't even that I don't eat it at all. I think I got lactose intolerance as a consequence of my treatment. So I have not consumed milk for about 6 years now. I did start having a bit of milk just to keep checking, because when it is a consequence of the treatment, then you have to keep checking, because then the allergies begin to go down as well, which is a good sign. So that way I keep checking, but yes, I have not had milk or ice cream or any of those things for a very long time. I absolutely avoid processed meat. Any kind of processed meat is out, so no salamis and no hams and none of those things at all. I do not consume red meat at all. I do have some chicken for the protein, but no red meat whatsoever. I also avoid aerated drinks because the amount of sugar and other things that come with it, so aerated drinks are a no in almost all cases. Yes, I think other than that, I think because of the number of chemos and radiations that I had to take during the treatment and also definitely before the bone marrow transplant, the hormonal imbalance is really something that is very difficult to sort of quantify the damage that it does to the hormones. And therefore, there are moments, even today, when there are cravings that you cannot really understand why they happen. And then there are days when you really have to feed yourself that okay, today I am craving carbs, I need to do it, because if I don't do it, then it begins to affect me. But of course, then there is a line that you have to draw, that okay, if I feel that I really have to eat this, then I take a bite or I eat a certain portion and then I leave it there. But it's still a process for somebody who is a bone marrow survivor. It's a very different feeling, because there are two souls in a body. It's me and my donor. So I'm just still trying to explore what suits me, what doesn't suit me. Sometimes it's all because of her and what, her skin type and my skin type and all of that. So it just keeps changing all the time. That way.
I would say in the end that the problem with your body is that there should be a balanced diet and no more paranthas, no more fried food. As I belong to Amritsar, and it is a food capital of Punjab, but I had to give up. Now, of course, with hard dying and me becoming a diabetic, and of course other areas, my doctors, they said, you will have to have less calories, or for diabetes, you will have to leave one or the other thing like drink. It takes your sugar level up, then it drops down. So I said, being from Amritsar, I said I can't stop having pakoras, those kind of things, but I shall stop it. And since that time, I am not drinking, and I am trying to keep myself in balance. day, I will suggest that you have to have a balanced diet according to the need of your body, not according to your taste of tongue. And of course, Ayurveda tells us. And if we stick to our olden days, though I am old, but my ancestors, they used to work in the physics. They used to consume the calories which they used to have, like, like this is like, but they have the capacity to consume it. Nowadays, people enjoy the food, but they have got no exercise. And that's why there are so many gyms and everything. They will go to the gym, but they won't work in the gyms. And that was also the exercise. And there should be a productivity in your action. My dad used to tell me, if you cannot consume, you will get fat. If you balance your diet between the calories intake and your workout, you will always be healthy. And that is the teaching of our Ayurvedic treatment or any other alternative. And I fully recommend that you should, if you are consuming 1,500 calories, you should take 1,500 calories, not more than that. And that will bring all the ailments which are coming with the modern living, and of course it is not catching up in our developing countries. Be careful, that's what I think.
Thank you. Next question is what form that you will use
Exercise. So, like there are 4 factors that will keep us healthy. So one is lifestyle, diet, exercise, and stress management. So exercise is very important, and because I'm so weak, I don't go to gym and then work out too hard and get tired. I do yoga, I do meditation and pranayama. I try to do some salutations and the other stretches. I also have a machine which helps me to drain the lymph liquid fluid. So I do that exercise as well. But the exercise that I love the most is a walk with my family. I go like every weekend, we go on the trails with my 2 lovely daughters. They are so lively, and that makes exercise such a fun. And I do that on a regular basis.
For me, exercise is very difficult. I think of exercise, but going and doing it is very tough work. So for a very long time, I had to fight that. I used to be a very regular gym-going person. And after my hysterectomy, I was told to kind of wait on any form of exercise for about 3 months. So I just loved that 3 months where I didn't have to go to the gym. And that caught up with me, and having hypothyroid, you actually gain a bit of weight. So that's even more difficult. So what I have done once because I don't take any medicine for thyroid, but I know I can do my neck exercises. So starting 2019, I made a rule for myself that I will hit the gym every day, and my family is very supportive, especially my brother, Yuvraj, who tracks me to the gym every morning at 7:30. We are there. He's there for 2 hours, I'm there for 20 minutes. So because of that, he lost 10 kilos, and I didn't lose any weight. But what I try to do is, one thing I like going to the gym because I realize that I need to strengthen my bones. I need to strengthen my ligaments. And there was a time after my breast cancer, because of my lumpectomy and removing all the lymph nodes, my left shoulder wouldn't used to rise. I had a frozen shoulder. I used to talk to Dr. Aditi also about it. But after going to the gym, I can completely lift my left arm like a normal arm, and it really helped me to work with the weights. Now I don't shy or ask somebody next to me in the flight to lift my suitcase. I can do it myself, and that really improves your confidence, self-confidence. So these days I am on the treadmill for minimum 20 minutes. Then I do my weights, the entire circuit, and I keep increasing my weights, and my bone strength have gone up. And I think I'm going to keep up with it and get myself back into shape. And for me, most important, in addition to physical exercise, is also mental exercise. My brain is like a Pitta volcano. It just loves churning movies after movies in its head. And every day is a huge screenplay and a drama. I rely a lot on Kriya to center myself. I calm myself down. I find a way to do my inner stress management. And my spiritual thinking helps me a lot. I'm very grateful to my gurus for that. And that brought a lot of change in the way I handle situations around me. And I think all of us have to balance external physical exercise and also internal exercise to have a control of who you are and work with yourself. I believe in that.
Exercise for me worked at 3 levels. When I was done with my treatment, I shrank down to 35 kgs. I was only 35 kgs. And motor skills were almost absolutely zero. I couldn't find the energy to walk or interact or stand straight or walk straight for that matter. And it came to the extent where I realized that maybe only eating right or staying at home and maybe doing some flex exercises are not going to work. So that's the first time I stepped into the gym. And I'm not a gym person at all. I do not like it as much. But I did that for about 5 months and built my weight back to 45 kgs, I believe. And while a lot of people feel that it's very easy to put on the weight because you can literally eat anything under the sun, it's not like that. When you have to build your weight and you have to do it healthy, it's a process, and it's a rather difficult process. After that, I switched to yoga because thanks to the conference hosted by Ayurveda last year, when I attended the talk and I saw someone speak about yoga, and I thought maybe this is something that I should incorporate in my life. So I started with yoga, did that for about 8 months, switched back to the gym because I also realized that it's important to maybe sort of keep, have that dance, that play of using everything. Now I'm back to yoga again, but because I'm a faculty at a college and I'm a corporate trainer, there are about 5 to 6 hours of teaching that are involved any which way. You're walking a lot, you are talking a lot. Each lecture is for an hour, it's an hour long. So there's a lot of energy that is invested when you are speaking as much as you are. And I think I rely on exercise a lot more in terms of building strength. And it's not about the core strength, but it's more about having the strength of not maybe running out of energy that easily. So I think yoga and some meditation really helps. Pranayama helps a lot in regulating the breathing, and I read this book on how the circulation of oxygen inside your body is really, really important, and if that is right, then half the diseases are resolved. So I just try to maybe practice that a bit every day, that I am able to just focus on where the oxygen is going in my body and how it's the medicine that's entering and touching every organ. So maybe I just I just try to do that. I am not yet there where I can meditate and not have any thoughts, but maybe someday I'll get there.
Any questions?
Looks like the audience. Yes, yes, you can.
On the exercise side, I will say I am lethargic. No, I don't know why I am lethargic. In the sense that there are other ailments which I have got. And of course, when I was young, my dad used to say, you have to carry these 40 kilos back on your back and stack it there. Of course, people do that. But I think it was some kind of depression after the death of my first wife. That I started thinking I was more on the back than out of that. But then again, this particular moving back to India 6 months each year has brought a lot of activity in me. I go to the camps, but it reminds me of my dad. He used to say, do something with productivity. When he was in England with me, I used to say, Dad, what do you want to do? And generally, our parents used to say, I'm doing that. But he used to enjoy gardening. He used to go and do kind of growth of certain vegetables, tomatoes, aubergines, and all that. In those days, in England, there wasn't that. That brought me to a situation that I should explore that kind of exercise, which should also produce. Once I told my dad, I said, Dad, there need to be some flowers in the house. I said, you can do it. I'm going to do which is productive. And of course, that always I remember that whatever I do, it should produce something beneficial. And nowadays, I'm going to the camps in the villages. I enjoy it, meeting people. I do exercise also. Go around the camp, meet about 250 to 300 people and say hello to them. And of course, that gives me energy. See, when you do the exercise under stress, you don't get the energy. Energy is produced by what you enjoy. Somebody can enjoy yoga, somebody can enjoy gym, somebody can enjoy doing something else. But at the end of the day, it is always there. Balance your lifestyle according to the calories consumed and intake of calories. And that is a very important aspect which our forefathers and of course that has been our tradition. We are coming out of it. No, we need to go to the gym, need to go to all these Western views of exercise. So I will say, let's go back to our ancient exercise.
Perfect. Interesting addition to the list of exercise regimen, gardening, and very much included. And the last question to you guys is, what message do you have for people who are going through cancer in single line?
So it's been a decade that I was diagnosed with cancer, and I have gone through a long journey, lot of trauma after taking conventional treatments and conventional medicine like chemotherapy, radiation, and even the surgery. And in 2013, even I got a relapse and I had to go. Though I denied the conventional medicine, I went for Ayurveda, homeopathy, and ultimately even I tried immunotherapy. So in this long journey, what I have learned, that we have to love ourselves, love yourselves, understand what's going on with your body, take care of your body, do everything that that pleases you, that what brings happiness to you in a healthy way, not that in a wrong way, but in a healthy way. What makes you happy? Just do it. Just if you like to indulge yourself in some hobby like art or music. Today we had a wonderful presentation of music, how music heals. Music is a good way. Just indulge yourself in some activity that gives you more happiness. Also make sure your diet is good, you are eating healthy, your lifestyle, if you go with Ayurvedic lifestyle, that's the best lifestyle. But accommodate as much as you can, because everybody is busy here. Our priorities are different. Our priorities, we give more importance nowadays. We give more importance to the outwardly pleasures, outward things. We act and react to the external drama, what is going on. Our senses are more towards the external thing rather than the internal thing, what is going on in our body. So meditation, pranayam, if you do that, if like I do, I'm not in there, I'm trying to be there to understand what's going on, the minor changes or minor discomfort that is happening in my body, and pay attention to that. But I understand that meditation, pranayam is going to help to understand, listen to your own soul, because soul whispers every time, and then the soul is trying to tell you the best thing that is going to help you in a very right way, in a very beautiful way. We have to listen to our soul, and that can happen only when we do a lot of meditation. We keep ourselves happy, and we indulge ourselves in such activities that gives us more joy. So, and the diet is go plant-based. Plant-based is the best diet that we can have. It's easy to digest, it's nutritious, it's full of minerals. So that is the best diet that so far I understood. Unless you are super weak, and even Ayurveda suggests if you are weak, then go for meat. But otherwise, plant-based diet is the diet. Exercise is important. Exercise to any form of exercise, because that is one thing that keeps your body active, not the exertion that we do on an everyday basis. That running around is the exertion. So we have to do exercise, and like yoga is the best exercise. But I feel that is my personal opinion. And stress management. we have to learn to manage the stress. And because, as I said, we react to the external drama and we get stressed out so easily. And that stress is damaging our body. So we have to learn how to manage the stress and not to react to the external drama. So these are the few things I would suggest, but the most important, love yourself. Thank you.
That is very nice, for me, if there is anything that I have to say, we already live in a Mahabharata. We have to get up, we have to survive, we have to go to work, we have to take care of our family. This is something all of us have to do. We can't do much about it. There is no control to the outside. But I strongly noticed over the last 20 years of living with cancer that there is a Mahabharata happening inside of us all the time, the inner war. That happens with the people around us, it happens with ourselves, and we constantly are lost in the thought field of war. Whether should I eat this or not, what time should I wake up, am I late to work? So there is this internal Mahabharata that's happening. And I noticed I probably counseled and worked with almost 500 to 600 cancer patients. I did my best to counsel them, but I realized that each one of them are a reflection of the conflict they are having inside, and that conflict takes a seed of disease. The soul never comes, the Atma never comes with cancer. It's between the Atma and what stays as our samskaras is what we call them in our karma. And I'm a great believer of karma and dharma. I think it's important for all of us to find that balance. To understand what is the inner war within you and try to resolve it. Only then we can live with peace everything outside. If you are living in an inner war, you live in a great Mercedes, you drive around and stay in 5-star hotels, 5 first class, also doesn't matter. You are still in the inner war. So my journey has been in working with a lot of youngsters who I am noticing are living in this inner war of not being able to express to their parents, parents who can't talk to their children, and children that are more or less told to live the way parents would have lived their life. There's a huge inner war happening that we are not paying attention to. And for me, what I like to leave a message is that work on your inner Mahabharata. Find that faith and have belief in your Atman, because it doesn't come with cancer. It has come here to help you to get over the cancer. Listen to it. Find out what is your karma and try to live the path of dharma, because all the answers are out there. And there's enough technology out there right now to give you all the answers of all the cultures also. But we don't want to do that. We are very busy making money. We are very busy talking about stress, but we don't want to address our inner war. So please come to peace with your inner war, and peace will automatically be part of your life.
I won't say much, but I will say that there are two things in life. One is your birth and one is your death. And you are going through life learning everything in your life and be a learner. Because I belong to Sikh religion. Sikh means Shishya. So, what philosophy has been given to us says, be a learner. And learner, not just for the sake of learning, but learn with the skill to act on it. And that is more important than theory or anything. And that's what I would say. Be positive in your life. Never be negative. And it has been proved that In cancer, if you want to fight cancer, first thing is be positive. How to tackle it. Then be negative and say, just now, sorry to use the word, कि मैं तो हम चले गया, कि मैं चले जाऊंगा मैनू पाने जो मर्जी करा, लेकिन जो भी आप करेंगे उससे आपका ही भला होगा, किसी का नहीं होगा. So think of that. Have a thought in mind and thought of positivity, because it is the positivity which will give you strength to surpass each and every difficulty in your life, including if you are a cancer patient, if you are a patient of any other illness. Sorry, I am developing, and I am full of, sometimes my surgeons and Indians say, you are a bionic. I said, what do you mean by bionic? They say, your heart will always change. One point, your stunt is there, you have got a pacemaker, and all the ailments, but at this age, I am still running around. That means I have got a positive. And positivity is the only way you can surpass each and every difficulty. It is a journey from your birth to death with experiences. If you are going on the motorway, you will go straight and reach your journey quickly. But if you want to have an experience, if there is an accident or something, you go from the different roads. And from the different roads, you will always find a landing curve. And I always take it as a challenge, that it is a learning curve for me, and I am more enlightened and more positive at the end of thought when I come to the straight motorway. So keep it up, and we hope we will survive and we will carry on whatever somebody is doing, whether it is materialism, whether it is spiritualism, whatever action God has proposed for you, we will carry on. And that's what I like to say.
With your kind permission, Dr. Aditi, could I maybe just change the question a bit? I just want to tweak it a little bit. I was an extremely angry cancer patient on certain days because there were so many advices that were thrown at me. I rather want to give a message to the people who have, by the grace of God, never been diagnosed with cancer. Because if we expect cancer patients to be positive, then positivity also needs to come from the others who are around them. So I want to tell you the ones who are not Third, chemotherapy if you have not taken chemotherapy. I have had so many people who come and said, oh, chemo is so easy, yaar. Aise lagate ki, you know, you just put a needle here and it will be done. Acha, have you taken it? No, but I know. How? How do you know? Okay, fourth. And this is personal, the fourth one, it may not apply to everybody. Don't question God. Don't say, oh, Bhagwan ne aisa kyun kiya tumhare saath, or, you know, why did God do it? I don't see any form of illness as something that comes from God. No, it doesn't. I think God actually helps you to fight it. He's not the one who is responsible to give it to you. So please, you know, don't do that. But then again, this is my personal opinion. I know people who have a different opinion about this, so it all depends. Don't treat cancer as a punishment, please. Don't tell people that something wrong must have happened in your past, your ancestors must have done something, you must have done something. Please don't apply the karma theory when somebody is diagnosed with cancer. It's not nice. It's not nice. Don't do it. Learn, try, work to normalize using the word cancer. Please, don't call it a journey. Don't call it an experience. Don't call it your story. It's cancer. Call it cancer. Look at it in its face and call it cancer. That's very, very, very important. The moment you start finding metaphorical synonyms to cancer, you are turning it into a bigger monster than it is. It is not a monster. It's doable. It's not a death certificate. And I don't think I really want to advise anything to any cancer patient who's probably looking or listening to me right now, because I feel that anybody who is put in a life or death circumstance will learn how to fight. I didn't know my blood group when I was diagnosed with cancer. I was that scared of needles. Okay? Today, show me a needle and I'll laugh in your face and I'll just say, there is my dartboard. Come, poke. You know, what I'm trying to say is you will learn. Cancer patients don't need advice. Okay, they will learn it. When somebody tells you, looks at you and says you're going to die, they just know how to fight back. Just be their backbone. Don't teach them how to fight. They know it. You don't know it because by the grace of God you've not been diagnosed with cancer. But let them fight the way they want to. And I think it should be okay. I think we also need to build a society that is cancer patient and cancer survivor friendly. We don't need to advise survivors and patients. We really need
to. We are completely out of time, but we do have one question from the audience, and so that we can very quickly answer. The audience member wants to know what was the relevance of compassion and love from professionals, friends and family in your recovery?
It's a very good question. One is I realized that when I had cancer, it was very tough for my father and mother. It's not easy to see the children like that. And also, unfortunately, I had to come to India to take my chemo because I couldn't afford it. I was a freelance filmmaker, so I couldn't afford it in the US, so I had to come to India. So I didn't have anybody here. I used to drive myself to the chemos and radiation. What I did, the first thing is, personally for me, I surrounded myself with strength. The strength for me was every day a phone call to my mother and father to hear from them that they are doing okay and I am doing okay. So my parents played a huge pillar. For me, the second thing is to surround myself with strength and avoid any weaknesses. And unfortunately for me, my grandmother was a weakness because we already lost my grandfather for cancer, so she convinced herself that I am gone too. So after I realized that she was a weakness, I had to slowly send her away to the hometown and say that, you know, I'll come back and see you after 6 months. I'm very sure of that. So, one side, there will be the people in the family that are very compassionate to you, and you have to surround yourself with that strength. And the one that you don't find or your strength, you need to inform them that you don't want them around you. That also becomes a personal duty towards yourself. To be able to say no, I think that's important. For me, the kindness came from the most unexpected group of people. Honestly, they're strangers. They are my nurses, and they are the other cancer patients who, after they give you chemo, you're awake all night because something in your body keeps you awake almost for 2 days. At last it happened to me. So I used to walk around and have conversations with all the other cancer patients in the whole ward. And there are some great stories I learned, great stories of inspiration. And their time and the kindness they have shown towards me, sharing their valuable time with me, gave me a lot of strength. And for me personally, the third important relationship I had is with the higher being, in whatever form that higher being comes. And you feel that huge presence and the strength that the higher being gives you and says that put the faith in me and walk with me. And we're going to walk a long way. And I found that in every person I met and every sense of encouragement I received, from the morning cup of any warm water with a green tea given by my housekeeper, to my doctor who gave me a word of encouragement, and my aunt who came to the chemos with me, who was there with me as a pillar and cleaned every time I vomited after my cancer, nausea. I'm grateful for all the help that I got. I was just grateful to life that it was giving me a chance, and I'm going to put the best fight to just grab it full on because I respect life and I'm here to be alive.
Thank you very much, Sunita. So with this, we have come to close this panel discussion. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our panelists for gracing the conference with their presence. The tips and experiences that you have shared are invaluable and are the landmarks towards cancer prevention and care. So thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Hello. Shana, can you join us on the stage? Srini and Dr. Mark as well. And Sean. I think you want to now give you next talk. we're heading to our second panel now. Dr. Vinita Deshmukh. Wilfred, you want to draw on the one set? I would like to also invite Dr. P.G. Bhattar, Dr. Vinita Deshmukh, Dr. P. Ram Manohar, and Dr. Abhishek Edullah. Can you all please join me on the stage for the next panel discussion, please? And guys, I will excuse on the last week at the next panel. Just because Dr. Vinita has to leave very quickly for her flight, she might just want to give you the message and we'll continue the panel discussion after.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am representing Integrated Cancer Treatment and Research Center of Bharatiya Society Cultural Trust, which is located at Kabuli, Pune. Our center is recognized as Center of Excellence by Department of Ayush. It is funded by Department of Atomic Energy, affiliated to Indian Cancer Society and supported by Tata Trust. Next slide. Next slide. The trust is founded by Rampuja Prabhakar Keshav Sarveshmukh Maharaj, Dr. S.P. Sarveshmukh, who is expert Ayurvedic physician, and Dr. Arvind Kulkarni, ex-HOD Radiation Oncology Department at Bombay Hospital. They are the coordinators of the project. This is our team of more than 50 Ayurvedic and allopathic doctors working in the field of cancer, integrative oncology and basic research. Today I am going to present only 2 cases which show that how Ayurvedic treatment is beneficial to improve quality of life and increase disease-free survival. 2 years back, on the eve of 3rd June, that is a Cancer Survivor Day, we had a get-together of our more than 150 cancer survivors who were suffering from dreadful cancers and survived for more than 5 to 10 years. So this is a book, Stories of Cancer Survivor, which comprises stories of 144 cancer survivors treated with Ayurvedic treatment. This is the first case. It's a case of a patient of acute lymphoblastic leukemia, diagnosed in the year of 2002. He was started with Ayurvedic treatment along with chemotherapy, and his Ayurvedic diagnosis was Rasa Gata Jwara. He was treated with simple Ayurvedic medicines in the form of Shaman Chikitsa and Rasayan Chikitsa, comprising of Kambudaras, Pravakishti, Chavanprash, and 2 varieties of medicated ghee, that is Raksharmuta and Padmakali. Now, after 17 years, you can see the profile of this patient. The Karnofsky score is 100, then its CBC is hemoglobin 15.7, WBC 8400. All blood parameters are within normal limit. 5 years survival rate in such type of cancer is 49%. So what lesson we learned from this case? That Ayurvedic treatment is beneficial in improving quality of life, minimizing side effects of patient and increasing disease-free survival. I will show a short film of this patient. Then this is the second patient who had a rare type of cancer, that is cortical thymoma, diagnosed in the year of 2006. At that time she was operated, but her cancer was very close to heart, so the surgeon could not remove it completely. There was a partial resection of the cancer. After that she started chemotherapy and radiotherapy, and along with radiation and chemo, she started Ayurvedic treatment. So she is taking Ayurvedic treatment since 2006. This patient was treated with Shaman Chikitsa along with Panchakarma. Total 10 times she was treated with Panchakarma. Almost every year she visited Varoli and treated with Panchakarma treatment with various forms of basti, that is Brumigna basti, Kala basti, Root basti, Shirodhara every year, and Uttar basti in 2 years. So as a consequence of this Ayurvedic treatment, her last PET CT in November 2018 showed no hypermetabolic lesion noted in present whole body PET CT scan. So from this case we learned that Ayurvedic treatment comprises of all types of treatment modalities like Shaman Chikitsa, Panchakarma, Samupadeshan, and healthy diet. So I show short films of these 2 cases and then I will finish my work. This cortical thymoma patient, her case was presented in National Geographic Channel.
Material much faster than any other science. At the Integrated Cancer Treatment and Research Center in Pune, this thousands of years old medicinal practice is integrated with modern day scientific practice to heal hundreds of cancer patients. In India, almost 556,400 people die annually due to this deadly disease, with 700,000 new cases reported each year. Here, the patients are first administered radiation therapy, which kills cancer cells, but triggers adverse side effects, thus bringing down the overall vitality of the body. To counter this, a series of Ayurvedic therapies are given, which restore the vitality and necessary balance in the body.
The Ayurvedic treatment might just come to an end, but the Ayurvedic treatment clubbed together will continue for a very long time, so that the short-term and the long-term side effects can be mitigated, as well as the patient can be given a good quality of life.
Almost a decade ago, the life of a botanical scientist from Mumbai got entangled in a rare kind of cancer. Vijuta Kulshalkar, a happily married woman in her late 30s, was diagnosed with cortical thymoma, a rare cancerous tumor located near the heart. Owing to her young age, doctors reluctantly agreed to administer chemo and radiation therapy, which further aggravated her agony.
Half of my left lung was collapsed because of radiation.
Distressed mentally and physically, hopelessness engulfed Vijuta as she began to wind up her life with a maximum time frame of 6 more months to live.
Suddenly our happy family came to an end. Yamraj was sitting next to me and I could see my small son growing up without a mother.
This was like I had no ground under my feet.
Unwilling to let her go without trying the last available option, her husband brought her to this institute, wherein she was introduced to Ayurveda. Doctors here treated Vijuta with an ancient method of Rasayana Chikitsa and 9 cycles of Panchakarma.
Rasayana Chikitsa is a very important treatment in Ayurveda. So we treated her with that treatment and Panchakarma treatment for 9 times. Speciality of Panchakarma treatment is that it is a detoxifying treatment. So it removes toxins from your body, and after taking Panchakarma, your cells start growing normally.
Vijuta survived. It's been more than 10 years now.
10 years and 8 months from the diagnosis of cancer as today. I think she should consider herself cured of cancer, but suffering from the side reactions of earlier radiation treatment and chemotherapy.
My cardiologist says with so much of radiation and chemo, your heart is really in very good condition.
We are trying to live every moment of our life because it's a gift. This would not have been there but for Ayurveda.
Almost 15 years ago, Manda Kelkar, a resident of Mumbai, suffered from acute myeloid leukemia, an aggressive form of blood cancer. Pain and suffering plagued his life. For Manda, everything stood still between life and death. In Manda's case, only chemotherapy was administered, which left him further devastated.
Initially there was no side effects, but after a certain period of time, the chemotherapy starts showing their real face, and they used to have loose motions, like pain and everything. I could not able to sit like this, the way I am sitting in front of you today. That time I could not able to sit because there was a severe pain and burn during the motion. The only thing is that I stopped myself by screaming in toilet.
Not knowing what to do, he turned towards the Integrated Cancer Treatment and Research Centre, located in Pune. The Integrated Cancer Treatment and Research Centre is a unique facility which blends the 5,000-year-old science of Ayurveda with modern medicinal science to heal cancer patients. Gradually, Manda began his Ayurvedic treatment at the centre. His chemotherapy also continued. Steadily, he started responding to the drugs and made progress.
Because of this Ayurvedic medicine, I was having real side effects. Till date, I am not vomited for a single time. And that played a vital role.
Manda survived. He never anticipated a second life for himself.
ऐसा कभी मैंने सोचा भी नहीं था कि ऐसा कुछ होगा मेरे आगे लाइफ में, तो इसका कुछ अच्छा होने वाला है। मैं ऐसा सोचता हूँ कि दिस इज माय सेकंड बर्थ। आई एम ओनली 14 years old.
Today, on the eve of National Cancer Survivors Day, hundreds of such patients have gathered here to celebrate their second life. A life which they never expected to live. A life, much of which they owe to this institute. Each one of them has their own story to share. A story of survival, of hope.
All these patients I have seen myself sometime or other during their progress. And when they open their heart and tell their own experience, that is the best award a doctor can get to treat such patients.
For each of these survivors, congregating here has been a way of paying tribute to this institute, for it is in this place that they got healed, which filled them with a new lease of hope and life.
Integrated Cancer Treatment and Research Center gave me hope and improved the quality of my life.
This place is the place of rebirth for my wife. I cannot imagine my life as well as my son in the state but where we are today without this place.
जिंदगी में कैंसर हुआ है सब कुछ खत्म हो गया ऐसा नहीं है, तो ये सेकंड इनिंग है। मैं जो पहले कैंसर होने के पहले जैसे मैं जी रही थी वैसे मैं जी पाई।
Today, like all of the survivors, Manda is living a healthy married life.
I married in 2008, now it's 2018, so happy, you can say 10 years. And I'm enjoying my life with my daughter, with my wife.
Thank you.
Narendra Singh? Is Narendra?
Prabhu, can you call Naren, please? Thank you, ma'am.
It's an absolute honor for me to introduce our next speaker on stage. He's the Research Director of Amrita Center for Advanced Research in Ayurveda at Amrita School of Ayurveda. He received BMS from Bharatiya University, Coimbatore, and MD from Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, Bangalore in 2001. Honored with Ayurveda Mark Pravartak Award by L. Mahadevan's Ayurveda Foundation in 2014 and by Jasundarlal Joshi Smriti Shodha Puraskar by Mahagujarat Medical Society in 2015. He is also bestowed upon the Bharadwaja Puraskar Award to him for contributions to research in Ayurveda. I now welcome on stage Dr. P. Ram Manohar, Director, Amrita Center for Advanced Research in Ayurveda, Amrita ji.
So very good afternoon. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me, giving me this opportunity to share my views on traditional, complementary and alternative medicine, what the patients should know. Frankly speaking, I had been much more comfortable speaking about the Ayurvedic perspective of cancer and what we could do and our experiences in researching the scope of Ayurveda and cancer treatment. The reason I say that is, when you have to speak about what the patients should know, and you're speaking to a general audience, and you have to be very, very careful. So, I must say that what I'm speaking here today is from a very limited, careful perspective. It may not reflect my views on what exactly Ayurveda can do. It would be in a very different way that I would be communicating to a patient who comes in a clinic and seeks Ayurvedic treatment. So, this is the topic as I just mentioned. So when you look at, here traditional, complementary and alternative medicine, traditional medicine of course includes systems like Ayurveda. So cancer patients, have 5 options to choose from: the conventional medicine, surgery, chemotherapy, radiation, and other new advanced treatments. When it comes to traditional, complementary and alternative medicine, there is counseling, lifestyle, diet, herbal medicine and therapies, and then spiritual and religious interventions, or a combination of the other approach, all the above approaches, or sometimes even no intervention at all. So, given this situation, in certain situations it's not difficult to make a choice. When cancer is suspected, diagnostic assessment should not be delayed or void. This is one major concern, that people get overwhelmed and afraid, and so they delay the assessment, because for specific types of cancers and specific stages, a well-established treatments with good outcomes in conventional medicine, and in such cases taking a decision should not be difficult and treatment should not be delayed at any cost. Many cancers in early stages, when they are diagnosed promptly, can be treated very well with conventional medicine and the outcomes are good. So this is something that should be very much kept in mind. But there are situations when making a choice is difficult. In certain types of cancers, in certain stages, when well-established treatments are not available, or when the treatment can be, even more worse than the disease itself, when there are possibilities of severe side effects, and other situations where conventional treatment could be effective, but there are undesirable side effects that compromise quality of life. This is when, taking a decision becomes difficult for the patient. So these are the challenges in choosing traditional complementary alternative medicines. The traditional complementary alternative medicine as a main treatment for a specific type of cancer, it's very difficult to really say that there is well-established evidence that a system like Ayurveda can definitely cure a particular type of cancer. There are anecdotal accounts, there are experiences. I have myself, witnessed many patients being cured of very difficult cancers, but unfortunately we are still not in a stage where we can definitely say that, Ayurveda or any traditional system can cure completely a particular type of cancer with a standalone treatment. To a general public, I'm afraid we are not in a position to make such a, blanket statement. So, on the other hand, I would say at this point of time, such possibilities need to be explored and more research needs to be done. Because there are enough, reports and stories and actual personal experiences of successes, but these have not been adequately explored and will be explored that will give a public guidance. So, when it comes to using alternatives, PCAM along with conventional care, there are also experiences that sometimes when you add an Ayurvedic treatment or prepare the patient with Ayurvedic treatment, even the outcomes of modern treatments are much better. But most often we are only talking about herb-drug interactions. If you go to a modern allopathic doctor, a conventional oncologist, then the moment we talk about adding Ayurveda to modern medicine, they are afraid of interactions and what it might do to the main treatment that they are giving. But I also want to point out that there are many cases where there are also positive outcomes. So once again, the situation is such that although we have anecdotal accounts and individual experiences, we have not reached a point where we can again come up with generalized statements that in these type of cancers, this type of Ayurvedic intervention may be good to enhance the outcomes, or these are the conditions where there could be herb-drug interactions. In our own institute, we have started working on studying herb-drug interactions. There are PhD scholars now taking up the study and seeing where we can bring these two systems together. There are certain situations where definitely thinking of traditional alternative medicine can be a wrong choice. We find in our own clinic that for fear of surgery or chemotherapy or radiation, people come exploring traditional and alternative medicines. This is definitely to be discouraged. We need to understand what is the nature of the disease, and informed decision is what needs to be kind of always encouraged. And I would say that this is a situation where neither the Ayurvedic doctor nor the allopathic oncologist is in a position to really give clear advice to the patient. Because neither of these practitioners have a complete picture of the whole situation. Oncologists are very biased and they are not looking at or even considering the possibilities of traditional medical systems, and they can be kind of very negating in their approach. And on the other hand, Ayurvedic physicians are also, sometimes I've seen many Ayurvedic physicians, really talking about modern treatments in a very negative manner. So these kind of situations, what I would suggest is that the patient should do a lot of background check. What kind of Ayurvedic physicians they are going to, what is their experience, what is their track record, are they really successful in treating cancer patients? Because, as I will tell later, a big problem with traditional systems is one physician's success cannot always be translated by or repeated by other physicians. Sometimes the skill is very, very individual. So just because one physician successfully treated a case of cancer, we cannot say that the entire Ayurvedic community will be able to do this. So this is something that the patient has to really keep in mind. Another problem is that, avoiding diagnosis, because I have seen such patients come to our clinic, they don't want to do a diagnosis, they don't want to do a biopsy, just because they fear the diagnosis and they fear the treatment that may be offered to them. This is not a good reason to choose Ayurveda. And in Ayurveda also surgery, like this is what I wanted to say if the panel was there. In Ayurveda we have a 9-point treatment for cancer that begins with counseling, we can say stress management, spiritual healing, the first thing, then lifestyle, diet, and then we have Ayurveda specific interventions like Shodhana, Shamana and Rasayana, which really makes a big difference when it comes to cancer care. And then on top of that we have Shastra, Chara and Agni, which is more emphasized in modern medicine, as they say, cut, poison and burn. This is also part of the Ayurvedic treatment. So the Ayurvedic treatment is actually very comprehensive. And I think that is where integration will help, because Ayurveda can bring those 6 components back into the management of cancer, which would make it much more comprehensive. So we are not against Shastra, Chara and Agni. They are also required in certain circumstances. But I think that the Ayurvedic perspective, when you bring that in, we'll be able to more judiciously use these interventions and in a balanced manner. So now these are the areas where, based on the current knowledge and evidence available, we can say that traditional medicine is helpful in primary prevention. This is one area where we should really emphasize, identify people who are at risk to develop certain kinds of cancers, and then Ayurveda can definitely help a lot in preventive management. Secondary prevention. Just some days ago, there was a case of lymphoma that came to our hospital. One of my colleagues, the patient had very high levels of LDH, which was not coming down even 2 years after conventional treatment. And within 3 months of Ayurvedic treatment, the LDH level, dipped down drastically to very safe levels. And even the allopathic physicians were surprised. So very often we find this happening after conventional treatment has been successful, and if there is still a risk element of a recurrence of the cancer, then Ayurveda could help. And then of course recovery from side effects and improvement in quality of life, especially in end-stage disease, in meditation, yoga and spiritual practices. But this is the real challenge, when you want to make this official. I think one of the biggest challenges is that if patients are to really benefit from Ayurveda and modern medicine, we need to have officially recognized integrative treatment protocols. And at this point of time, it looks like it's very difficult to get there. Especially because modern doctors are very wary and concerned about the herb-drug interaction. So in actual practice, like in a university like ours where we work with allopathic doctors in the same environment, even when we think and know that there's going to be a benefit for a patient, not for curing the disease, but just to improve their quality of life or to minimize the side effects, we still face a lot of hurdles in actually prescribing Ayurvedic medicine, because the conventional treatment, doctors are not accepting that. So here only further research can really bring us to a point that we will be able to really give clear guidelines to the patients. Now, I think there is a lot of caution to be taken. There is a lot of hype and misleading claims, in spite of the fact that there are really good benefits coming from CAM. So this is something patients should be really wary about. So they must do a background check of all physicians. And I think that ultimately the patient has to do a lot of work. Integrative medicine in India is patient-driven. It's not practitioner-driven. And as long as it remains that way, we must facilitate and help and assist the patients to take better informed decisions. Even in Western countries, bodies like NCI, they are beginning to come down to the patient and try to understand their fears and assist them in taking an informed decision. And ultimately, in many situations, it's the patient's call, not the practitioner's. It's their life, and no practitioner, even an allopathic doctor, cannot always give a 100% guarantee in curing a particular cancer. It's only the pros and cons that can be, told to the patient, and we must allow and facilitate the patient to take an informed decision in many situations. I think that is the actual ground reality now. Now, some of the benefits from Ayurveda, there are many, but simple examples. Lymphedema and pain after breast cancer treatment, radiation-induced mucositis. These are areas where we are working in our institute and getting results. Chemotherapy-induced mucositis, reduction in LDH values after treatment in lymphoma, improvement in CLL after intake of turmeric. In our hospital, many allopathic doctors have actually contacted us saying that patients have refused our treatment, they have taken some Ayurvedic medicine, they are now better. Can you tell us what has happened? So this is also, a lot of time allopathic doctors are encountering, such outcomes, but they're not able to understand. And they tell us that, can you tell us that this will happen in every patient? Then we are willing to kind of refer them. But this is always not possible from the side of Ayurveda. So I just wanted to say, we have success stories, they're sometimes documented, but still not rigorously enough that it can become, a document of evidence. So here is a story of a breast cancer patient. This made headlines. A French lady had metastatic breast cancer, and the doctor in Paris, he said, you don't have much to live. And she just, walked out of the clinic, came to India, went to an Ayurvedic physician, and she got cured. What she said was that, the disease came to teach me a lesson. I learned that, and then it disappeared. And this oncologist, this is the difference. Some allopathic doctors are very open. This oncologist, when he saw this patient, he couldn't believe it. He came down to India, interviewed the physicians, and this has come up as a documentary. My Indian Doctor, by Simon Drew. And there was another story of non-responsive Hodgkin's lymphoma. After allopathic treatment, the patient was left to die. And just by taking ashwagandha, he recovered. This also made a lot of headlines. But what is missing is that they don't come to the stage of proper scientific documentation and, publication. So they still remain as, even though this did make a lot of headlines and went rounds in the social media, it didn't come to that level where, it could make an impact and influence decision making. So we have an experience, this the first medical oncologist in Kerala, very few people know this, in Korea Medical College. In the 80s, when he was treating cancer cases, one of his lung cancer patients, in terminal stage, he was sure he couldn't survive for more than 2 weeks. He came back after Siddha treatment and lived for 8 years in a fairly good life. And this Dr. C.P. Matthew, he's still alive and he's integrating Siddha and Ayurvedic medicines into his practice. He, from that point of time, he went behind these Siddha Ayurvedic physicians, learned how to treat also using Siddha Ayurvedic systems, and he has been successfully treating. And once again, here the problem is these experiences are not converted, they are not rigorously documented, they are not studied and brought to the level of high quality research. So what is so sad is that because of this lack of rigorous research and documentation, a lot of potential, a lot of possibilities. This is the pain that I have when I stand here. I know that a lot of things work, but how can I communicate this to the common man, to the patient, without the fear that they may be misled, or they may go to the wrong people, or they may get hoodwinked by people who make tall claims. This is the real challenge. And the last thing is, there are some, as a matter of advice, I would like to say, any patient who wants to look at alternatives, does the treatment require patients to stop conventional medical care? Please ask these questions. Think about it very deeply before you take a decision what type of treatment you should do. And I believe that the ultimate judge should be the patient himself or herself in deciding what is good or bad for her. I don't think that any medical system has the right to say that this is because we don't have that kind of a knowledge. I would say very boldly that modern medicine does not have the knowledge to dismiss other systems of medicine. And just because there are some standard of care, documentation available in modern medicine, does not mean automatically that everything in traditional medicine is useless. In fact, they are very, very helpful in many situations. And Ayurvedic doctors also, very often they have this, anti-modern medicine campaign. This really sends a lot of wrong, vibes and wrong message. So these are some of the questions. Does it claim to cure cancer? Please be careful about, what kind of situation you are confronting. Is it offered by only one individual or by an established, recognized cancer treatment facility? Is it a secret that only certain people can share? Does it require travel to another country? Is it based on well-controlled scientific research? Is it expensive? Is the group of persons promoting the camp treatment an expert in cancer treatment? Do the promoters attack scientific and medical research community? Because if these questions, you can ask these questions, definitely the answers will give you an indication, whether you are dealing with something which is, not credible or not. So cancer is a complex disease. It's not just one disease. And majority of cancers can be prevented and are related to lifestyle. I think that emphasis we really need to bring in because cancer is a preventable disease. The majority of the cancers are caused by factors, that are very much within our control. Modern methods of diagnosis should not be delayed or avoided. And the types and staging of cancer is important because based on this we can understand the prognosis, and treatment should never be delayed or avoided. And complementary and alternative medicine, traditional medicine can be explored only after background check of physicians, available evidence of efficacy, consideration of safety issues, and especially herb-drug interactions. So at this point of time, I've tried to be very careful and very neutral to give a general message on how patients should approach traditional complementary alternative medicine for cancer care. But I hope that with more rigorous research and better dialogues between, traditional practitioners and modern oncologists, we would be able to create a much more, knowledgeable situation where better informed decision making would be possible. So thank you very much.
One of the biggest turning points of my life was getting MD degree in Kerala. And the second biggest turning point of my life was attending his seminar in Coimbatore for a week. It completely changed my perspective on Ayurveda analysis and how wonderful science it is. I'm really grateful that you made it to my conference today, and I am so thankful to you, sir. I now invite Mr. Vinod Bhatt, our environmental partner from Trees Joint Foundation, to felicitate Ramon sir. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our next speaker is an investigator in several Ayush projects, especially from CCRS. He has publications in index journals, Reviewer, British Medical Journal, Indian Journal of Health Sciences, Journal of Ayurveda, case reports editorial staff, and he was awarded with Goa National Award 2015 by Honorable Central Minister for Ayush, Shri Yashnaik, New Delhi, for medical services in the field of Ayurveda. I now invite on stage Dr. V.J. Hooda, who is Associate Professor, MD Ayurveda and PhD from All India Institute of Ayurveda.
Good evening to all. Here, this is just in 2 words I want to say this is a Center of Integrative Oncology which is established at All India Institute of Ayurveda as a joint venture between All India Institute of Medical Sciences, which is the apex and highest allopathic medical hospital, and as we are seeing in the morning, the director, Dr. Ravi Malhotra was the director, that is NICPR, National Institute of Cancer Prevention and Research. So with the joint venture of that, with the theme of this seminar, the integrative approach, with that aim, this Center of Integrative Oncology has been established, and I am the coordinator for this. And with the agenda of these things, it has been started with the awarding research fellowships every year. We had not started this, and these are the agendas and collaborative research projects. Now we have started with 2 to 3 research projects with AIMS and All India Institute of this one, NICTR, as well as the ICI, which is Higher Genomics. So developing Center of Excellence and formation of steering committee. Other things are there, which is many other agendas are there. Main thing is integration. So this is based on that our Honorable Secretary Ayush, Ministry of Ayush, has opened, inaugurated this Center of Integrative Oncology Clinic. Also we are running successfully this integrative clinic with the integrative approach. So now coming to the topic, what I am going to discuss today is about the Rasayana therapy in cancer. Rasayana therapy, as previous presentations, Vinita Deshmukh Madam was telling about the importance of Rasayana therapy. Usually we use many preparations in this, but especially Rasayana, there we are giving a particular medicine in a particular condition, in a particular dose for a certain longer time, which is actually required and which much suits in case of cancer conditions. So few of the glucose we see. So this is a spiritual thing, has to be definitely added into the Rasayana therapy. Once we study the Rasayana therapy, definitely it's not only giving a medicine prescribing like this, definitely one of the other ways the spirituality is there in that Rasayana, and if you see the uses of Rasayanas, definitely there will be results of spirituality is also included in that. So based on these, I will not go in detail as per the time constraint. So we treat cancerous conditions based on these words which are explained in our Samhitas, that is Arbuda, Gulma, Granthi, Vidradi, Dushtagrana, Visarpa, Dhatugata Jwara, and Pandu. These are different contexts where the presentation comes. Based on that, we diagnose these cases and accordingly we choose the medications. No doubt these are the main diseases which we target based on the diseases, but still we need to check these things, dosha and dhatus. Dosha and dhatus are mainly we are going to analyze. Based on that only any type of planning of treatment will be done. Just I have made an attempt to summarize the dosha predominances and dhatus involved in the particular conditions of cancer. So during the chemotherapy, what we see the conditions which are presently coming to us in a chronic stage, they are all almost 3 doshas. Vata, Pitta and Kapha all together. But Vata is more predominant in chronic stages, so that we observe in many of the cases. But to summarize in that, the first one is during chemotherapy, usually we observe Vata and Pitta predominances during the chemotherapy, and post radiotherapy also Vata and Pitta predominancy is usually seen, and after surgical removal and debulking, usually the Vata predominancy needs to be considered, and on relapse, recurrences, usually that is the activity of Vata is to be taken care and accordingly the management, and palliative care, all the tridoshas are to be taken care, and usually the Agni Manya and other things are to be taken care, the family history of cancer and other things. Based on that, we need to plan out the treatment based on disease which medicines are given, what are the doshas involved in that, what is the family history, course of the condition. Based on that, we are planning the treatment. So Rasa, Rakta, Mamsa and Meda, these are the dosha, the tissue level. At that level, we are understanding them and accordingly the medicines will be chosen. So this is Rasayana mentioned mainly for 2 purposes. One is to maintain the health of a healthy individual. Another is to treat a patient who is already affected with. So these are the two main categories they have made. Once he is affected, certain medications. To prevent further things, there are certain medications are told, and another category is there in between that. Usually we neglect that also. Person is said to be healthy, but some of the things will make him to be feel as unhealthy. So that is another condition where rasayana role will come. That is like less vigor, poor physique, and upachita shukra. All these what we feel physically. We are said to be healthy, but something like vigor is lost. So all these are conditions where the role of rasayana usually comes. So how this is going to differ from a routine treatment? So routine we are prescribing medications. How this rasayana is going to differ from those medicines is drugs given in a specific form. Specific form it is stored in rasayanas, and for a certain duration with a particular intention, especially for rejuvenation and prolonged life and therapeutic purposes. And multiple benefits including different systems have been told here, and considering the spirituality as a part of the treatment also be there in rasayana, keeping view about the optimization of the tissue metabolisms, prashasta dhatus, to keep our own body cells in its optimal level is the main aim of this one. So these are the uses of rasayanas which are told in our text, which is going to increase the measure to obtain the tissue to optimum health quality, and which is going to increase the life, smriti, that is memory, intellect. All these things are there which are attributed to particularly cancer that we can choose in this Vayastapana drugs, and to make the tissue metabolism at optimum level. So that usually what we see in cancer patients, that is required in this condition. So usually this concept, Dr. D.S. Prasad sir, this is a courtesy from him. So comparison of this stem cell therapy with Dhatu Poshana Krama, what we usually consider. So stem cell therapy, that is what I can show in brief about this is, see now here is the rasa dhatu, rakta dhatu, mamsa, rasa, rakta, mamsa. Likewise, once we take nutrition, these dhatus are transforming from one dhatu to another dhatu. So here I am just think in the forms of the cancers particularly related to particular slokas, rasava slokas, raktava slokas, mamsava slokas, likewise. So in this, there are two parts will be there. One part will nourish that dhatu itself, and another part of that tissue is going to nourish the next dhatu, that is rakta dhatu is formed. So in this, so these things like differentiation, that rasa dhatu, asthayi rasa dhatu is called as a functional skin tissue. So there, once the transformation of these tissues of nourishing itself and the further dhatu, if any impairment is there, either retardation or in excess, this type of things will also be attributed to the pathology of cancer, what we see here. So to optimize this physiological process, already the pathological as well as physiological aspects, to take care about these things will, at the root level, if you want to think about the treatment of cancers, this can be thought of particularly srotas-wise, channels. Okay, so this is the one, and these are some of the rasayanas which we are using commonly in our practice. Pipali, Vartamana Pipali rasayana, Ballakaka rasayana, Uduchi rasayana, Lashuna rasayana, so many rasayanas are there. As I have told, these Uduchi is also used as a drug, and it is also used as a rasayana. So what is the difference in these things? Particular dosage, particular duration in a particular form or a particular purpose if we use, then it works as rasayana. So usually these Vardhamana Pipali rasayana, for example, we use in respiratory disorders and in hepatobiliary conditions. So where we are increasing this dose day by day and decreasing this for day by day. For example, it is told in Samhita, Charaka Samhita, it is told that 19 days course of increasing this dose and decreasing the dose. That is what I have told, the pattern of giving that medicine counts for rasayana, not a simple Pipali has been given half teaspoon 2 times a day. But that is for suppression of the doshas, but this is rasayana purpose. So here, if you see, for the preventive purpose, just I will go fast in with this. So here, preventive aspects, 3 things we need to think of. So one is positive family history of particular cancer and particular rasayana can be chosen in the preventive only. In the preventive aspect, person is exposed to a risk factor and there we need regular shodhanas and followed by rasayanas. And in another is no history of cancer and not exposed to any risk factors, general rasayanas can be given for maintaining the health. So these are other two things who are having positive family history but no risk factors, and there no positive family history but they are having risk factors like smoking, alcohol. In such patients, what to advise? In healthcare system also we are working. So that is the healthcare system in India where in the root level and primary care level also we can introduce as a preventive aspect in these type of particular rasayanas in particular categories. So in other is manifested, once it is manifested, there are some other rasayanas are there, and wherever there is side effects are there, chemo, radio and other drugs, there different drugs, roll out different drugs comes. So Nairobi is a middle one is directly for lung cancer, people rasayana likewise. This is the disease, this is the rasayana. For side effect is another condition. So categorizing how the rasayanas can be categorized in different conditions as preventive already happened and in the side effects patients. So likewise this is understanding. Many research works have been done. So regularly for other such a category what we have done regularly without any risk factors, Chavanprash, Amalika Rasayan, Brahma Rasayan, Haritaki Rasayan, Yoga, this can be done as a general rasayanas. And some researches are also done. Particularly, what I have told, particular diseases, their respiratory and GIT conditions, Vardhaman Rasayana and Ballata Rasayana. And in GIT, lymphoma, blood cancer, liver disorders, pancreatic conditions, again Vardhaman and Buduchi Rasayana can be opted. And neurological conditions, Lashuna Rasayana and Balla Rasayana can be used. And in the side effects of chemo and radio, as per the manifestation and the system affected, anemia, bone marrow depression, Lajata Rasayana is useful. And in hair loss, Shatavari Rasayana and Narasimha Rasayana. And that is renal involvement, then Arthritis Rasayana. Particular indications as per the, based on the complications. So these are all experiments have been done. These are all proved in vitro and some in vivo studies. But we are not much going to this because already what we have seen, many drugs have been proved, many anti-cancerous activities, but still it is not in practice. What as a clinician, we are not much using them. So now the need of the hour is to do a clinical research based on these things, as we have taken a project with the allopathy, with integration. In a one group, what we are doing, in lung cancer, we are giving simple rasayana, and another group, there is conventional line of treatment like chemotherapy, whatever they are doing, just we are observing 100 patients. In another group, what we are making, along with the conventional line of treatment, we are adding yoga and pranayama along with triple rasayana. So what we want to see the survival of that, complication management, everything, how it differs from that. So that is like the researches are needed in this way. So possible outcomes with the rasayana therapies, what we can expect is that is in the preventive aspect that may help in optimizing the tissue metabolism, which will not lead our body to improperly metabolize the tissues so that cancerous conditions may come. That is, it can help in that way. And may prevent abnormal cell division by checking the genes, oncogenesis and tumor suppressor genes that regulate cell growth and differentiation and further genetic mutations. This is the expected outcome of the thing. And therapeutic aspects, treatment without considerable complications can be a scope here and may help in improving the quality of life of a patient and reducing the disease symptoms, prevention of a tumor regression, increasing survival period of all types of cancer patients, prevents the progression of a disease, reduces the risk of relapse, significant action in reducing the side effects of the chemotherapy and radiotherapy, and impact at genetic level. If it is long time given rasayanas, in the next generation that genetic mutations may come continuously using for 2 to 3 generations, there is mutations can occur, and maintenance of that is digestive power and other things. So this is the expected outcome, and the scope of research is preventive aspect in Garbhini Paricharya. From that we can start studying these type of rasayanas. So there are Dinacharya, Rutucharya, Achara Rasayana, these things are told in Ayurveda, how to maintain the life properly, even in pregnancy also. That is Garbhini Parichaya is also told to prevent, at that level also we can have some of the rasayanas from before the birth of the things. So Nitya rasayanas daily consuming in our routine life, that can be. And Achara rasayana is, as it is mainly concerned with the behavioral therapy. These are called as acharas. Rasayana is a behavioral therapy. So that is can be given, and longitudinal meta-analysis studies as that of vaccines. Like that type longitudinal researches are required, and genetic studies and studies at molecular level, and therapeutic aspect, Naimitika rasayana, mode of action, as I have told lung cancer and people, how it is exactly happening. So later we can check it. That is not from the lab to the clinic, from the clinical results to the lab, and then validate. That is the need of the hour right now. Changes at tissue level, what is exactly is happening. So with this, many other research works are there. We can get it in PubMed also. Many rasayana works have been done. So many lists was there. I just deleted all the things because of time constraint. So you can search with the word rasayana in PubMed. You will get so many published articles. But thing is, unfortunately, clinical studies are not much we are getting from those things. All those are animal experiments, in vitro studies are there. So now the need is for that. So overall to say, rasayana therapy much suits to present practice with the integration. Easily integration can be done at different stages of cancer in a present practice. I was in the break, I was talking to our surgeon also about oral cancer and all. So at that instance we thought to make, so after the post radiotherapy and chemotherapy, there was a dryness of mouth and loss of elasticity of the mouth is very common in those patients. So we are getting good results. So with that collaboration, such a studies can be done. So their rasayana we are planning with. So many other things are there. So rasayana is a very potent and very useful right now, the time of exploring rasayana, which is a very neglected from those many days. It is neglected actually. So now the time is to explore them. So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. Very good.
Can we have Naresh Bakar on the stage to give the presentation, please? So, our next speaker, he is a consultant physician and founder director at AAAF, Chapter CAR, research and medical advisor at Nanolife. Dr. Lula is the chief editor of IU Update newsletter, which is based in Boston, and is actively editing and reviewing scientific articles for multiple online platforms. I would like to invite Dr. Abhishek A. Lula on the stage to give his talk, please. Can you give a small round of applause to Dr. Lula?
Good afternoon, good evening everyone. Sat Sri Akal, it's an absolute pleasure to be here. So I'll just take 10 minutes of your time. So I'll just start about the basics of Ayurveda. While most of the medical sciences speak only about the treatments of diseases, we in Ayurveda have two other concepts. One is prevention of health in the healthy, and the second is prevention of recurrence of diseases. So, as rightly spoken by Dr. Mark and by everyone else, we have a unique chikitsa, a unique type of treatment which is called as Rasayana Chikitsa. And Rasayana Chikitsa is something which has to be explored. Rasayana Chikitsa can be of many types. We have a lot of herbal medicines. For example, Badlaman pills used, and we have Lashana Rasayana. But today I'm going to be speaking of one particular type of Rasayana. Can we have a slide? Yeah. I'll also Today I'm going to be speaking on a type of rasayana where we have to use the bhasmas. A lot of the bhasmas which are metal preparations use your rasayana. So, yeah. So one among the bhasmas which we have worked on is Varna. So gold, as we know, all the Maharajas or the Rani used to eat in gold plates. Gold has a lot of spiritual significance as well. If you see all the temples, for example, like the Holy Temple of Amritsar, or you look at the temples in Vellore, all are made of gold and not of silver or mercury or any other metal. That's because gold is known to be an immunomodulator and also is and also reduces the inflammation. So what normally a bhasma is, it is prepared by the classical method of Shodhana and Marana, but in the Western science, in terms of the nanotechnology, they use a lot of chemicals which are dangerous and to prepare it. But now what we have done is, we have made a technology where we use the herbal extracts to make the bhasmas in the form of nanoparticles, and this is known as green nanotechnology. So there is a big change in the treatment modules. So how our gold particles work is that they basically target the pro-tumor M2 macrophages and convert them into an anti-tumor M1 macrophages. So like, I'm going to be speaking on a small clinical trial which was done. It was a pilot study done on 6 patients to see the effect of this Varna bhasma on 6 patients of cancer. So what we had done is, we had used a formulation which contains Varna bhasma in addition to certain ingredients like amlaki, amra, haritna, yashtamadu, which are all known as rasayana. We had taken 6 patients who had breast cancer stage 3A or 3B, and they were studied for 6 weeks. And the inclusion-exclusion criteria as follows. So we had not taken those patients who had any form of metastasis, and we also had to see the life expectancy. Those patients having a life expectancy of 6 months or more taken for a study. And here this was a study to compare the standard efficacy of chemotherapy as one group, and the second group we had given a rasayana chikitsa in adjunct to chemotherapy. And we had to study the efficacy and also the toxicity. So if you will see that we have a capsule for lean which was used as a dose of 2 capsules 3 times a day in addition to the standard treatment protocol used. So what we see over here is that for just a small study on 6 patients, that in one of the patients undergoing chemotherapy, there was an increase in the target lesion. Like here, a CT scan was done to see the longest diameter, while in the other group we had seen there was a good improvement in all the 3. There was a partial response of 2 patients in one group and 1 patient in another group. But what's important is that in chemotherapy, one of the patients had a progressive disease, and after a few months, the patient had metastasis. And without medicine being given, none of the patients had metastasis. We have also tried the use of rasayanas in a lot of other patients, and it works by working as 2 ways. 1, it prevents metastasis, and 2, it reduces the inflammation. So the adverse reactions we had seen, and there were no adverse reactions which are monitored. The mode of action, if you see that our gold nanoparticles had a property to penetrate into tumor cells and into the tumor tissue because of tumor toxicity. So if we were to use the gold nanoparticles without the phytochemical, as I said that all bhasmas also in a traditional practice, we use bhasmas by going for Shodhana and Marana with different herbs. And these herbs, when they react with the metal gold, they actually lead to adoptions, and it eventually leads to cancer death. This is a small clinical trial which I spoke about. In addition to this, we also focus on a lot of preventive medicines. As I said, the rasayana is one part. But for the best treatments, we first go in for Shodhana. Shodhana can be in form of either Pamana or Vireshana. Post that we go in for rasayana chikitsa. So rasayana chikitsa over a period of a few years, we have seen that it improves the quality of life and it also brings down the tumor size. So we're taking much of your time. I want to thank you for this opportunity, for the very short presentation. Thank you so much.
Please. For our next speakers, I would like to invite Dr. K.V. Demigowda, ex-director, Kenwood Memories Institute of Oncology, Bangalore, and registrar in Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Science. He was a recipient of 2007 the European Journal of Palliative Care European International Award. I would like to invite Dr. K.V. Demigowda on the stage, please.
Please stand up for 30 seconds. Some of you must have taken, just you can lift your hands like this. Thank you so much. As usual, but palliative care is the most neglected field in the field of oncology. And that's the reason they have put me at the last. Their friends have not taken more than 10 minutes. I will speak about the journey, what I had in my last 27 years in the second biggest cancer hospital of this country, Ludhiana Cancer Hospital. I'm going to speak about community involvement in early detection of cancer and palliative care. The role of community participation in early detection is very, very important. There are hardly any oncologists in this country. Community oncologists, nurses, social workers, volunteers are very limited. That's the reason we must involve community as a whole. And my previous speakers, they have spoken about the role of early detection, the importance of early detection. I'm not going to speak about this. This is one of the slides. The three people who are sitting in front, they have been working as volunteers in my hospital from last 15-20 years. Why I'm telling the importance of volunteers is, we must involve the volunteers in getting any good palliative care or any supportive care. Because we don't get support from the doctors, nurses, social workers. It is the volunteers. In fact, you have to encourage them and you have to work as a team. Only team makes the difference. Team means TAM, together everybody achieves more. So if you give equal importance, I have succeeded in mobilizing a lot of teamwork. In fact, in Kerala, that started a neighborhood network in palliative care. They started encouraging the students to speak for 10 minutes every day. Please follow this technique, you will definitely achieve something. Whenever you go somewhere, you speak to the younger generation to speak about 10 minutes about cancer awareness or palliative care, any issue. When they are traveling in auto rickshaw, when they are traveling in their school bus, or when they go home, or when they are in the region, where locality, they must speak for just 10 minutes. 10 minutes, I'm sure anybody can spare. And this is the most important definition about palliative care. We always give least importance for palliative care. Palliative care can be defined as a care which I would be happy to have given to a member of my own family if he or she was dying, or receive when my turn comes. All of us know that we are going to die with one or other disease. In fact, wherever I go, when I speak about the cancer is a good disease, people say that what is wrong with the game or why is telling cancer is a good disease. Believe me, cancer is a good disease because it is curable, provided it is detected in early stage. I'm not going to speak about other people, I'm speaking about my family members. My mother had cancer in the base tongue. I joined Kidwa in 92-94, she was diagnosed. I was totally taken back. Why God has cursed me this cancer? Because I had just lost my father in 91 with CA esophagus. She lived after taking radiotherapy in Kidwa for 18 years and she died at the age of 102 years, not because of cancer. My brother's granddaughter, when she was in 9th standard, she was detected with osteosarcoma. She took treatment in Kidwa and now she is pursuing her 3rd year MBBS in Tumkur Medical College. So all these things you have to go and tell people. People have seen people coming and telling that, sir, this is the patient, she is my neighbor. She is not neighbor, either his mother or mother-in-law. They think that cancer is the last stage, it is not so. And most of you are speaking about Ayurveda. I am extremely happy to say that when I was the director of Kidwa Hospital, I was the one who started Ayush clinic in Kidwa Cancer Hospital. I am really proud to say that we must give importance. We must give importance to all the departments. And even I have gone to several developed countries where I have seen the role of alternative therapies in palliative care. That is also equally important. Palliative care is not terminal care. Most of the people think that only at the last stage patient should be referred to palliative care. It is not so. That the day patient is diagnosed with very chronic disease, just because I come from oncology, I am talking about cancer. Palliative care should be started, and as the days goes on, at the last stage, palliative care gets the most importance and the curative treatment gets the less importance. And another sad situation in a country like India is 80% of the patients, we get patients in stage 3, stage 4, and all these patients need palliative care. But unfortunate thing, in states like Punjab, Ludhiana, UP, and most of the northern states, palliative care is not heard. And all these patients, hardly 1 or 2% are getting good palliative care. So what's happening to the remaining 98%? The rest of the poor patients, they will have rigorous death. And very rich people, like somebody who is sitting or VVIPs, they will be imprisoned in a corporate hospital. They will be spending crores. I have seen several patients, sir, I am spending 40,000 per day. I told that guy, please go and ask your father whether he is comfortable. Believe me, next day morning, the gentleman came and told me, sir, thank you so much. My father told me, remove me from that chair. I want to die at home. This is the thing, most of the time, we don't speak the truth. And palliative is not only for cancer patients, though James Saunders started palliative care way back in 1967 in UK. Palliative care is meant for all chronic illness patients. And it's a holistic care. It is not just only treating the symptoms, physical symptoms, physical, psychological, social, and spiritual. Puja Guruji has come to speak about spiritual issues. That is also equally important. Palliative care should start from the day of diagnosis. The very purpose of palliative care is neither to prepone the death nor to postpone the death, and accept it as a natural process. And most of the time, our people think that when the patient is about to die, they think that it's a dumping yard. I had a surgeon, of course, luckily he retired last year. He was just to tell patients should be sent to palliative care only when they are about to die. This oral morphine should be given only when they are dying. That is the thing. After treating for 30 years, that is a sad situation. Palliative care never says there is nothing we can do. There is always something we can do. And listening is the most important skill in palliative care. Just put ourselves in that particular situation that when he or she is dying, just go and sit next to them. Just listen, just give a good hearing. It will solve most of their problems. See, as a doctor, as a nurse, we will not have much time. That's the reason I always say that we should work as a team, involved with the volunteers, those who can give more time to the patients. We cannot prevent loss of loved ones, but we can support the family to cope with grief. We may not have answers, but we believe in listening. 70% of the time, we must listen to the patients. Only 30% of the time, we must speak. But in developing country like India, it is the other way around. Because of too many patients, we don't allow patients to speak. We think that by speaking, listening to only their physical problems, or it is not so. So palliative care can be given either at hospital or hospice and at home. And home is the best place. And we must speak openly where they want to have that death. Of course, here we think that suppose if you speak about death, what is wrong with this doctor? He is always speaking about the death and my father is living. Please understand, everybody wants to know. Only thing is, we imagine. In fact, Robert Whitecross, when he came here 32 years back to speak about palliative care, he said, don't assume things. Assume. If you assume, you are going to make as between you and me. Assume, that's what he said. Don't assume. Please give importance to the patient. So our role is to tell about the benefits from palliative care. We need to raise awareness about professionals, family, community, and policymakers. And palliative care is not hi-fi. It is always low-tech and high-touch. Just imagine it. See a lung with stage 4 disease. When he is dying, by subjecting him for PET scan or repeated MRI scans, only your pulse is going to fill, that's all. And the corporate hospital is going to make money. Nothing is going to happen to this gentleman. What he needs is loving, tender care. He wants to have a dignified death. He doesn't want to suffer at the end. That's most important. This is just to show this gentleman. As I said, palliative care can be given anywhere. This gentleman, Nanjappa, was in Central Jail in Bangalore. He was HIV positive, stage 4 CL lung disease. We were called to see him in Central Jail. Those who are he's again another prisoner, another police person. We went to see the patient inside the jail. Believe me, when he died, he was receiving highest dose of oral morphine for his cancer pain. That is 600 milligrams every 4th hour. Probably none of you, forget about the Ayurvedic people, I am sure even the surgical oncologists and medical oncologists, nobody will believe. Along with this 600 milligrams 4th hourly, he was receiving adjuvant analgesics, anticonvulsants, antidepressants, steroids, but he died peacefully. Imagine if he was here. I'm just telling there's only one gentleman. If he was here, what would have happened? Several patients, they come and tell me that, sir, I want to commit suicide, just give me one injection. Just give me some poison, I want to commit suicide. Not because of anything, not because they know that they have got cancer, they know that they are going to die, they know that their death is severe, but they want to have a dignified death. So that is the reason palliative care is very, very important in looking after cancer patients. But the sad situation is, out of 1,000 centers, we have got around 900 in Kerala and another 90 in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, hardly around 10, 20 are in Northern India. Please encourage in starting palliative care centers and encourage your own colleagues to get trained in palliative care. It is most important. You don't have to go to hospital. Believe me, yesterday evening when I was going here, one guy was just chewing tobacco. I asked him, if you continue to chew this tobacco, you are going to get cancer. So we have to make difference. We all have become physicians, we have become doctors to make some difference in the society. And I'm extremely thankful to all the organizers for involving us, especially the palliative care in this kind of international event, and whether it is Ayurveda, Unani, Allopathy, everywhere, any person, as I said, palliative is important. When our own kith and kin, forget about our own kith and kin. When I am going to die, I need palliative care. I want to die with dignity. I don't want to suffer and die. That's most important. Let us speak truth, then they will understand. Thank you so much.
Can you come on the stage, please?
I now invite on stage Dr. Steffi Mack, who will be talking on the cure for blood cancer lies within you. Please give a round of applause.
Sorry for the delay. This time I'm a little bit in the technical case. I'm trying to be as concise, precise, and I'm going to try and keep it as short as I can. So the topic that I'm dealing with today is all about how the cure to blood cancer lies within you. When I say you, I mean all of you. Like I had mentioned in the panel discussion that I was diagnosed of acute lymphoblastic leukemia, also known as ALL, blood cancer, in October 2013. And I would just like to begin talking about how and why I think that the cure to blood cancer lies within me. But before I begin with that, I would very humbly like to say that I'm not a person of science. I'm a PhD and I'm a person of arts and literature. And I'm going to dare to talk about cancer and its technicalities in front of so many oncologists and hematologists and doctors. So please excuse me if I, do not use the technical jargon, but I'm going to try my best to ensure that I am not passing any misinformation. So, first of all, let's first establish, what is blood cancer. So, essentially, our body's blood produces the red and white blood cells and platelets and plasma cells, and then when there is an abnormal growth of cancerous cells that begin to interfere with the normal functions of our blood, like recovery from injuries and diseases, we call it blood cancer, right? Now, as far as blood cancer is concerned, there are 3 types. There is leukemia, lymphoma, and myeloma. And if we were to look at the treatment, we already know about chemotherapy and radiation. We may also know about cord blood banking, which has become another popular form of treatment, but it is still picking up, at least as far as my research goes. I now want to move on to actually talking about bone marrow transplant, which is the nucleus of my talk. Now, for those of us who may not know what is a bone marrow transplant, I would like to first mention about what is a bone marrow. So, it's a soft spongy tissue inside of our bone that is responsible for producing stem cells. And these stem cells in turn produce our red and white blood cells, platelets, plasma cells, etc. Therefore, a bone marrow transplant would essentially mean that you are taking the unhealthy marrow of the patient, you are taking it out, and you are replacing it with the healthy marrow of the donor. So, if we were to see a bone marrow transplant, it can be seen at 2 levels. There are 2 types. There is autologous and then there is allogenic. So as far as the autologous form is concerned, we can see it as a word like automatic, which essentially means by itself. So in this case, the patient chooses to use his or her own cells in order to find recovery. So herein, the marrow stem cells some of the marrow stem cells of the patient are extracted, cleaned, and they are put back, transplanted into the patient's body. The only drawback to this is that there is a chance of a relapse, and that begins to interfere with the psychosis somewhere. The allogenic form of the transplant is where the patient chooses not to take that risk and rather looks for a marrow outside. Now, this is very important, looks for a donor outside. Somebody who is ready to donate their marrow to the patient. Naturally then, if I'm looking for something, I would want to ask my family first. So if I am able to find a matched donor within my family, my parents or my siblings, then they become a matched related donor, also known as MRD. And if I'm not able to find a matched donor within my family, I look for a donor outside, and he or she becomes a matched unrelated donor, somebody who is not related to me by blood, but chooses or decides to save my life. Now, therefore, how do doctors decide, or what is the system as to who gets to donate the marrow and who doesn't? So there is something called HLA, human leukocyte antigen, and I, being somebody who doesn't understand science, I'm going to try and explain this as simply as I can. So imagine that our body is made up of 10 pillars or 10 blocks, and all of these are, independent, specially made for each individual. And now you have to find somebody outside who has the same 10 blocks as you. And if you find it, then this person becomes your bone marrow donor. If you cannot find somebody with a 10 out of 10 range HLA match, then you try to find someone with the closest, highest match. So it could be an 8 out of 10, a 9 out of 10. So everything is in order and everything is in place and we have so many people from science here, what is the problem with blood cancer? The problem is that a white person, if was to look out and find, and I'm not being racist here, but if a white person was to go and look for a marrow donor, the chances of that person being able to find a matched donor are 50% because there are a number of Americans who register under the National Marrow Donor Program. This is to quote Dr. Pant, Dr. Shubham Pant, from his article on HuffPost. Unfortunately, at such registries, which are relying on bone marrow registration, the representation of Indian and ethnic groups is below 10%. HLA or bone marrow registration works on ethnicity. And Indian people from Indian and other ethnic groups are grossly underrepresented. If research by scroll.in is anything to go by, 30 to 40% of the people who are diagnosed with blood cancer require a bone marrow transplant. Out of these, only a third of the patients are able to find a matched donor within the family. The remaining 2/3 are waiting for a donor from the outside. And either they are put on the waiting list or they have already lost their life. Out of these 2/3 also, there are only a set under 10% people who can find a matched donor. The rest of them are still waiting. Now, I request you to actually allow me to give you a real-time example as to why we need to register as bone marrow donors, how we can actually save people who are suffering from blood cancer. Last year, I was a speaker at the same conference. It was called Ayurveda last year, Arogya last year, hosted by Ayurveda. And one of the speakers at the conference last year was Amy Singh. And Amy spoke about her friend called Anam. And Anam and I have a story that I want to really talk about. So if I can see the next slide, please. See, on one side you'll find Anam, and on the other side you'll find me. Okay? Anam and I were both diagnosed of blood cancer in our 20s. We are both single kids. It was a high-risk cancer and a bone marrow transplant was absolutely recommended in our case. When we checked the HLA match with our parents, it was a half match, meaning it was a 5 out of 10, both with mom and with dad. So therefore we decided to look for a better match donor outside. Can I have the next slide? Meet Ms. Eileen Duberci. She is a Turkish lady who is living in Stuttgart, Germany right now. She is my bone marrow donor. She saved my life. Every breath that I take today, this very moment right now, the rest of my life is just a gift from this lady who decided to donate her marrow and who decided to save my life. Now, Eileen and I, we are a 9 out of 10 match. So, just like me, Anam too went out to look for a better match donor. Unfortunately, by then, he had developed a couple of cardiac issues, but his hunt never stopped. Eventually, because he couldn't find a better match donor, he decided to settle for a half-match marrow of his father, so the 5 out of 10 one. But unfortunately, by that time, Anam's cardiac issues had escalated to an extent that there was no way to bring him back. So we lost Anam in February 2019, this year. He was only 23. Young, promising life lost to cancer. I understand that Anam passed away because of medical complications. I understand that it was because he had a cardiac issue. But I cannot fathom the pain and the suffering that he must have gone through every day, waiting for a donor and failing. I hear the frustration in the voice of his mother every time I speak with him. His mother was here with us. She left just a while ago. She was here because she wanted to see this happen. And I know that there is no way that we can fight medical complications. I understand. But are we going to allow people to die and lose their lives just because we cannot generate enough options for them? That is my question. Because I keep thinking, what if Anam would have been able to find a better match donor in time? Would things be different? Would Anand be one of the speakers today? Would we have a different story to hear today? And therefore, that brings me to the crucial question that if it is this simple, why don't we register as marrow donors? For my TED talk, which happened in June, I conducted a survey research for about 500 people based in my city. I asked them to fill a Google form, and I'm just going to read out 3 answers. Can we have the next slide, please? What do you know about bone marrow transplant? And as you can see, there are about 70% of the people who said something and 24% of the people who said nothing. Next slide. How would you grade your knowledge about blood cancer? I had about 55.8% of the people who said average. Next slide. And then I asked them, are you registered as a marrow donor? And I had 99.2% of the people who said no. Okay? So the first problem is right here, our own lack of awareness. We don't know that something like this exists. The second problem is our own psychology, the psychology of fear. That what if I donate my marrow and something happens to me, or I get something, or I have some sort of infection, because these are the kind of questions a lot of people keep asking. So for that I want to really say that the process of donating a marrow is really simple. It's exactly like blood donation. For 5 days before the donation, you are given an injection, and that increases the production of marrow in your body. On the day of the donation, they insert a line here, just like you would donate your blood, okay? And there's a machine down that separates the blood from the marrow. The blood is put back into your body, all right? And as it is that your body has already produced extra marrow, it isn't like you're losing anything from the body. The side effects are absolutely nil, okay? So there is no chance of you being, you getting any form of infection or any of those things. The third issue is that most of the times we do not donate a marrow when we have to do it to save the life of a stranger. So if I have to do something for my friends and family, I am all hands on deck. But if someone comes and tells me save the life of a stranger, it's convenient, they think. So that attitude really has to change. So therefore then, how do I register as a marrow donor? The first thing is, you need to be between the age of 18 and 50, and you must not have any serious insulin kind of diabetes, alright? And the process is very simple. They just take the cotton swab of the inside of your cheek, and that's about it. Be the Match is a very popular foundation for bone marrow transplant and for bone marrow registration in the United States. And their analysis says that only 1 in about 438 people who have registered as a marrow donor go on to actually donate their marrow and save somebody's life. So chances of you actually being able to donate your marrow in a lifetime are almost 0 to nil. Okay, but the fact that we are even generating options for people who can see the registry and see the numbers are building in, that is what the aim is all about. Now, can we move to the next slide, please? I have just got together all of these bone marrow registries that are active and functioning in our country everywhere. More so, we have Datri, which is considered to be the country's largest bone marrow registry. And believe it or not, the irony of the matter is that while it is the largest bone marrow registry in the country, there are only 4,75,000 people who have registered. We are a country of 1 billion, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? So, if I know all of this, and if all of this was a part of my TED talk any which way, what am I doing after it? So after this, what I really did plan to do and intended to do is to take things forward. So I started bone marrow registration camp back in my college, and I got my students to register. I think for some reason the slide has stopped, but I do have pictures from there. I just believe that why must you register is going to be this one question that almost all people have. And the answer to that is A, why not? If you're getting a chance to say that. So these are pictures from my college, and these are all the students who registered for the first phase. Can we move to the next one? And this is how the process is. You just take the cotton swab of the inside of your cheek and you move on. Now, therefore, I curated 4 people. I worked with Datri and I curated. We found 4 people in Punjab right now who are looking for a bone marrow donor. And we haven't been able to find one for them because we don't have enough people who have registered in the country. And I just want you to see that we have Jasnood Dion, 22-year-old young man who is looking for a donor right now, but we don't have people. We have Karan Kaur, she's 25, she's been waiting for a donor for 1 year, is what I have been told. We have Arijit Singh, 26, okay, and we have Naveen Bansal, who is diagnosed with thalassemia. So I must take a moment here and tell you that bone marrow transplant is not only effective to save people who are suffering from blood cancer, but also for thalassemia, for aplastic anemia, okay, and for, they are still trying to find if it is used or if it is possible for several other blood disorders. So it is said that if only one major city of our country has all people within the ages of 18 to 50 who choose and decide to register as marrow donors, we will build the largest marrow registry in the world. Only one city of our country, just one city. That's all we need to become the largest marrow registry in the world. But for some reason, it's not happening. So I want you to think about that. I want you to realize what we can do with a registry like that. How far and beyond we can go, how far and beyond we can go in terms of saving people. It need not be only from our country, it could be people from outside. Every time a person is diagnosed of cancer and every time that person is told that they have to look for a donor, and if they find a donor outside of India, if this person is an Indian, the foreign exchange rates that have applied to the cost of treatment are so high, it is not within the affordable limit of every person who seeks a bone marrow transplant. Imagine if we could generate enough options for people here, what we could do with this, and how we could build a society where everyone is actively involved in saving people who are diagnosed with thalassemia, aplastic anemia, leukemia, myeloma, lymphoma. So all I want to say is that there is an anam everywhere. There is an anam in every nook and corner of our cities, of our countries, of our world. And they are all waiting, hoping that someone is going to step up, register. They are going to be their match and they are going to save their lives. Let's not fail them, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not fail humanity. We have a stall set up here for Datri. We have Mr. Singh, who is right here. Mr. Singh, Mr. Charan Singh. He is our volunteer from Datri. And we have the kids here. Datri charges 1,800 as registration fees, only and only because to actually get your HLA functioning in the laboratory, to get all of that test, to get the entire data running is an expensive process. I remember my parents paid 11,000 per person to get it done. But because Datri is the largest bone marrow registry in the country, they are offering it at a subsidized rate of 1,800. If you feel that you are not in a position to pay but you would love to register, please register. We will see what we can do as far as the payment is concerned. You need not worry about it. I don't know if I'm being overly ambitious, but my dream is to move to every major city of the country and talk about this. My dream is to do it. So if you think you cannot register, if you feel that you have crossed the age of 50 and therefore you are not eligible, but you would like to make a donation to Datri or to the causes that I am supporting, and you want to do that, please do that. We are an absolute non-profit organization, and I am not, Datri hasn't hired me. I'm not working for Datri. I'm just working because if I have a second chance, I have a go at life. I'm living one more time, and I was told very clearly that I'm going to die. And if I'm just going to sit and share my story and talk about my courage, it's not going to give me a good night's sleep. But if I have 2 people register and 2 people who say, anytime in my lifetime, till the age of 60, you give me a call and you tell me, somebody needs you, I will step up. That is what I want. That is all I need. So let's just try. If you have any further questions regarding registration, Mr. Singh is going to be there at the stall. I will be there. Please come. Please understand the process and please register. Make a donation, whatever suits you. And if none of it is possible at your end right now, because you could have your reasons, then spread the message. The more people we have from India, the better. We need this. Humanity needs this. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm just going to take a moment and tell you here that Mr. Singh himself is also a born marrow donor. So he did actually step up and save someone's life. So if you do have any questions regarding what really happens and what is the process like and what could happen to me, he could really help you with it, help you to understand it. Okay? Thank you.
Can we have Mr. Lakshmikant on the stage, please? Mr. Lakshmikant? Dr. Mahendra Shah, can you please come on the stage, please? Second. For our next speaker, I would like to call Mr. Vedant Thaba, at Department of Surgical Oncology, Manipal Hospital. Can I please have Dr. Vidya Prakash, Padma Award, Indian Ayurvedic physician, former physician to the President of India and founder of Vidya Chandra Prakash Cancer Research Foundation, to be on the stage for the next topic, please. Jeff? Presentation.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, I am thankful to the organizers and I don't know much about them, but my special thanks to Dr. Pratibha Shah, who asked me to come here and share my little experience in the field of cancer. I just listened to the emotional and a social speech by Steffi about where she emphasized that we should go for bone marrow donors. But here I will give you a solution because it is more science, and I will not talk much about theory. It is based on my personal experience. And I deal with Ras Shastra. Ras Shastra is a specialized branch of Ayurveda. Rasa means mercury, and is the science of mercury matter, which takes years, and this I inherited from my parents and from my Guru Maharaj. So when I stand here, it's the third generation which I have been doing. So this is my experience with acute promyelocytic leukemia. It is a type of blood cancer where platelets are suddenly fall down and most of the patients die, sometimes during the diagnosis because of the hemorrhage. So what I found that in 1982, my father prepared a medicine using this silver bhasma with 1 heart and was mineral, and it was given to a 10-year-old boy who was from Aligarh. And that time there was no chemotherapy for this thing. No atra, no chemotherapy, and only blood transfusion was there. And at that time, this boy was treated in 1982, and this is the longest surviving boy of this disease, who is the father of 2 boys. 37 years, disease survival, without chemotherapy, without anything. And there was many more success stories in my practice. And after long persuasion, in 1997, I received a grant from the government of India, where I treated 15 patients of APML. And meanwhile, the work was investigated by several fact-finding committees of the government of India. And then I got a project after 14 years of pursuit in 1997. Further, the consensus committee comprising of experts from IRCH, ICMR, CCRS, and there was a diagnostic reference laboratory, IRCH, AIMS, and 15 patients participated, and the study duration was 90 days. 11 patients could complete 90 days treatment, who were given Namjivan, silver compound, Tamda, and the blood transfusion was given when the platelet was less than 20,000 and hemoglobin was less than 8. 11 patients could complete 90 days treatment, and after 90 days, these all 11 patients were declared disease-free. They were followed over 3 years, and this is the first ever example in the world where leukemia patients, whether in a breast condition or in de novo condition, were solely treated by Ayurvedic medicine and became disease-free. This was patented by the Government of India and the Ministry. And recently, after 22 years, CCR has launched the development of this program under my supervision at my pharmacy, Uttarakhand. And this invention got US and European patent also. We also submitted about different type of cancer cases under the program of NIH, and these are different category of cancer, and where you can see the different long-term remission of these cases. These were 13 cases which was submitted there, and there was a 2 hours discussion in NIH, but since they don't understand what is metal, how to process it, so they could not do much on that. But this was published in the cover page of the newsletter in 2010. Then if you type my name and NIH, you will find the entire report on that. So this was commendation that in cancer treatment, it was in USA, and there was an Indo-US workshop on cancer. There were 2 things, and Ministry of Health, our Department of Ayush, presented this story as a success story in these 2 conferences. Now this model which I am working presently, it is the pancreatitis and pancreatic cancer. So what is pancreatitis? It is a progressive disease, inflammatory disease, which lead to cancer in 40% of cases. And what we found that they made a compound prepared using copper, mercury, and sulfur, bring sustainable and complete relief, which I will show. This was done by my father in 1972. So this disease is progressive. If a patient has pancreatitis, If we go further, 90% will convert into uncontrolled diabetes and 40% will convert into cancer. This data is from America. And then they say in 5 years, 17% will die, 30% in 10 years, and 55% in this. And there was 1,32,700 deaths globally in 2015 due to the disease. What is diabetes treatment? This treatment which we give, because I don't have much time, otherwise I could have shown how we make the medicine and what is the medicine, but you will find all these on YouTube. So this is a 1-year treatment, and where this herbal-mineral formulation at the dose of 3 to 4 milligrams per kg body weight, this has come out of research, brings sustainable and complete relief. And besides, we use certain Ayurvedic medicines, which are classical medicines, have been given, along with 3 meals and 3 snacks. In this disease, basically in allopathy, a patient will never get milk, no cottage cheese, no butter, no protein, but from the Ayurvedic medicine, they get all these balanced diet means they get good combination of protein, carbohydrate, starch, vitamins and fat with that. And with that, we give 4 months complete physical and mental rest. And these are data on 860 cases, where we show the death rate in USA, they say 50%, which has come to 1.7% in our study. It is 22 years long study. And we have complete remission in 448 cases. That is, a patient who has completed 1-year treatment, they are complete remission. And there is a category of 21 cases who came to us. They took medicine, but there is a fear about Ayurveda. There is an apprehension, so they never started. That is also in our data. There are about 12% dropout in this study. But the patient has completed 450 out of 860, 452 cases. Here you can see, marker. Here you can see number of attacks. Number of attacks before Ayurvedic treatment 1 year, it was 1696 times they had attacked. But after 1 year of treatment, the frequency has come down to 99 times. Emergency hospitalization was 1044, that has come down to 35. This is a very highly significant improvement after taking Ayurvedic medicine. And in all the patients, they were all taking pancreatic enzymes on daily basis. But when Ayurvedic treatment was started, all treatment was stopped. They were only put on Ayurvedic treatment. The disease is progressive. We started monitoring and we found that 240 cases whose monitoring is being done. There was no single sign of progression of the disease following the modern guidelines. This is our latest finding. How we are preventing. So these are the new findings saying that if cancer CA1959 is a tumor marker, if it is increasing, then the sign of progression of pancreatitis into pancreatic cancer. And usually, pancreatitis CA1959 is not high. But if CA1959 is more than 300, they have been put into category of pancreatic cancer. So this is our out-of-the-box findings, where we find that very soon, immediately starting the Ayurvedic treatment, first time after 10 days, after 14 days, 20 days, 30 days or 1 year, there is a marked decrease in CA1959. So this medicine, which is treating pancreatitis, is also working as a medicine to prevent or to reverse early stage of pancreatic cancer. Now, this slide talks about Ayurvedic medicine. In the first side you see red and blue. Red and blue signifies copper and mercury. You take copper and mercury, which is toxic, but when it goes under processing, then last after 100 processing, you can see that this color changes to differently. And this is a mineral complex. Mineral complex means sodium and chlorine. Both are toxic if they are independent, but an isomorph, sodium chloride, is life-saving. So this metal converts into a mineral complex, which has gone into safety studies following OECD guidelines by an internationally accredited CRO. And this says acute, subacute, chronic toxicity if the product is absolutely safe. To bring more science to this compound was subjected to 2 animal studies where L-arginine was used to produce pancreatitis in rat. And the result of these study, different doses they were given to 2 studies. And here you can see the first study, when it was given at 3 mg per kg body weight, there was a significant improvement in pancreatitis protective property. The last one is methyl prednisolone. There was some improvement, but all the animals died after 14 days. So Ayurveda says dhatu pak and dosh pak. So improvement was there, but dhatu pak, subject died. So this was the first example again, where one can see that whatever clinically was being seen has been replicated in animal models. The study was repeated, and this time different doses, and we found that 3 at 4 mg per kg body weight, this medicine is the best result. If the doses are less or more, it stops giving the same effect. And this has been presented in USA last year in 2 different conferences. And these are different publications which you can find on Google by typing my name and pancreatitis. And this is something which is quite exciting to me. This is now on 25th I am leaving to USA. There's a meet in Hawaii, joint meet of American and Japan Pancreatic Society. And why I say it is a milestone in my life, because this committee has asked for abstract. So they got 620 abstracts from 80 institutes of 22 countries. And they selected 50. And I am only from India, only from non-allopathic world, where my abstracts are found. And this is what my director is very clear. They have set up a hospital in Uttarakhand, where right now we have 18 patients. And I think this is the only place in the country where Ayurveda is treating only one type of disease, which is very rare. So people get 18 to 25 cases, they are always all the time. And we target to treat patients and document our study. This is for observational research. We don't do any trial, but we treat within the law of India, so documentation. We are doing a randomized control trial very soon after doing this study. In Jaipur, Rajasthan, a noted gastroenterologist is doing this randomized clinical trial. And that process is under ethical clearances. And these medicines are being developed for WHO guidelines for reproducibility, safety, and efficacy. And with these words, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity and for being to come. Thank you very much.
नहीं जल्दी से बड़ी जल्दी होल्डिंग बेटा चालू
Our next speaker is Dr. Neha Garg, who is the director for Rotary Cancer Charitable Trust. And I welcome Dr. Neha on stage.
So
जिंदगी से सपने हैं, जिंदगी से सब कुछ फिर क्यों है, जिंदगी में बेपरवाह होना, सांसों को बस यूं ही खोना।
Very good evening to all of you. And I guess since morning it has been quite hectic for all of you, but you all have been very patient. So I appreciate that. So Mr. Chawla has already told you about the organization, like what do we do and the panel discussion and how we started this. So I would like to tell you more on that, like what exactly we do and what have we achieved up till now and how our journey have been. So can I go next, please? So we started in 2001, as Mr. Chawla has said. We started this organization in UK on the name of MKC Trust. And MKC is Manjeet Kaur Chawla. That was the name of his first wife. So she died of breast cancer at a very young age. So that was the time when we realized that, you know, being there in London, having all the facilities, we couldn't save her. So there we started doing awareness sessions for the elderly community living there. And at the time of Sherry Blair's government, we started doing awareness sessions there. And being a sick, and the other people, you know, they told him, why don't you bring it to India? And being a sick, he started this campaign from Punjab in 2005 on the name of Roko Cancer, which says Stop Cancer. So these are few glimpses of that at the time of launch. So when we launched our campaign, there was, from Maharashtra we launched it, and there was Chief Minister there, and when we did an event, and Sheila Dixit came, Yashoda, all people were there to support the noble cause. So as I told you, Roko Cancer says Stop Cancer. So our main emphasis since beginning was on awareness and screening. And for this, Mr. Chawla brought a concept of mobile detection unit. So there, what we done is we developed a unit where we kept mammogram unit inside, and we were taking that buses. Those buses, we have such 6 buses of that kind, and we used to take our buses all over India. And these buses have mammo unit, space for pap smear, which is a screening test for cervix cancer, and a space for oral cancer examination. So effectively, we have the capacity to have a complete campaign with it. We can have a complete camp, and we can take these buses anywhere in the remote areas from Odisha to Meghalaya to Shillong, Manipur, everywhere. So up till now, we have covered almost 23 states. So mission is to provide awareness and doing different activities on awareness through Nukkad Natak by involving the frontline health workers, and some interactive sessions with schools, so different activities to bring awareness in the community so that we can catch it early and we can mitigate the disease burden. And then fighting back, so for that, you know, if everybody this morning is talking about the census, like, you know, how rampant it is, and every third woman is getting cancer, and you know, even in comparison of Western countries, and Dr. Mark and other people, they will be well aware of the status, and they know that in Western countries have the cancer incidence low in comparison of Indian scenario, but the mortality rate in India is pretty high. So though the incidence is low, in Western countries, every other person has cancer, but you have the facilities, the technology is so advanced that you treat it. But here
facilities, we have facilities, but those facilities are limited to cities. If we talk about the rural areas and other urbanization, those facilities are still not accessible to people, and that is why this mortality rate is going higher and higher every day. And then you see cancer is increasing, people are dying more of cancer because we don't catch it early. And the impact. If we talk about the impact, our main emphasis on all these 3 cancers which we have written there, breast, cervix and oral. So for that, we have a team of doctors. They go in the community, they take this bus there, they give a presentation or have an interactive session with the people in their language. And after that, we begin with the camp. All these services which we provide in the cancer free of cost, be it mammogram, be it pap smear, be it PSA or anything. That's all. So all these services are free, but as cancer doesn't show any bias, we also don't show any bias, and we target rural, semi-rural and urban areas everywhere, because it's not that the cancer is only limited to the rural areas because it's not accessible to them, but it's more aggressive in urban population. Maybe that is due to lifestyle or other factors you all know. And you can give a better explanation of that. Right? So Mr. Chawla's background, you will already know that. Our presence internationally, India, UK, US, Canada and Africa very soon. So if we talk about India, we have 4 operational offices. Delhi is the head office, so I'm there as a director in India, I'm looking after pan-India operations. Punjab is altogether a different chapter. There we have a scheme, NRI Adopt Your Village. Meghalaya, there we work with government of Meghalaya. And Jodhpur, there we work on cancer, and we have one more campaign that is on malnutrition in anemia, a very important thing. So we have these 4 operation offices, but otherwise we have our presence in 23 states.
Battery भेजो, battery है नहीं.
Okay, so now we talk about what we do to be precise. So one is awareness session. In that, it's not like awareness session generally like we are going there and having a talk with them and giving presentation. It's more of interactive sessions, and there mainly we are targeting on the Ayush doctors, and we are give them hands-on training to the frontline health workers, because if we talk about the rural areas, they are the first point of contact. If anybody has any problem in the rural areas, they won't go to the doctor in the city first, they will go to the Kashas and sub-centers and PHCs to find out what trouble they are having. So they should be empowered with the correct knowledge. So we are giving them hands-on training for that. We have breast models so that they can take a feel of that to understand how the lump looks like. So and the next is screening camp. As I've already explained you, we are having these screening services there, and then follow-up. Right. So that is a very important aspect. So when we started this campaign, we were focusing on awareness and screening. As the time passed, we realized the importance of follow-up and diagnostic services, and being a charity. Screening, but everything revolves name and fame, and they want to go for education environment to population. But then for that we need tie-up with some diagnostic centers.
Okay,
that is one of the best. I don't know how many of you are aware of Delhi and their centers. So if we talk about the diagnostic centers there, so the most reputed center is Mahajan Imaging. You all can Google it. That is the most reputed one in Delhi. Only cream goes there. And if we talk about pathology testing, Dr. Dams, again, that is the most reputed one. Cream goes there, but these underprivileged section and those people, they can't think of those options because they are very expensive. When I took a project there and I told them I want to serve the community and I want to have the best results, I didn't want anybody to think of that we are the charity and we are compromising on quality. So they understood it and they provided some subsidy, and then Mr. Chawla came and he said, okay, I'll support it in some way. Maybe I'll give some funds from my account to help the patient and to go for next level diagnosis and treatment. And then we made a complete management program now. We are following those cases, whom we identify in the cases. We provide them the diagnostic services. We pick them up from the camp location, take them to the diagnostic center, and get their USG and all that tests done. And then after that, we have a group of medical advisory people, and Dr. Mandeep Malhotra, who gave a presentation in the morning. He is a director there in C.K. Birla Hospital and a HOD in Fortis Vasanthpur. He is also one of the advisory board members. So we are referring our patients there to underprivileged section, and they are getting a good subsidy, a very good subsidy, around 70 to 80% at times for free. It depends, like on what stage the patient is. So those kind of services we are doing. We are trying to make it a complete management program, and in the end, we want to see like how many lives have been saved, what impact we have made. If we have done awareness, we have done screening, what next to it. So though there is a lot to be done, but we are trying to complete the loop and successfully we have done that. So detection, diagnostic and all that I have already covered. Can we go next please? Okay. So there is one more interesting chapter of it, which is called Love Flamingo Cancer Survivor Group. So there is a club, we have a club for cancer survivors. So the agenda of this group is like we want to have as many as cancer survivors under one group, and we engage them in different activities so that, just to cheer them up and just to help them forgetting the pain which they have been through. So, and they can share their experiences, and we do different activities in a way, some musical bands and grooming sessions and whatever they enjoy, So I want to make them happy, and they share their experiences. So the people who are still undergoing the treatment, they learn a lot. Because if we say something, being a doctor, like you should do this, probably yes, that will register. But if somebody who has already been through, if they say that like, now I'm taking these things, like the lady from Guru Group, yes, the way she was saying, like you have to adopt these things in your diet and all that. So that makes sense to the people who are going through that. When they understand, yes, maybe if we adopt this, then we can, our journey will be better and we can reduce the chemo radiations and the journey will be. And yes, adopt your village. Punjab, we have altogether a different chapter that is mainly on adopt your village scheme. So what is that? For this, we raised fund in UK, and then we asked NRIs to adopt your villages, because a lot of NRIs are from Punjab. If you go to Canada and all that, so every other person will be from the community more or less, and they have their sentiments attached to Punjab. So when we asked them, would you like to adopt your village? So they adopt that, and then we conduct our camps on their name and provide the screening services. In trainer training program, I have already explained. So we are training Irish doctors and frontline health workers. Next. There is one more program which is called tobacco cessation program. So this is mainly for adolescents and young people like 10 to 12 standard guys, because that is the time when they go into substance abuse and they, they start consuming alcohol and tobacco and all that. So we want to tap them in the bud, and then we want to educate them about its ill effects. And so we conduct different programs in school. So that is tobacco cessation, but otherwise also it's an adolescent health program. Now we tell them about cervix cancer vaccine also. So ASH clinics are there from government side. They are for adolescent health, so we promote that. And this is again the same campaign more or less, adolescent health program. One is on tobacco cessation and one is overall health. And one is general health checkup camp. Because still cancer is a taboo. If we tell people like we are going to have cancer camp, people don't want to come forward. And if somebody is having symptoms and we say, okay, now you go for mammography and you go for this and that, even if they have family history or they have some lump or something, they won't like to come forward and tell, especially with the females. I'm telling you with my experience, when we go to the remote areas in that underprivileged section, the lady will have that big lump, but she won't like to go to the doctor and show it, and she'll say, my husband won't accept me. He'll go for a second marriage and something of that sort. That fear is there. So we have to say at times it's a general cancer camp, general health checkup camp, then we bring awareness, we tell them what cancer is, and, so that they adopt healthy practices of self-examination. public and bureaucrats and doctors. Pap smear, oral examination, and counseling for de-addiction, which is tobacco cessation. So generally, awareness session looks like this. Doctors give them a talk, and they have some interactive sessions, questions, rounds, and all that. These are the glimpses of the camps. So now, that's what I'm emphasizing upon. Like, we are not only into awareness and screening, it's a complete management program. We try to treat the loop, but we need more hands. And since morning, we are talking about integrative practices and Ayurveda and other alternative options. So we all have to join hands, and we have to serve the community in a better way, the best way we can. So this program somehow, maybe, because earlier I was thinking this Ayurveda and all these things, maybe they help post-surgery to reduce the effect of chemo and radiation. But since morning when we are having these sessions, then I understood the importance, yes, we can go hand in hand. Next. So these are few bites from the beneficiaries. The state families and the one whom we have treated and took them for diagnostic services, and they were all first stage, and some lesions in cervix and some lungs and oral lesions, all that. So can you see the video? So I would like to show you one video with beneficiary.
तब यहाँ पर ये टिवली में आई थी ये टीम ना तो कोचिंग सेंटर तो उसमें मैं गई थी दिखाने के लिए। उसमें मैं टेस्ट करवाया, इन लोगों ने बोला कि कुछ मतलब प्रॉब्लम है। अच्छा नहीं लगता था उनका संगठन जैसा ना, मन एकदम बेचैन चिड़चिड़ापन, मतलब उतना अच्छा नहीं लग रहा था। लेकिन पहले से अभी फिर अच्छा फील करती हूँ पहले से। जो भी मतलब औरतें हैं अपने शरीर पर ज़्यादा ध्यान दें, बच्चों के साथ साथ अपने ऊपर भी ज़्यादा ध्यान देना जरूरी है, और जो भी तकलीफ है उसे वक्त रहते दिखा लेने से ही अच्छा है।
Particularly the breast cancer and cervical cancer have shown an increasing trend. And the most alarming part vis-a-vis these diseases is that, as I have seen, patients often come when the disease is at the later stage. Therefore, the approach which has been adopted in addressing this issue with the concept provided by Local Cancer Trust is definitely going to be handy.
So this study was from Meghalaya. We are doing a campaign with Meghalaya government. So there is the minister, Sangma. He was very keen to do it, and there we earlier we started with awareness and screening, and then we found few cases and we helped them to go for diagnostic and treatment. So she was one example. Can we go next? Okay, these are the glimpses from Live Flamingo Club, which is a club of cancer survivors. Milan, Soman, and three people. Shabana, people over there. I don't know if the picture is there or not. So these are the other activities. We at times we conduct these eye checkup camps in government schools, because generally what happens is when you go to those government schools, nobody bothers. Actually those children, are they able to see the blackboard, or otherwise their performances are poor. So we found out there are many bright candidates, bright students, but their performance was poor because they weren't able to see the blackboard. So we conducted these eye checkup camps, and those students there, their performance improved a lot. So we participated in panel discussions and all that, other activities. Okay, so apart from cancer, now we have a campaign on malnutrition and anemia. So in this, we give a health supplement, which is a government-approved supplement, and some states are also taking up this initiative, like Telangana and MP and somewhere in West Bengal. So there, what do we do? We provide a wholesome meal to the malnourished children and anemic women, and we do the screening then and there according to the WHO guidelines, provide them with the supplements for the course of 3 months. But the best part is we do the impact analysis also after 3 months to see the change, which is most important. Otherwise, many people, they are just giving supplements and assuming that that will bring some change, but nobody measures. But we do that, and ideally that should, everybody should do that. Okay, the impact so far is, we have done more than 5,000 camps we have conducted, around 6,000 the number is now. It's not visible, and we have conducted around 6.5 lakhs examination up till now, and in one camp we see around 150 to 200 people for all three cancers, breast, cervix and oral. And generally the ratio comes out as like 3 to 4 suspected females who need to go for further diagnostic, though it depends like in which area you are conducting a camp. And we do a complete study before that, the area recce and the population, like where exactly we need to go, where the cancer incidence is high, and accordingly we do the recce, do the mapping, and then go. We don't blindly go and have a camp here and there. So this ratio for cervix cancer is again 2 to 3 females, but yes, for oral cancer, if we talk about NCR, sort of NCR, Delhi NCR is 7 to 8 males or females have some leaders. So presence in Punjab, we have covered, though there are few, but we have covered almost each and every village of Punjab. You name the village and we have conducted camps. There is the Punjab chapter, camps awareness there. Here we do PSC test and ECG also. We provide an OTC medicines also. Some fundraising activities like this marathon reconstruction. Some media coverage. Some glimpses of the events we have conducted. So we also conducted a conference in 2016 and Dr. Harshvardhan was supposed to come today. So at that time, in 2016, Dr. Harshvardhan, he came and we were doing a study with Ministry of Science and Technology there in Punjab, in the Malwa region, as everybody says and knows that it's a cancer belt. So this ministry approached us because we have a good presence here in Punjab and they wanted us to partner with them and wanted to validate the data available on net and to check like whether the data is correct or not. They wanted to check exactly, is it right to say to like cancer incidence is high in Malwa region and it's the cancer belt and there is crop harvestment, that is the main reason, role of pesticides in soil and the relevance with cancer. So they wanted to validate all that, so they approached us and we did a research study which is about to publish. Few celebrities endorsed the cause. Okay, so this conference in 2016 was Bronco 2016 in December. Again, we are going to have that conference and we'll be having a CME kind of a thing where we'll be calling oncologists to have a panel discussion. So I'll be requesting all of you, if you think this cause is relevant, to support that cause and come forward, join hands in whatever capacity we can serve like communities is that we have to mitigate the overall cancer burden and convert that good in the country. These are few supporters and partners, so there is a long list. So everybody must be doing your brochures also, so there you can see our work and achievements and for more details on cancer you can go on our website also, which is www.procancer.org. And our head office is in Delhi. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Arvind, for giving me this opportunity and then you can give a video. Yeah. Thank you so much for being here.
No cancer solo bypasses come to your
Getting a lot be a part of local cancer camp. You can help.
knowledge skills, awareness is empowering, and we need to emphasize on early detection because that is what we do. So there are many options now, but prevention is the biggest killer. Thank you.
Can we have Mr. Rashmikant on the stage, please? Can we have Dr. Ishan Kaushal, Director of Cancer Team, be talking on the incidence of cancer and role of cancer teenagers. Please give a huge round of applause for Dr.
All the speakers have gone into great details about cancer. But I personally like to connect with the audience, not with the writers. So I'll be covering my topic in brief, as you already know it has been a long day. So I'm here to discuss about genesis of cancer. And this topic particularly is of interest to me because being a doctor, everyone asks me why cancer happens. So I'm about to present a brief summary of why cancer happens. So, in order to understand why cancer happens, we need to understand the normal cell division in our body. Because, as we all know, when a cell division goes out of control, it can form cancer. So, let me give you an example. In our body, there is 5 liters of blood, and in each liter of blood, 5 million red blood cells. The average lifespan of a red blood cell is 120 days. So, every second, 2 million cells must divide to replenish the dying red blood cells. And more than that, all the bruises, all the cuts, all the injuries in our body is always healed by rapid cell division. The rapid cell division is a complicated process which is controlled by genes. Due to any internal or external factor, there might be a mutation in the genes. If this mutation is in the growth regulatory gene, then cancer might happen. But our body kills this mutated cell right away because our immune system identifies the cell and the cell goes through apoptosis. But in case, due to any factor, this cell is missed by our immune system and does not undergo through apoptosis, then cancer can be formed. The major causes of cancer are excessive radiation. In day-to-day life, we do not find much example of excessive radiation. That would be exposure to radioactive material or when a certain individual undergoes X-rays too much. The second main example is carcinogens. Carcinogens are present in tobacco mainly, but they are also present in pesticide, insecticide. I know there is a lot of debate around it and there is no conclusive study right now, but that is my personal belief. Let me give you an example. There was an individual who emailed us. He told us that he is consuming 2 to 3 packs of cigarettes every day. And he asked us, is there something I can do to prevent cancer? He wanted us to prescribe a medicine. Gave him a medicine. 2 to 3 packs, not 2 to 3 cigarettes. So we recommended him. He has to leave taking carcinogens first. We cannot help the patient if he is not ready to leave the carcinogens. The third main example is genetics. Many examples, many breast cancer cases are due to modification in the genes, which are hereditary. And the last example is stress. So I had the fortune of driving all the way from Delhi to Ludhiana. And I realized that a lot of people are under stress. For example, when they are driving from work to home, they are under stress. when they are driving from home to work. Even a school kid who's driving to his school, a bus driver is taking him to school, he's under stress all the time. Even right now, maybe you can tell him, I am under stress of giving a speech. This day-to-day stress is causing this increasingly chances of cancer. Now the major treatment for cancer are surgery, chemotherapy and radiotherapy. Surgery is the choice of treatment for stage 1 and stage 2 cancer. And for stage 3 and stage 4, we opt for chemotherapy or radiotherapy. Now this is where I was interested in this conference, integrative approach. Because, you will find it funny, but my mother is an Ayurvedic doctor. And my father and my sister are allopathic doctors. I chose to go with homeopathy. My uncle, my chacha-ji, is also a homeopathic doctor. So, all of our family members come from different fields of medical science. And you can imagine, we have discussion over this all the time. So we wanted to give an integrated approach to cancer, and we wanted to introduce the role of Ayurveda in treatment of cancer. This is where Cancer-Team Ayurvedic formulation comes. Cancer-Team Ayurvedic formulation was formed in 2013. We got the approval from Ministry of Ayush, and we have recently started manufacturing it on a large scale, and we have exclusively partnered with Amazon India, and we are planning to launch Cancer-Team in Dubai next month. Cancer-Team was created in order to minimize the side effects of chemotherapy and radiotherapy, and also to control the growth of cancer. Cancer-Team does not cure cancer. I want all of you to understand that in later stages, there is no cure for cancer. And in early stages, the only cure is surgery. Cancer-Team only works as a palliative treatment and helps to improve the quality of life of patients. I think that's enough for the day. We have all had a long day. So, thank you so much. You can visit www.cancerteam.com to learn more. And we also have educational initiatives. You can learn more about cancer in simple ways. That is my main objective, to connect with the audience, not with the doctors. So we post articles in simple language so everyone can understand cancer. Thank you.
Can we have Aditya on the stage, please? It's been a long day. Very different people are here with a few of the last announcements that we have to make on the stages. Ayurveda has been working on very hard towards all the causes that we have displayed here today. And since we are also very technology savvy people, we are coming up with a very interesting product, a software, right, which will be a very interesting addition to all the practitioners and influencers sitting here. I would like to call Srini to give you a small demo of that software and make you understand that how exactly we can target and impact million people with this and what are the benefits and use of this. Srini, can you please come on the stage?
Good evening, everybody. It's a long day, so I won't take much time, maybe a few minutes. So, just to introduce myself, Srini Swami. I've been I'm a software engineer by profession, working in the Silicon Valley for over 25 years. As an architect and designing solutions for enterprises. So with the association of Sarat and Ayurveda, we decided to build an EMR system. As you know, Ayurveda's mission and vision is to build integrated approach for cancer and other ailments. So we wanted to bring in the best practices from allopathy and also Ayurveda into the EMR system that we're going to showcase today. And can we have the software, please? So one of the main drivers for building an EMR is, we saw a lot of people talk about data. There's a lot of documentation missing today. So every practitioners or every doctors have their own kind of data today, right? They have some kind of paper, they have their own homegrown systems. There is no unified system today to go and see what are all the therapies people are doing, what are the outcomes. There's no real holistic view of what the treatments are, especially in Ayurveda. Of course, we have in allopathy, but not in Ayurveda. So our mission and goal is to build a system to unify all the Ayurvedic practices under one platform and give access to all the practitioners. So we want to become the technology enablers so that individual Ayurvedic doctors or even hospitals can come onto our platform and use our software. So we built our software as a software as a service. So this is just a glimpse of the dashboard. So this is a view of probably a medical practitioner. So if you see at the top, so you see it's an appointment. So as a practitioner, you can see what are the upcoming appointments, and then they can actually schedule it or maybe do a follow-up or cancel things. If you can scroll down a little bit. So we have alerts. So anything that they need to know that's coming up very soon, maybe in a day or two. So we will have something like here. So one of the main, if you scroll down a little bit, we want to enable, we are using state-of-the-art technology like artificial intelligence and machine learning to make, to help the practitioners do a decision making very critical. So they can make informed decisions for their treatment. So if you see some of these charts here, you can actually see how the patient is being progressing based on the treatment. So it gives, so the information is kind of shared not only within the hospital, but it can be shared across multiple practitioners so that they get an idea of how and what others are doing. So it becomes, so today, in today's world, people are not sharing information. Right? It is still in the pockets and nobody knows what others are doing. So this is just a beta version, and we are actually going to be go live within a month. So if anybody interested, so we want to open it as a SaaS model, so it is available on the cloud. So anybody interested, they don't have to have an IT department, so we will be their IT backbone, and they can subscribe to our software and use it. And this is a totally configurable system. So for example, some of the hospitals may be having their own processes, right? They can configure their own process, their own treatments, and they can even customize and brand this whole application as though it is theirs. So with that, I will I'll say thank you for this.
Aditi? Sharad, can you come on the stage, please?
Lisa, can you come onto the stage, please? So, what we're doing is a unique project. His name is Mr. Keja. He's from Nagaland. So he heads up a group of 1,000 farmers, 1,091 farmers, and that land is pure and untouched, not chemicals used to grow whatever produce they're doing as of today. So our goal is how can we collaborate with them and ask them to grow the Ayurvedic herbs or any other things which we will be using in our wellness centers. So he came all the way from Nagaland. Can you speak maybe for 2 minutes about your society and
respected dignitaries and professionals, I came from Kohima, Nagaland, the northeastern part of India, which many of you may not know our existence also. And I feel privileged to attend this conference today with you all, and I came with great hope of exploring some avenues in collaboration with our respected Dr. Sarat. Currently, I'm the chairman of one leading farmer producers organization in Nagaland with 1,091 farmers. And if we are going to be of any use, we farmers are ready and prepared to give our service. Thank you.
So that is our idea. The idea is, see, when in US, whenever I'm trying to procure any herbs, let's say if I want to buy cardamom. A cardamom, inorganic one, where a lot of fertilizers are used, if it is $5 an LB, an organic one is $25. A wild harvested one is $100. So as we get from more and more closer to nature, the efficacy, the quality of the product or quality of these herbs is very, very pure. Especially when you are growing in a highly elevated, pure land, we felt that the value of those kind of herbs will be very, very good. So that's the reason why we got into this agreement. So what we are doing is, from Ayurveda, we're trying to work with them and understand their needs. For instance, they're having a lot of difficult time to move their produce from their land to the markets. So we're trying to see how we can get them a vehicle to start with, and also give some capital, and we'll also give them a list of herbs which we want them to grow. For example, if we decide Jetamansi or Ashwagandha, based on their elevation, based on where they are, so identify those herbs and give them the list. So that is what this whole journey is. And again, they almost traveled in 1 day or more to come here. So out of those 1,091, how many of them are women? 980 are women. So that way will also be encouraging women farmers and supporting them. And eventually our goal is, if we can even export these to US, we can also do a fair trade kind of an agreement. Okay. Thank you very much. This is a blank one where we're going to draw your picture. We don't, the reason why it's blank, we don't believe in contracts. Very nice.
For our last session, I would like to call Dr. Mahindra Shah on the stage, please. Finally, we've been waiting for the entire day. We've been very patient.
So good afternoon. It is still afternoon in 47% of our world, so that's not bad. You've been here for 9 hours. Sorry. So you've been here for 9 hours. It's been a long day. It shows how much patience you have. Is there any allopathy doctor in the house? At least we have one. This shows the patience of Ayurveda in bringing its holistic wellness. All day we have heard amazing wealth of knowledge, palliative care. We heard from the cancer patients at first hand how they found the energy, the fight in their heart, in their mind, and in their spirit. So when you look at Act 1 and Act 2, this is happening all over the world as we speak. Now what effect does it have when either the doctor or the social worker makes the statement that you better get your affairs in order? What impact does it have on the patient? We need to think about that, because you might call it, I don't like to call it that, but that's literally a death sentence. Get your order system in place. So what is such a person to think? Do we teach our Ayurveda doctors being trained? Do we teach our allopathy doctors being trained on how to deal with Act 1 to Act 3? That's the challenge. So now the challenge for me is not to repeat what we have listened to in the last 9 hours. And I need to make sure that most of you stay still. So I need to give you something different, something new, and something totally relevant, not only to chronic diseases, including cancer, but certainly also true for all acute diseases. So together with Ayurveda, we are thinking of setting up resorts that must be genuine resorts that deliver whatever wellness you offer. These are not resorts for the sake of resorts. So that's one of the dimensions I will present to you, because for 14 years we have been developing such a resort. And I'd like to give you a little bit of information on that. But beyond the resort, we have not really talked about the amazing challenge that is in front of us. We have not talked about the causes of cancer. In passing, we have talked about food. We have not talked about the environment. Our children are marching, school children are marching around the world as we speak for climate change. How much climate change causes cancer? Not only directly through sun tanning, but how much through agriculture and all other aspects. So we need to have an integrative approach. We have two challenges in this world. And sustainable development is a challenge that's been with us for 46 years. And we still don't know what to do. And the greatest challenge now is the human health crisis that's coming. The emerging burden of the diseases of modern lifestyles. 1992, and 2002 were 3 global summits on sustainable development. In 1992, we passed the Kyoto Protocol for climate change. And today, the biggest country in the world, the most polluter in this world, denies that there is climate change. It is against this environment of sustainable development. And I had the honor to participate in 72, 92, and 2002. And one of perhaps my greatest honor was in 1992 when I wrote Agenda 21. I coordinated and wrote Agenda 21. At that time, in 2002, I was sitting on a beach in Bali. With my son, we were attending a United Nations conference, which was the Johannesburg Summit. Lying on that beach, I had an inspiration that our world can never be sustainable. And here is me, having spent 35 years in the United Nations system, working on trying to make our world sustainable. And I asked myself, what do you mean the world can never be sustainable? Well, the world can never be sustainable because human beings are not sustainable. Human beings are not sustainable today because we don't know how to eat. We run with a sandwich. We don't know what to eat because what we need is not there in the market. So our food is a deficit. Nutritionally, we are deficit. Secondly, exercise. We think exercise is sweat. Exercise must be balanced, physical, mental, and spiritual. And we are not doing that. We have stress at home. Now, most of the people may be happily married. They say, no, 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 we never have stress. Your daughter or your son didn't get into that school. The plumber hasn't come. The car has a puncture. That's stress. And we have stress in the office. The office culture is I win, you lose. That's the culture we live in our offices. And our world is becoming polluted. So these are 5 things. This is the cocktail of modern lifestyles. And this cocktail of modern lifestyles is giving rise to obesity and diabetes, mental stress and depression, blood pressure and cardiac problems. For all these 3 examples, there are many more. Modern medicine has no solution for diabetes, it has no solution for depression, and it has no solution for cardiac disease. But when you have any of these 3 diseases, the doctor is not going to tell you that the end is near. Whereas cancer is such a word that the end is near. So all these chronic diseases, including cancer, needs a very special effort on how are we going to deal with it. And this emerging burden is right across the world because everyone, even a little Maasai in Kenya, wants to adopt a modern lifestyle. We are on this train of developing modern lifestyles. And the emerging burden of these diseases, no country has the resources to deal with what's coming. Including the United States, they have to take their insulin, they have to go to Canada to get the insulin. But the future in 20 to 30 years is at great risk. And today pharmaceuticals are in bed with the governments, and we don't expect, if you take antibiotics as an example, nobody is investing in antibiotics research. 30 years from now, we're going to have a crisis because the antibiotics we have are not working. School children are marching. Governments have only one interest, to be re-elected. Business have one interest, shareholder profit. They can talk of corporate responsibility, environmental responsibility, but their number one point is shareholder profit, otherwise the CEO is out. Scientists do wonderful work, but they never tell you the implication of science. The implication of science, according to a pure scientist, is speculation. So when you have climate change, they are not going to tell you that the island of Tuvalu is going to go underwater on such and such a, that's speculation. The adults of this world are busy trying to make a living for their family. We cannot rely on any of these four groups to be committed on sustainable development, climate change, extinction of species and all these areas. The only group that's valid is the youth of today. Because the youth of today, if nothing is done, their second generation will not be born in this world. Because by that, everything will be destroyed. So how do we mobilize the youth? That's the challenge. And you have to mobilize the youth, not the school children marching, which is nice. But the youth of today have the thumb. This is the voting thumb. And they have a wallet. So they can put pressure on government and they can put pressure on business. I invite you to look at earthodyssey.org. Now if you look at this chart, cardiovascular, cancer, respiratory diseases, air pollution is one of the biggest challenges. And that's an environmental problem. Diabetes, partly from food, partly from lack of exercise. So this is the range of diseases that we are dealing with. And cancer risk causes biological and internal factors. Now a lot of this has been covered. So let me just skip these 2-3 slides which tell us the causes of cancer. And in this causes of cancer, of course, lifestyle stands out. So we need to integrate modern and traditional medicine. In fact, we have one allopathy doctor here in the audience. What would be a good dream is to lock up Ayurvedic doctors and traditional medicine doctors in rooms for 9 hours a day until they find what is the best way to deal with cancer or diabetes or cardiac diseases. We need to do that. They cannot tell us that no, the patient will decide. We give them the knowledge. Let the patient decide. The patient is not in a position to do that. Ayurveda oath is exactly the same as Hippocrates oath, but we are not paying attention to that. And we need to put the patient as a whole unit to be treated, but the responsibility to treat is the doctor's. So, compassion and love is perhaps the most important thing that will treat your heart, your mind, and your spirit. And fighting cancer as an example, you can give the treatments, you can give the chemo, you can give the herbal medicine, you can do the Ayurvedic massage and all this, but none of this will make any difference unless your heart, mind, and spirit has the commitment that, yes, I am going to fight this. So cancer prevention and recommendations according to the World Cancer Research Fund, and you're all familiar with this, so I will not go into that. But let me pick one area of obesity and cancer to recognize that how many of the cancers are caused by obesity. Now, obesity is the food you eat. It may also be genetic, and it's the exercise you don't do. It's that combination. So, obesity is something that we should be able to do something about. And yet, 30% of the children in the Middle East, 30% in Europe, 30% in the United States are already obese. And that obesity turns to all kinds of cancers, as you can see in this chart. So the ecological model, we need to look at obesity as an ecological model with all the components of disease and everything else to begin to see where are the sensitive points of entry. Obesity in a way is the greatest challenge, because from obesity it becomes diabetes. From obesity you get heart problems. From obesity you get so many complications. So it is important that we try and attack the body, mind and soul as one unit. The treatments for obesity are surgical and all that's listed here, and you are all familiar with it, either you're in Ayurveda or not. These are the treatments with drugs, herbal products, prescriptions, fat diet, surgery, etc. And yet, we can do everything, we can invest in all this, but we do not invest in reduce this junk food. The whole world is going for junk food. And that's the biggest cause of obesity. So holistic, integrated, traditional, modern medicine is critical, and we need to take the science of healing into this holistic arena. I now want to go on to that when I was sitting on that beach and I realized that the world can never be sustainable because human beings are not sustainable. And then I asked myself, well, what should I do about it? I actually went to India. I'm born in Nairobi in Kenya of Indian parents. I went to visit 64 resorts across India over a period of 1 year. I didn't find one resort, not one, where there was compassion and love in context of Ayurvedic treatments. Yes, in Kerala you can be put on the bed and technically, practically you will get the best treatment ever. But without compassion and love, that treatment doesn't mean. You can go to Jeddah, stay 1 week, stay 2 weeks, stay 3 weeks. People from Gujarat go to Jeddah. They get themselves totally cleaned out, they go back home and back to jalebi and gacha, and then back to the old system. So this is the reality of we need to create Ayurveda clinics around the world. In fact, we should even make a statement that every town and every city must have a holistic wellness advisory and treatment center. And I think that should be the strategy. But at the same time, we need to deal with modern lifestyles. People who are working in modern lifestyles have the economic power, and they desperately need treatment for this. And there is nothing better than a resort setting. Why a resort setting? If you design a beautiful resort, the environment, the luxury, the bedrooms and everything else, then you have the power to do something about it. So for 14 years I've been working on designing a resort with all these components here. 7 dimensions, these are the dimensions of what we need to deal with in this resort. And it's built around all these elements that you're all familiar with. So let me just show you, now we come to the part where we make this presentation a little bit attractive, because we've seen a lot of words. It's time to see some pictures. So this is Zen Resort. These are actual pictures from our resort. This is the transfer of knowledge from an older to a younger. You're never too young to start meditating, and that is one of our staff from the spa therapists. So prayer, meditation, and knowledge transfer. This is our spa that is 200 meters from my resort. We have dolphins. These are the children of the resort. They are the children of the staff. This is in front of the resort, and we have a whole host of flowers. We also, when you go to a resort, you can have all the treatments in the world. And then you go back to work as a modern lifestyle person. You're not going to be happy because you've been detoxing, you've been having all kinds of yoga and meditation, etc., etc., but there is no happiness. And happiness when you leave the resort is very important, and that happiness comes from recreation. But this picture depicts what we are doing to our ocean, while the animals on land look down and the animals on the bird in the sky look down. Designed in traditional style, modern cuts also. We have our guests. Please take my body, take my mind, take my soul. You have to teach you. So, what is our goal with NIU? We want to make it.
Everyone, I know it was a long day and then we rehearse the needs.
Ladies and gentlemen, this year's IIT 2019 has
they are not able to experience of it. And उस बात को कौन समझेगा? सब कुछ तहस नहस हो चुका है। इस आनंद का भी वितरण करते रहे अपने अपने ढंग से माना